I need them biscuits, fluffy, soft, delicious, dripping in with sauce, no way I'ma miss it. Slapping them up and I'm rubbing them down. When I see them, I go to town. They got the thing started, it's how it ends. Filling up on biscuits, straightness on my pants. It's always worth it, I'm gonna risk it. I just can't stop it, no I can't fix it. Give them to me, oh I love more. Served hot and fresh, I will explode. I'm going dumb, I have to risk it. You know you love it, drizzle up them biscuits. That buttercream, oh my, give you that jelly, bye-bye. That apple butter, I'm hooked, hollandaise, I'm shook. Soft creamy cheese, a little tease. You love that sauce, oh baby, please. That spicy honey, oh man, a little gravy. Goddamn! Oh man, oh man, oh man. Goddamn. I need them biscuits, fluffy, soft, delicious, dripping in with sauce, no way I'ma miss it. Slapping them up and rubbing them down. When I see them, I go to town. They got the thing started, it's how it ends. Filling up on biscuits, straight into my pants. It's always worth it, I'm gonna risk it. I just can't stop it, no I can't fix it. Give them to me, oh I love more. Serve hot and fresh, I will explode. I'm going dumb, I have to risk it. You know you love it, drizzle up them biscuits. That buttercream, oh my, give you that jelly, bye. That apple butter, I'm hooked. Some hollandaise, I'm shook. Soft creamy cheese, a little tease. You love that sauce, oh baby, please. That spicy honey, oh man, a little gravy. Goddamn. Goddamn.
Right, number one in the chat, Female Eunuchs. Thank you for coming in. That was I Need Them Biscuits by Frugit. Make sure you're checking out Frugit, folks. Like and subscribe. I'll put that link in the chat for you. Gonna like and subscribe on that. Frugit, wonderful stuff. They got some pretty cool videos. I got one more for you, though. Please enjoy this. And that's it. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. That was the Dream Eaters with We're Fucked. Welcome to the fucking show, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism, realest motherfucker on this platform, realest motherfucker on Twitch, realest motherfucker you've ever met in your life. That's why I ain't got no friends. I ain't got no friends, you fat motherfucker. Wait, I got my mom probably watching right now. Sorry, Mom. Don't mean to quote Tupac with Mom in the house. Unless it's Hey Mama. Whatever that song is. Beautiful song. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground. We got number one in the chat, Female Eunuchs. Thank you for showing up. Big props, Female Eunuchs. We got an absolutely obese stream for you today. Lots of shit to cover, so let's not waste too much time. Kick is working for now. And there it goes, offline. I'm on some motherfucker's list, dude. I'm on some motherfucker's list on Kick. There's got to be, I guarantee you, there's some right-wing Discord channel, or if you get added to the list, they DDoS your shit. Right, and Kick doesn't care about bots. Kick doesn't care about, their system being manipulated. But here, this is what it looks like right now on my Kick channel. offline, and then it goes online for a couple seconds, and then offline again, and online, and offline, and offline, and online. So the only thing I get are the bot messages, because they pop in every so often, just automatically. There's just bots raking all of Kick, spamming these, these messages. So there it goes. It kicks in and then off again. Kick doesn't care. Kick doesn't care. I guarantee you there's some, look at this Calvicular over here, slots and casino. You can't see it, but look at this motherfucker pulling slots. What a pathetic piece of fucking trash. Look at this motherfucker pulling slots. God, it's sad. It's fucking sad, dude. What this, he's supposed to be, all his views are botted out. I think there's probably a couple 100. Look at the chat. Look at the chat over here. Links, SoundCloud, YouTube links, bunch of fucking bunch of emotes. Play my shit. It's just pathetic. This guy's supposed to be like the next, thing. God, it's pathetic. What's the number one here? Recommended. Number one, just chatting slots. God. Kick, what? She's got her boobs out. She's pulling slots. Okay, Eerie over here playing some PUBG. There we go. She's got the cat ears on, doing the whole e-girl thing. Sup? I'll be your girlfriend. Mighty nice of her. Bodhi, I've heard that name before. RuneScape. Here's another game that I cannot fucking understand how people watch. I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. Trainwreck. He's the motherfucker that owns the fucking owns the fucking Kick. Look at this guy pulling slots. But don't worry, it's okay. He's got the do not gamble right at the top right. Do not gamble. Well, there you go. Well, it's all good now. Do not gamble. I do it every day. It got me a mansion. I'm a multi-millionaire because of it, but you shouldn't do it. But here, let me show you how cool and fun it is to do it. I mean, it really shouldn't say do not gamble. It should just say I'm a raging hypocrite and I'm lying. I'm a big liar and a raging hypocrite is what it should say. God, the absolute state of everything right now. You know what I mean? Just the absolute state of everything. Hey, bro, I enjoyed your stream. Wow, thanks. And I'm back. Look, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. And I'm offline. That's what left-wing politics looks like on kick.com, folks. God, I've been meaning to send them an email to see if maybe they can add some DDoS protection or something to my shit. I seriously doubt they will. But that's the state of kick.com right now. And they don't do anything about these bots either, Folks, the main reason why we're here at the News Underground, unfortunately, is not to pull slots or show our boobs off. I know, everyone's very disappointed. Bust them titties out. I know. Well, I'm working on it. Got the OnlyFans set up. But no, we're actually here to create political change through nonviolent direct resistance. Using the simple 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we're going to do today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us, and there's many others. You can just type into Google, but if you want it, you want a nice UI, and you want, all these different activist groups that are doing protests, and they need volunteers and they need assistance. So you got, hey, we got Warner Robins at Centerville, help Houston County Democrats, phone bank for Greg. Everyone, they need help, okay? They got it all set up. We got organizers who they just need you. They just need your money. They need your time. They need your effort. And then step 3, you got to put in the work. You got to ask yourself, what am I doing for the movement? What am I doing for the leftist movement to create political change? It's really just that simple. And you know, don't be fatalistic. Don't think, well, we're not everyone's not doing this. Okay, I'm officially turning this off. It's just pathetic. It's just fucking pathetic with the bots. The whole situation on Kick is just a travesty. We're just gonna turn that off. But let's not get fatalistic here. Stickers, welcome back. Let's not get fatalistic though. We only need about 20 to 30% of people who identify as left participating in these activist movements to create real political change. Starts at a local level. It can absolutely get itself all the way up to that federal level. Failure to do this is where I'm going to get fatalistic. Failure to do this does mean that we enter into a world of fascism and mediocrity. Basically, what we see on Kick will become our daily lives. It's already happening, right? With, you know, gambling on our phone, constant scams, our president being one of the most corrupt human beings on planet Earth. If we want to see the world change, we have to take agency and start changing the world. Go ahead and put that on a fucking t-shirt. We must resist. That is the message for today. We're going to start with Israel. Just several links today. I don't have any. I could look up the horror show going on in Lebanon. I could show you images of people dying, images of people getting blown up. But instead, I have some other things that I'd like to show you. But don't worry, they're killing in the West Bank, killing in Lebanon. You know, holding on to territory in Syria. I don't know, you know, the IDF, it's like they're, you know, I keep hearing these reports that the IDF is like, stop with the, apparently there's like 8 different fronts that Israel is fighting on. No wonder they need all that money and resources. Really is something, you know, and meanwhile, the support for Israel is just dismal. Politicians are destroying their entire political careers just to support Israel, just to continue that support, you know, that money train rolling. Here's an example, I think out in the UK, you know, a reporter tries a gotcha question. How come you're leaving the Jews out? How come you're leaving the Jews out of these protests? Turns out the person that they're asking is Jewish. And, you know, immediately an organizer steps in to answer the, you know, doesn't shoo away the press person who's trying the gotcha, but answers the questions, you know, eloquently, well-informed, you know, just totally on point. Like, it's just not working anymore. In fact, it's interesting to see in the United States the new tactics that are being used by AIPAC and others, where they're smearing the progressive anti-Zionist candidates by paying for advertisements that say they support Israel. So it's totally crazy. Israel, you know, Israel-aligned groups are paying for advertising against the progressive candidate where they say that they support Israel. And they're doing the same thing with ICE as well. You know, these PACs that support ICE, they're going after progressive candidates by saying they support ICE. It's a topsy-turvy world. They clearly understand that it's not a popular position to have. We're seeing, you know, instead of AIPAC funding these candidates, we're seeing the new groups pop up that, you know, that don't have Israel in their name, that no one's ever heard of, but are, of course, they're aligned with Israel. So, you know, they're desperate. They're desperate. They see the writing on the wall. They see how bad the situation is. And it's a losing battle. It really is a losing battle. As long as they continue the genocides, the apartheids, the territory expansion, the settler territory, you know, the settler colonialism, they will continue to lose. So here's a great example of what I'm talking about with that 3-step program. This could be you. Maybe you're not comfortable enough to, you know, get on the microphone, you know, see this, get on the microphone, but this could be you. This could be you in the crowd. This could be you. This could be you showing solidarity. It's really not that hard. It feels great. Let me tell you something. The oligarchy, the tyrants of the world, they are frightened to death of this. This is this is what they have nightmares about. They understand everywhere, tyrants everywhere of every shape and size and flavor. They what they hate the most is people organizing, people unifying around issues and showing solidarity. Because it shows that they're not afraid, right? And if you think oh, that's not true, then why do they fight so hard against it? Why are we seeing all these new laws pop up in the UK about when you can and can't protest and what you can and can't say, and of course we're seeing this in the United States as well, but really anywhere, Russia, they crack down on this stuff. China, they crack down on it. Why? Because it works. Because it creates movements that create political change, and that's the last thing a tyrant wants. So don't think for a second that any of this is a waste of time, because if it was a waste of time, they would just, who cares, right? They wouldn't even bother putting in laws or resisting. But they sweat. It's one of the few things they're actually afraid of. Jeff Bezos is absolutely terrified of stuff like this. Let me show you what it looks like to be out there on the streets resisting the political movement called Zionism.
What do you say to people who say Jews were excluded from today's rally?
Well,
We're here.
there are lots of Jews here, and we're very welcome.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? It's a gotcha kind of thing. It's, why are you excluding us? Why are you, anti-Semitic? Why do you support anti-Semitic movements? Well, actually we're not. And conflating Zionism with Judaism is anti-Semitic in and of itself. We know where our morals are. We know what's right and wrong. You're not going to gaslight us and confuse us and shame us. These are intentional tactics that pro-Zionist institutions use to try and deflate and destroy progressive movements. Because what they would have preferred is this person to him and haw, or say, or agree with the person, right? Oh, well, we're excluding Jewish people because this and that, right? Then it immediately goes to the mainstream media, it gets clipped out, sent to the clip farm factory, and then it goes through that cycle, right? So that's what this person with the microphone wanted to happen, but instead, this is what happened.
We're just asking about how Jewish people feel excluded. They're saying they feel excluded some Jewish groups. So
which Jewish groups have been saying that?
Like the campaign against anti-Semitism.
They do not speak for anti-Zionist or pro-Palestine Jews, so they're not here because they only speak for Zionist Jews, and we are not Zionist Jews.
So you don't want to see a state of Israel?
No, I want to see a free Palestine. I want to see justice. I want to see the end to occupation. I want to see the end genocide and apartheid. I want all humans to be treated as humans, as I would hope Jews would have done. We weren't. That's how so many of us got slaughtered. I never want to see that happen to anyone again. Stop the hate.
Never again, right?
Campaign for anti-Semitism. They don't care about humanity. They only care. They don't care about Jews. They just care about weaponizing our trauma, weaponizing our grief, weaponizing our identities to push their own agenda, which is essentially just an imperialist, supremacist agenda that puts everyone in a vulnerable and unsafe position, even Jews. Zionism can't exist without the existence of anti-Semitism, because it can only legitimize itself through
Doesn't it just mean a state of Israel?
Anti-Semitism. Sorry?
Doesn't it just mean the right for Israel to exist?
That was what was told to Jews at the beginning so that they could give it legitimacy. Before the Holocaust, Jews did not support the state of Israel. Jews wanted to be safe in the countries that they lived in. There was a huge movement. The biggest social democratic movement in the USSR was an anti-Zionist Jewish movement, and that whole history has been wiped out to support Zionism.
Right, and Mehdi Hassan, don't mean to jump around clips. Welcome back, Seneca Athena. Always good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you to all you lurkers in the chat. I appreciate you. You know I do. But Mehdi Hassan has a great breakdown of the canard of the right to Israel's right to exist. Israel's right to exist. Right. That's it's the first thing that's brought up. Right here, it's bullshit. I'll just play it for you right now because it's a go-to. It's been weaponized. And he does a great job rebutting this this tactic. This whole, well, what do you mean? If you criticize Israel in any kind of way, they frame it as you are making the argument that Israel doesn't have the right to exist, right? That Israel shouldn't be defending itself, right? Absolutely. Thank you, MC. I appreciate that. Make sure to give us a link to any of your music or projects. I'd love to share it. Mathematician, welcome back. Good to see you. Simply Steve over here smoking a blunt. But no, Mehdi Hassan has a great video about, this right to exist argument that we see so much, because it really is, it's a canard. It's trickery. It's criticizing a political entity doing terrible things is not you making an argument against the existence of said country. Now, there are leftists that are making that argument, though. That does make everything more complicated, right? And they go, well, the entire existence of Israel is one of, colonialism. The whole project was started after World War II. Britain just picked a spot, and said, bloop, here we go. The Zionist political movement has dedicated from the very beginning, dedicated itself to the eradication of these territories, and there's very salient arguments that could be made that a two-state solution is basically impossible, because the stated goal of the Zionist movement is the eradication of all Middle East countries. So it's only a matter of time. I disagree with that. Like, I think it's, as much as I would like to see, the clock rolled back and things done differently, I think it's a little too late. And we gotta deal with the fact that Israel exists, and and a two-state solution, while currently right now is completely pie in the sky. There's absolutely no, it's laughed at by your average Israeli politician, even the so-called moderates in the Knesset. They laugh at the concept of a two-state solution. But this idea that we're going to be, there's some leftists out there that have this idea that we're just going to be able to give it all back to the Palestinians, and I don't know what we're going to do with these people that are there, these settlers that are there, basically from all over the world, right? Well, here's the thing: is that there's just, we're just now getting political momentum to talk about the aggressive nature of Israel. We're kind of jumping the gun here, in terms of if we want to go all the way to, we want to really agree with the from the river to the sea rhetoric. What are we going to do with these people? Where are we going to put them? It's a conversation that we don't need to be having, because we need to have a conversation just about, giving back the West Bank from the settlers, right? And Gaza as well, reducing the amount of settlers, removing those settlers, and those settlers need a place to go. So obviously they would go back into Israel proper, into the main portion of Israel. It's a very difficult conversation, and honestly, it's not going to happen without war, without fighting. The reducing the settler movement, returning sovereignty to Palestine, reconnecting Gaza and the West Bank. These things could theoretically happen without a major military incursion. The leftist idea that we can completely remove Israel is not going to happen without a major military operation. And of course, that this is why the Zionists have militarized their entire society, because they're afraid of that coming to pass. So honestly, I feel like leftists do need to compromise on this when it comes to the existence of Israel. And I think honestly, you're kind of helping the Zionist movement by making the argument, the Hassan style argument, that that Israel just needs to be completely removed, because what you're calling for is war, no doubt about it. And we're like I said, we're just now having a conversation about slowing Israel down, stopping Israel's expansion. slowing down the weapons, slowing down the resources, and you want to jump, right to chapter 50. We're like at chapter 2, and you want to jump right to chapter 50. And I'm not trying to make the argument that it's eventual, right? But I am making the argument that Israel as a country and the people, the population of Israel, they will need to compromise. They will need to give back territory to the Palestinians, to Syria, to Lebanon. They will need to give these things back. And we can make that argument really well if we say, if we try to make the promise, if we try to, that this is not a project to destroy Israel, to remove Israel altogether, because that basically is like an all or nothing argument coming. If you're Israel, you're like, well, I'm just going to go harder. Then I'm just going to, there's no compromise whatsoever. If you're coming to the negotiating table with, we're going to wipe you out, and you just need to accept it. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about there, MC. I'm going to have to, claim ignorance on agreement that Zimbabwe did before Tony Blair ripped them off. Is this an apartheid thing? They were buying the land back from the white farmers. Okay, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. You're talking about with the settlers, removing settlers from positions. Yeah, I mean, like, compromises need to be made. Negotiations need to be made if we are to avoid war. But if you're a leftist that's saying from the river to the sea, unironically, remove Israel because of the whole experiment that started in the 40s has been a colonial experiment, and we're just going to roll back the clock. What you are calling for is war. And there's no country, not even the Arab states that surround Israel are interested in that. They tried it once, then the Nakba happened, and then there really hasn't been any. Even now, with the suffering, with the expansion that we're seeing, with the bombing, the killings, even now there is just no appetite. And I think UAE and Qatar are to blame somewhat for this, but there's really no appetite to unify. To create that unified resistance against Israel that would be required in engaging in a full-blown war that would then eliminate Israel, right? So it's like why are we making this so difficult for ourselves as leftists, right? When it comes to the question of Israel, it's like, yeah, no, it's, because the argument is sound, right? Like, the whole thing started, as a criminal enterprise, as a colonial enterprise, right? But they've successfully taken, there's millions of people there. I think it's like, I never hear leftists that are unironically doing the from the river to the sea thing. I never hear them acknowledge the reality that what they're calling for is full-blown war without allies. Like, we don't have none of it's organized, nobody's ready, no one agrees to that, but somehow, some way, we're gonna do this. I think it's more realistic to say we have to carrot and stick Israel, right? We have to reduce the amount of weapons, reduce the amount of support, eliminate weapons, eliminate support, basically. Force some kind of compromise, force the Israeli government to force the settlers to relinquish the land that they've stolen in Gaza, that they've stolen in the West Bank, that they've stolen in Syria, that they've stolen in Lebanon, and, reduce that. And then force Israel, and this is the most important part of the compromise, is that we have to force Israel to declare its borders. That has to be part of that, where it's like, okay, definitively, boom, put the flag down, draw the fucking map, send the email to Google. These are the borders of Israel. We will expand no further. Make them sign a document that says we will expand no further. Of course they will break that. Of course they will try for decades and decades and decades, as long as the right-wing elements are in control of the Israeli government. They won't, but we need to force them to do these things. And, you know, obviously, if they continue to go too far, if they continue to commit genocide, they continue, you know, then we can start talking about, you know, well, this entity needs to be, unfortunately, right, we need to start having conversations about undoing the entire Zionist project, right? But I think that's where we should start as leftists who want to see peace in the Middle East, is that we have to start with, you know, reducing the settlers and forcing Israel to declare its borders. And, you know, a certain amount of time goes by, they absolutely refuse to adhere to any of these things, you know, and then Western elements who are compromised by the Israeli government are allowing them to, you know, to break these agreements. You know, then, okay, now we, you know, like they drop a nuke, right? Like the Israeli government drops a fucking nuke, and it's like, okay, now we got to escalate, right? Now we got to take it to this next level. Obviously the two-state solution talk, you know, the idea of, you know, forcing Israel to declare its borders and forcing Israel to rein in the settlers. That's not enough. They still dropped a nuke. They still went too far. They still, you know, basically did a Holocaust, right? And then that's when we escalate. But if we're going to the table with, you know, pack up your shit and go, what we are saying is we want to declare war against Israel. And that's a whole other argument, because you got to, you know, if you want war against Israel, now you have to fight against the propaganda that basically says, aha, we were right. Aha, this entire leftist resistance to Zionism was always a ploy to just destroy all of Israel. So we got to fight that, and we have to convince the various Western governments and local Middle Eastern governments to go along with this massive war, which would be millions and millions of lives, trillions of dollars, who knows what would happen, right? You got Israel bombing all kinds of things, Israel dropping a nuke somewhere. The likelihood of Israel dropping a nuke is very high if the complete elimination of the Israeli state is on the table, if that's what we're arguing. You see what I mean? How it's like, it's kind of a non-starter. And, you know, and it's like, we have to try to make it work. And it sucks. It does suck, because it is theft. It is colonialism. It is basically rewarding colonialism. But they got the nuke. They stole it. They stole it, but they got the nuke. And that does change things a bit. Hopefully, I know I kind of stumbled through that. Hopefully, I'm kind of you're kind of understanding my argument here on why we shouldn't be. It sucks, but we shouldn't be making this argument that we need to completely eliminate Israel. You know, as leftists. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm talking about, which is like we have to, you know, we got a carrot and stick. We got to stop. First of all, we have to stop giving them money and resources to, you know, fund their expansion. We have to force them to the table, to force the settlers back. And the big thing, this is the biggest thing. Oh, there's two big things, right? We got to have them agree to share Jerusalem again. You know, Donald Trump fucked that up. But of course, the biggest thing is that they have to declare their borders. This is where Israel ends, and this is where Palestine begins. This is where Jordan begins. This is where Syria. You agree, signed on the dotted line. This is the country of Israel, right? Because it's crazy. They're one of the only countries in existence that hasn't declared their borders. Well, maybe we're this big, maybe not. If we can get away with it, it's totally ridiculous, right? It's totally ridiculous. But we have to address these things, and I think it's detrimental to the argument to be coming to the table with a pack up your shit, get the fuck out argument. Even if that is morally correct, even if that is actually the morally correct stance, which is like, no, you stole it. You know, the British just gave you this shit. You know, you committed a genocide to hold on to it, right? With the Nakba. Welcome back, Smash. Welcome back, your boy Lenny. Always good to see you. hopefully I was able to, make my point. I know it sucks. This is geopolitics. I'm constantly falling back on that though. Like, oftentimes in geopolitics, in politics in general, it's there's no perfect answer here, right? I do believe that technically we're going to have to reward the Israeli government with a country, reward their criminality, the Zionist political movement with a country, to create peace. Welcome back, German cow. But let's get back to what I was talking about here. The AFD, yeah. You're talking in Germany. You're talking about the AFD movement in Germany. But no, let me show you this video here, because this is a very important video. It's a very short video. Mehdi Hassan knocks it out of the park. How ridiculous the right to exist argument is, and how to combat it and push back against it. I think that's it's very important. So let's watch this.
I have been debating hardcore Zionists, Israelis, supporters of Israel for years now, decades. And the conversation always comes back to one line, one phrase,
Well, Smash, they can be forced. And if they drop the nuke regardless, then we escalate. Okay? But we can't if we're coming to the table with, you're never going to accept it, you're never going to change, we can't force you, then what you are advocating for is war. And you have to own that. I am you have to say, I am advocating for the Middle Eastern elements and Western elements to engage in war against Israel. Okay? And I think a lot of leftists, they want their cake and to eat it too. Right? They don't want to declare war. They don't want to declare eradication, but that's exactly what they're asking for, right? With that kind of attitude. So yeah, I mean, and I totally disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Smash, because even if I agreed with you, the countries aren't there. There's no energy behind that, right? We're more likely to get support to reduce the settlers, to have Israel declare its borders, right? To reduce the amount of support, the weapons and whatever, and money going into Israel. You're way more likely to win those arguments than an argument of, I want to go to war against Israel, I want to eradicate Israel. To me, it's literally starting. It's like literally, playing the game on ultra super de-duper hard. You have no support. You got this propaganda machine that basically is able, you've kind of weaponized yourself against other leftists who don't want that, because you're basically acting now as a propaganda tool for Bibi Netanyahu and the rest of the Zionist movement that can point to you and say, see, they want to eliminate us. See, from the river to the sea, that's what it actually means. Destroy Israel. That's what they actually want. Like, see, they agree with Hamas, right? They agree with Hezbollah that Israel shouldn't exist. And I think it's just like, look, and obviously it's a free country. You can believe what you want to believe. But I just think, I always think of it because I want to win, right? I'm the leftist that wants to win. And winning means compromise. Smash, that we're talking about geopolitics here. We're not talking about the perfect world situation. Okay? You are typing this on stolen land, right? As you speak, wherever you are, because I assume it's a Western country. I assume America. But even if you're in the UK or the United States, you're on colonialized land. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it, doesn't make things, convenient. But are you really going to sit here and say, let's give back these countries? It's too late. It's too late. So we have to continue to move forward, right? Land acknowledgement, reparations, giving back certain area. Canada's doing a great job with this, giving back certain territorial areas, back to the conquered peoples. But the idea that we're just going to wipe out all of Canada and just give it back to the Aboriginal groups, the Aboriginal tribes that were originally here, is kind of ludicrous. And it's kind of a non-starter. You're not going to win these arguments. Okay? You're not going to, and I want to win. I want to win. So, you know, coming to the table and saying, I want to go to war against Israel, I want to wipe out Israel, is playing the game on impossible difficulty. Where I'm like, well, okay, so we're not going to win that argument. Non-starter, basically, right? We get to keep our morals. We get to keep our principles, whatever that means, but we're not going to win. I would prefer to go down the direction where we win, where the settler movement is reduced, the genocides and apartheid, obviously, you know, I don't know what we can do about apartheid within Israel, right? Changing the internal laws of Israel. But we can force them to force the settlers back. We can force them through carrot and sticking to declare their borders, right? We can force them through carrot and stick to share Jerusalem once again. Like these things are obtainable. What you're talking about, it might as well be impossible. It might as well be impossible. And I want to win. Okay? Look, I like morals, I like principles. I'm big on that. I love that. But if it means choosing morals and principles and losing or bending on those morals and principles but winning, I'm going to choose winning. And that's how geopolitics works. And it sucks. It fucking sucks, okay? But that's geopolitics right there in a nutshell. But let's watch this video from Mehdi Hassan about the right to exist argument.
I have been debating hardcore Zionists, Israelis, supporters of Israel for years now, decades. And the conversation always comes back to one line, one phrase, one talking point.
Exactly,
do you
female
or do
unit.
you not support Israel's right to exist? You've all heard that line before, right? It's the go-to move. If you don't support Israel's right to exist, you're an extremist. You're an anti-Semite. You want to wipe Israel and millions of Israeli Jews off the map. Even many critics of Israel are often left frantically conceding, yes, of course I support Israel's right to exist. But you don't have to concede on this point. It's a bullshit argument. Some of you may know I wrote a book about debating. And if you don't know, you know now. And today I want to share with you 3 arguments you can use if you find yourself stuck in a debate with someone who insists you recognize Israel's right to exist. Here's how you debunk their argument. Time for a debunking. Number 1, right to exist where?
Exactly.
Where? Where does this right to exist actually apply? Because Israel is the only country in the world that refuses to define its borders. So if you want me to recognize Israel's right to exist, does that right of Israel's extend into Gaza, the West Bank, the Golan Heights, East Jerusalem, all of which are considered illegally occupied territory under international law, and yet all of which are claimed by the current government of Israel as Israeli land? So right to exist where? Number 2, what is this right to exist? Where does it come from? Because states don't have a right to exist. No such natural or legal right exists. People, individuals have a right to exist. Human beings have that right. Not states, not countries. States change their composition, their governing structures, their ideologies, their regimes, their borders all the time.
All the time.
They're not fixed for eternity. The USSR broke up
And they weren't ordained by God either, you know?
into Russia and 14 other new states. Yugoslavia broke up into Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, and the rest. Czechoslovakia split into Slovakia and the Czech Republic. What happened to the USSR's right to exist, or Yugoslavia's, or Czechoslovakia's? I mean, think about it. Does the UK have a right to exist? And if so, does that mean Scotland, for example, can never vote for independence? Would we say to Scots who voted in a referendum to be independent from the UK, sorry, you can't leave? That would be going against the UK's right to exist.
Yeah.
Of course not. People have rights, not states. To be clear, there is no right for countries to exist, nor for countries to continue to exist. None whatsoever. And number 3, last but not least, if there is a right to exist, as they claim, does Palestine have a right to exist? Because last time I checked, Israel exists. As a matter of fact, it's a country.
Yeah, so I mean, MC, you're correct, but really that is kind of a lifelong battle that we're going to be having in all human spaces, right? the defense of human rights, the existence of human rights, what are human rights, what is right, what is wrong, right? And it's like these are important conversations that we need to have, but we can't lose the forest from the trees here. You know what I mean? Is that these are important conversations to have, but as soon as these conversations become such a distraction that they've actually become tools to divide and conquer the movement, we got a problem there, right? If having these debates slows down progress altogether, and it's like, well, I don't want to make a move until we've defined what this is and that is, right? It's this is how leftist movements destroyed themselves. Okay, so it as always, the left has it more difficult than the right, because the right are absolutists, right? And they say, well, here's what it is, and here's the answer, and here's what we got to do. We just got to, steamroll everything else and destroy everything. And, I hear right wingers constantly talk about how the only thing that's important is force. The only thing that's important is violence, right? We don't need to worry about any of these other concerns, right? So they're absolutist, they're maximalist. Whereas the left are like, well, no, hold on. Human rights exist. Let's have a debate about what those are, what that actually means, how does that actually work. It makes our job more difficult. But ultimately, this is how the left creates a much more fair and equitable society, is by asking these questions, but trying to come up with the best worst answer. Because it's never going to be the perfect answer, right? It's never going to be the perfect answer, but we mustn't allow these debates to slow us down. Welcome back, Mecha Kind.
But not least, if there is a right to exist, as they claim, does Palestine have a right to exist? Because last time I checked, Israel exists. As a matter of fact, it's a country with sovereignty. It's on the map with its undeclared border.
We're going to be, as soon as we're done with Israel, Gaza, we're going to be moving right to Ukraine. So thank you so much for that update, Seneca. Feel free to put the channel in the chat. No problem sharing that with other people. Female eunuchs, pragmatism, whatever you want to call it. I call it winning. You know what I mean? Like, I want to win these fights. And we can't allow perfect to be the enemy of good. Right? Because what I believe is that once we achieve good, we don't stop. We don't get complacent, right? Because the left, we can't. We're constantly debating this, right? So once we've achieved good, then we can try for perfect, right? And then we keep hammering away on that. We keep moving forward and achieving and making decisions and taking those steps forward, even if they're imperfect. Even if they're imperfect at the time, right? Because as soon as we make that decision and we put our foot down and we've solidified that, then we start trying to make it better. And it's endless. We have to understand that. Like, it never stops, right? That's why I say, like, this is a lifestyle, leftist politics, nonviolent direct political action, right? It's a lifestyle of constantly, you know how doctors, they call their operation a practice, right? Because they understand that, the concept of healing people, the concept of, because there's no such thing as a cure, right? There's no such thing as that. It's a constant alliterative process of trying to make things better. As soon as we have a new technique, how can we make it better? How can we make it more effective? We don't just stop. Oh, we created aspirin, so we're done, right? We're done trying to fix headaches, right? Because we got aspirin. Good enough. No. They go, okay, what is causing headaches? How do we fix this? Thank you, MC. I appreciate that. I do agree, though, that it kind of sucks, though, because sometimes we got to eat shit. But that's politics, man. And it's like, this is why it scares so many people away, because it's like, well, I don't want to eat shit. It's like, well, that's fucking politics. Smash, it's okay to have ultimate goals, but like I said before, having debates about ultimate goals can oftentimes be a technique to divide and conquer, to slow us down, right? Where it's like, well, yeah, ultimately in a perfect world, the goal is, equity and freedom for all, and everyone is agreed on everything. And yeah, that's perfectly fine to have that way up at the very top, but right. But we're way down here, right? There's no point in discussing chapter 50 when we're on chapter 2. You know, and I want to get to chapter 50. I want to get to that fucking mountaintop that Martin Luther King was talking about. But it requires a lot of fucking work. And the more we divide and conquer ourselves, the easier it is for the fascistic right-wing conservative elements to destroy us. And they are very well aware of it. Let me tell you, the CIA has a whole fucking manual that was written in the 60s about how to destroy progressive leftist movements. And the number one technique is to slow everything down with endless debate about, the definition of words and the definition of principles and what do we actually stand for. They understand it to be an incredible weakness amongst the left. And if we want to get over that weakness, we have to address it. And we have to understand that, that we can't allow perfect to be the enemy of good. And we can get to perfect, but we're going to have to do like 100,000 goods before we get to perfect, right? Because as soon as we get a good and we make that decision, we put our foot down, right? The 40-hour work week, right? Voting rights, women's suffrage, right? We hit those goods. It's like, well, it's not good enough, is it? Society still isn't perfectly equitable, right? There's still all kinds of problems with exploitation, even in a 40-hour work week. So it's an alliterative process of constantly, never being satisfied, but always moving forward.
Over at the UN, it's Israel that's a full member state, not Palestine. And it's the US, by the way, blocking Palestine's right to exist at the UN as a full sovereign member state. The idea that in a world where Israel is genociding the Palestinians in Gaza, ethnically cleansing them in the West Bank, and blocking their legal right to return from refugee camps across the region, the idea that in that world, Israel's right to exist is the one we should be concerned about, and not Palestine's, is both ridiculous and, let's be honest, racist.
Right, it is.
But look, this entire discourse...
It's racist because it's, human rights for everybody but Palestinians. And it doesn't stop at Palestine, as we've seen with Lebanon, right? Because then it turns into human rights for everybody but the Lebanese and the Palestinians. Then human rights for everybody but the Egyptians, the Lebanese, and the Palestinians. That's the whole idea. That's how this argument evolves and evolves and evolves. And like I said before, the only relevant question I have for people that support Zionism is, what is going to be your excuse when Israel completes this project? When Gaza Strip is completely wiped out, what are you going to say? We had no choice. Which direction are you going to go in? They made us do it. Because everything else is a distraction. Everything else is kind of a distraction, right? What is going to be your excuse? Because what you're not saying is your ultimate goal is the destruction of Palestine. You're never going to admit that, but that is your ultimate goal. That is what you're supporting with this, with arguments like the right to exist, right? So what are you going to say? What do you got in the hopper? What do you got in the chamber for when that day comes? Because it will come if nothing changes, if nothing stops, if you get your way. Barry Weiss, Eugene Levy, right? All the rest of the, maybe not. No, wait, not Eugene Levy. He's a funny guy. I'm thinking of someone else. Oh man, I'm fucking slandering over here. But what are you going to say, defender of Zionism, when Israel finally declares the Gaza Strip is gone? This is now, the new Gaza Strip, whatever they're going to call it. Call it Zion. Who knows, right? And Jared Kushner is building those hotels on the graves of dead Palestinian children. What are you going to say? How are you going to justify it? Because everything else is a distraction. Everything else is just about buying time. These endless arguments that pro-Zionists have. I mean, that can be then what you are advocating for, MC, is war. Can you admit that? Then if that's truly what you believe, that a two-state solution can never happen, and that the only way forward is to eradicate all of Israel, then you are advocating for war, total war, and the eradication of Israel as a country. You're not going to do it peacefully. Two-state solution through carrot and stick techniques. It's going to be long and arduous and, all kinds of drama. It can't happen without a full-blown total war. Okay? And MC, are you going to take responsibility when Israel drops that nuke? Because they're not just going to sit on their hands and allow a Middle Eastern coalition supported by the West to take them out without firing off a nuke. Okay, so do you agree? Do you support war against Israel, and are you going to be okay morally when Israel drops that nuke? Okay. Welcome to geopolitics, right? Kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it?
Of course, is clear propaganda by supporters of Israel. Have you ever heard this phrase used in any other context other than in the context of defending Israel? Do we talk about Belgium's right to exist, Luxembourg's right to exist, South Africa's right to exist? Of course we don't, because it's all demonstrable bullshit.
Yeah.
So don't be cowed when the right to exist gotcha is thrown in your face. Don't be browbeaten or intimidated or guilted.
Then you're talking about Israel no longer existing, but then the people who currently live in Israel living back on Palestinian land, the Israeli government giving up their sovereignty and giving it to Palestinians. You're talking about a nuke, and you're talking about war. Those things aren't gonna happen without war and without Israel dropping its nuke.
To giving Israel a pass. That's what they want, a pass. But this isn't about Israel's existence, it's about Israel's actions. Its apartheid practices, its endless war crimes, and yes, its ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Right. Oh, I gave it to him. No, I gave it to the daycare. Yeah. All right. So that's a great video by Zateo there talking about the ludicrous right to exist argument, right? Here's the next video I have, and there's going to be some noise in the background for the next couple minutes while my wife gets my son ready to go out for a walk. So I'm just going to mute myself here. But this video is a frightening video about Israeli settlers hunting down Palestinian children. So let's watch.
Israeli settlers are hunting Palestinian kids. That's really, honestly...
See, I disagree with you, MC. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm saying there is a path to a two-state solution through carrot and sticking, through removing weapon support, removing weapon or money infusions. There is a path to a two-state solution that doesn't necessarily require war.
What they're doing. An Israeli settler today decided to shoot up a Palestinian school, murdering one child, one man, and injuring several others. This is the Israeli settler here. Let me see if there's a photo of him. This is the Israeli settler that ended up shooting two Palestinians dead, a 13-year-old child, and then one man. And the whole thing was recorded on, the whole thing of him just going on this shooting rampage was recorded on video. Anna Kasparian stated, "Why are we funding this?" Dropsite News posted this. The video has been circulating a lot on social media now. And you see right here at the bottom where these buildings are, you see children running.
Thank you very much, Smash.
Kind of just sounds like firecrackers almost of gunshots. And it's coming from the mountains here. And here's a zoomed in footage of it. And there's the settler right there.
That's probably
just
an
doing
American
his thing.
Weapon
Israeli. So Dropsite News says Israeli settlers shot dead a 14-year-old student, a 32-year-old man at the West Bank school, with Israeli forces providing protection. Israeli settlers opened fire at the boys' school in the village east of Ramallah on Tuesday afternoon. And on Tuesday afternoon, and with live bullets.
I totally agree with that, MC.
There we go. With live bullets, according.
I totally agree. Like, part of the carrot and sticking is forcing the Israeli government to hold the criminals accountable, right? Ben Gvir needs to be, ironically tried by the Hague, right? So I totally agree with that. Like, it's not going to be real. It's not going to be lasting. Unless the criminals are held accountable. But, that frankly needs to happen in the West, before, like, this is why we need to take over as the left movement. This is why the left needs to go farther than we've ever gone before, even after the Civil War, just giving the rebels a pass. No, we need to hold them accountable. We have to hold our parties accountable. We need to take over our government. It's not impossible, but it's pretty fucking difficult. Okay? And then we can start holding Israel accountable once we've taken over our government. This is, this is why I stress so hard nonviolent direct political resistance, the 3-step program, because we have to take control before we can start making these things happen, in internationally. We have to hold our own criminals accountable, and then we can, start holding these international criminals accountable that we've been supporting, that we've been funding. This settler shooting this weapon, that's an American weapon, most likely. But this is why we have to take this shit seriously, and we have to win, right? We got to look at Zoran Mamdani. We got to look at, characters like AOC and whatnot. And even if we disagree a lot with AOC, but it's not going to happen with us on the sidelines and wagging our finger and shaming the shameless. It's only going to happen if we take over. And taking over requires fight, requires taking responsibility, requires compromise. It's not easy, but it's necessary. It's necessary. If we want to see justice, if we want to see, things like The Hague taken seriously again, it's not going to come from neoliberals, and it's certainly not going to be coming from the fascistic right. Only the progressive left is willing to hold these people accountable, right? If Gavin Newsom gets in, if somehow the presidential election happens, right, and Gavin Newsom wins, he's not going to hold the fascistic Trump admin accountable. It's going to be Barack Obama all over again with George Bush and the rest of those criminals. Looking forward, not behind. No accountability. I don't want to hold them accountable anymore. I don't want to do that. We have to take over. We have to take over the Democratic Party. We have to take over this country. And we have to start steering this country in the right decision, in the right direction. And leftists have a hard time. It's like, ooh, taking over. Ooh, egalitarian. Ooh, I don't like hierarchies. We have to get over these things. We have to get over these things. We have to start being a little bit more militant. And, we have the moral high ground here. We know we're right. We know that what we are calling for is morally right. We want to save lives. We want to make lives easier. We want people to have more fruitful lives. But we're not going to do that unless we crush our enemies politically. The right understands this. It comes totally natural to the right because violence, is totally natural and feels good to the right. So they have no problem making these arguments. But for the left, it's like, ooh, can't we find the perfect way to make everybody happy? Right? And it's like, no, we're going to have to piss off a lot of people. And we're going to have to destroy a lot of careers to get what we want. And we want to get what we want. It's not fucking easy.
To the Palestinian news agency, a paramedic at the scene said at least 3 settlers deliberately fired at children attempting to escape from a classroom from a position approximately 50 meters away.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, MC. The 3-step program is individuals, not just, charismatic leaders, but individuals taking responsibility for their citizenship and driving a movement, right? I'm not talking about AOC following the 3-step program. I'm talking about us, regular Joes, regular schmucks, right? Taking responsibility, following the 3-step program, engaging in nonviolent direct resistance, and making this into a lifestyle, right? Because you're totally right. We can't depend on charismatic leaders to inspire the masses. This isn't Tropico, right? Like we have to. Each individual needs to take responsibility, right? And it's a lifestyle. It really is. It's not. You can't be a tourist on this, right? You can't take your freedom. You have to take your freedom seriously.
So, I mean, there you have it, and they're just they're going on a shooting rampage, and of course, nothing happens to them. By the way, every single time
exactly,
they do.
Back to this video. I mean, I agree, MC. But we also need to understand the usefulness of politicians, the usefulness of politics. Because there's a lot of leftists, who are anarchist flavored, who think we can somehow make this happen without utilizing these systems that exist, and that we're somehow going to magically remake all these systems. And it's like, why are we making this so difficult for ourselves, right? The goal should be taking over these systems. And then, once we're firmly in control and things have been stabilized, okay, now we can have a conversation about diminishing these systems, reducing these systems, right? To try and free people even more. But, we have to understand the usefulness of politicians. And obviously we should despise politicians and treat them like tools, have no allegiance to politicians unless they are delivering what we want. But we, as a movement, we do need to understand the usefulness of politics and politicians. But anyway, back to this over here. We're not hearing any of this on Morning Joe. We're not hearing any of this on CBS or CNN. Smash, it's disgusting.
Nothing happens to them. That's it. They might get arrested, maybe put in prison for get put in jail.
No, they don't even get put in jail. They get a little slap on the wrist, and then that's it. Literally, they get their guns taken away for 5 seconds, and then it's right back to it. Ben Gvir, who's like 3 seconds away from Bibi Netanyahu, from taking over as the primary leader of the entire Israeli government, wants to give these guys medals.
A few days and then get a slap on the wrist and get free. Let free. That's what happens. They're just let free after a few days. Every single time. The back in 2023, my uncle's neighbor in the occupied West Bank, 11 years old.
So I need to keep the ball rolling. I've been babbling for too long. If you guys want to see the rest of this video here, make sure you support this fella. Wally Rashid seems to be doing a pretty solid fucking job. Definitely check him out. You know me, I love my independent news folks, so make sure you're checking out Wally Rashid over here, doing a great job covering the stories that mainstream media doesn't want to cover. So make sure you're supporting these independent creators. We got, only 71K subscribers. We got to bump those numbers up, right? So make sure you're supporting Wally Rashid here. Thank you for that update. We're not done. I think this is my last. Yeah, I got 2 more videos here. And, this is it's very important to talk about stories like this when it comes to Israel, because you see a lot of moderates try, and Bernie Sanders does this quite a bit, basically try to just blame Bibi Netanyahu. And it's unfortunate to say this, but it is a societal cancer right now, this hatred of Arab people across almost all of Israeli society. There's small pockets of progressive elements within Israel that have no power whatsoever. They sometimes protest. We see this in the Orthodox community as well. Protesting, saying that, this Zionist movement does not represent all of Judaism. They are abnormalities. They are outliers. Grand majority of the Israeli society agrees with what we're going to see here. And that we have to address that so that we are understanding the amount of effort that is going to take, right? When I talk about carrot and sticking, it means, we're not just trying to convince the Israeli government. We have to convince the entire Israeli society that this is done. This expansionism, this colonialism is done. You need to compromise, because right now the entire society doesn't think that they have to compromise whatsoever. They think they either have complete support of the West, or that they have the West on a chain and that they'll do whatever we want. And the next video is going to show that mentality that a good majority of Israelis have. But this gives us a little window of what a good majority of Israeli society believes when it comes to Arabs in general, right? So this rabbi is being honored as a torchbearer at Israel's Independence Day celebrations. after making a name for himself gleefully bulldozing buildings in Gaza. And by the way, this bulldozer was likely given to him by the United States or by the UK. Well, MC, it's complicated. I don't have time to get into it. Most people that are supporting this, they don't think that they're supporting genocide and apartheid. They think they're supporting a victimized country that is under assault from big, baddies from all angles. And once again, this further reason why we need to take over as progressives, because progressives will take over and free our media from corporate control. And I have more videos covering that coming up here about how corporate has completely taken over the mainstream media. Grand majority of American citizens are watching little snippets of this and are basically fully controlled. And only leftist progressives want to free that, free the media and actually make it an independent media viable so that people can actually see independent media. Because right now, only people like us are seeking out independent media. We have to actively seek it out. It's very difficult. As we can see, 71K subscribers on a guy that frankly should be on cable news covering this stuff, right? Handsome fella, covering important topics, right? Wants to be a journalist, clearly qualified to be a journalist. Could not get a normal journalist job if he was, the son of Angelina Jolie, even if it was a total nepotism case, he would not get anywhere near mainstream media. Only the leftist progressive movement would be willing to make to allow independent media to be exposed. So once again, it's another reason why we as progressives need to take over. And we got to take this shit seriously. We got to win. We got to win. Because it's not going to happen by, it's unfair. It's unfair. Make it more fair. The oligarchy laughs at you, spits in your fucking face. Here's your wailings and lamentations, and fucking laughs. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, they're wailing away, but are they actually doing anything to stop me? No, right? After making a name for himself, gleefully bulldozing buildings in Gaza. So here it just, religious freak, shouting, and it's like Akira over here, right? Shouting, religious prophecy, this is ours, it's in the Bible, Yahweh said we could do this, Destroy, advance, destroy, advance. This is the majority of Israeli society. Eliminate the enemy. And who's the enemy? Anyone that the political movement, Zionist political movement declares, which is all their neighbors, including Egypt. Abraham Zarbiv became known for documenting his destruction. They do it proudly. Right, so this is a religious thing, this conch that they do, right? So it's all, and by the way, I need to point this out. The machine that he's sitting in, bulletproof windows, some of these actually have weapons themselves, funded by UK, German, French, United States governments. When our governments are trying to say that, well, we're just trying to provide defensive help, we just bought some bulldozers for him. Come on, it's not even weapons. This is what they're talking about right here. Weaponized bulldozers used to destroy and level Palestinian, but not just Palestinian now, right? They immediately started doing this in Lebanon. Whatever chunk of Lebanon that they just took, they immediately brought the bulldozers out, tried to wipe it all out. And of course, it's about making a situation where it's like there's no point in coming back. We'll flatten you completely. It's a well-known strategy, right? And the reason why most Americans don't know about it is because Morning Joe doesn't have the fucking balls, because they're all Zionists. Unfortunately, they're being paid for, they either get to keep their career or they actually get kickbacks themselves to spread this propaganda. During his roughly 500 days deployed in the Strip during Israel's genocide. The settler, soldier, rabbi, rabbinical judge, and school leader has even become a verb. To Zarbeeb something means to flatten it, like he did in Gaza. So he's, this is the extent of the pervasive nature of this attitude in Israeli society. Such profound immunity. Okay, what did he say here? Hold on. Such profound impurity pervades these homes. Literally Nazi language, right? We're purifying the land. That everything must be destroyed. Very fascistic. And no amount of negotiation will change this. Only carrot and sticking. Only until he can't putz around a territory in his bulldozer with total impunity will he stop. Right? He's going to live his entire life as a hardcore Zionist who believes in eradicating all of the Middle East and creating the Greater Israel Project. He can be defeated, but his mind can never be changed. Not a single tree is untouched by it. The government minister in charge of the celebrations chose him as a torchbearer. So I mean, it's very mainstream stuff. Like this is totally supported by the government. And not just Bibi, not just Ben Gvir. Almost a grand majority of Israeli society. Alongside Argentine president and close Netanyahu ally Javier Milei. Right. So and tyrants, they have a lot to align themselves with this the Zionist movement. You will have nothing left. Talking to the Palestinians. The Hind Rajab Foundation has filed a complaint against Zarbeeb and the ICC and others. And they don't care. Complaints and whatnot. This is why we need to take over, because only the progressive left movement is willing to truly take it to the level necessary to stop tyrants like this. He's in hog heaven. He's loving this. He's loving this. Urging his arrest for war crimes documented in his own video. Right. And only the left, progressive left, would be willing to do that. Gavin Newsom has no interest in doing this. The Cuck Schumer has no interest. Cucky Schumer has no fucking interest in doing this. Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, all the rest of them. And, they hold a certain amount of power over characters like AOC and Bernie Sanders. So even they, right now in the current configuration, wouldn't be really willing to arrest this person and send him to the Hague like it should happen, right? Only until the left has a Tea Party like movement that totally takes over the entire Democratic establishment would we start taking these kind of things seriously, right? Because this would be part of the carrot and stick negotiations, right? Okay, you want aid for this, then you need to arrest this person and send him to the Hague so that war crimes trials can be done, right? Or no more aid, or no more assistance, right? It's that carrot and stick. Right. So they're in hog heaven, absolutely loving it. The last video I have to show for you here is just the general attitude that your average government official or person who is professionally representing Zionism globally or internally, just the general attitude that they have towards the West, right? Because there's the Western face, right, which is like, oh, we're victims and we're just defending ourselves and don't you want to help us? And then there's the internal face, which is these motherfucking suckers are gonna do whatever the fuck we want, and there ain't shit they're gonna do about it. They're bought. I got the completely in our pocket. There ain't shit that they can do about it. And laughing all the way, like unironically, from the river to the sea, but inverse, right? Just unironically talking about genocide and colonialism. There's that classic trope about, if you want to see what the Israeli society and Israeli officials really think, look up their tweets that are in Hebrew only and then do a translation. And it's like fucking 1930s, you know, Sieg Heil all day, every day, man. It's right out of Elon world, okay? They're, you know, the term is Jewish supremacist, but I'm uncomfortable with that because you're kind of aiding in the conflation of Zionism and Judaism, and there's tens of millions of Jews who disagree fundamentally, you know, across the world, disagree fundamentally with Zionism, right? So it's Zionist supremacy is probably the more accurate term. But anyway, here's this woman, Jewish professor Ruth Wise, tells American Jews that it is their job to engage in intellectual and political warfare for Israel. So, I mean, this is the entitled attitude that you see, you know, from people that are deep in this shit. Like, it's your obligation. You got to give us the money. You know, it's like, you know, I don't care that your food is too expensive. I don't care that, you know, our meddling with Iran has totally fucked over your economies. All that is sacrifices I'm willing to make on your behalf, and you should be happy you're doing it. That is basically the entitled attitude here. It really is unbelievable. So let me just play this here.
And you will say, what? You want us to make you look good? That's not my job. Your job is to make us look good. Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about?
I mean, look at the vitriol. Look at her face when she says that, American Jews. They despise us. They despise the West. It really is an attitude of supremacy. We can do that, you know, and it's not easy, but we can do that through carrot and sticking, through soft power, convincing our allies to go along with it. We make it impossible to do otherwise. We don't necessarily have to do everything at the barrel of a gun, but part of carrot and sticking, right, is the stick. Right? We always have that in our back pocket. But to keep the moral high ground, and that's very important for leftist movements in general, to keep the moral high ground, we have to carrot as much as possible before we bust out the stick.
Job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers, although some of you can. You've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments.
Right. How to, and this is why we see this, you know, fighting anti-Semitism, and they're not interested in fighting anti-Semites, right? They'll happily align themselves with out and proud anti-Semites. It's about canceling anybody that believes in Arab human rights, not just Palestinian, but any of the Israeli neighbors, right? Any of their rights. It's about destroying their lives, destroying their careers, making sure it's impossible for them to advance, and spreading as much propaganda, as Lenny said there, as humanly possible, right? And they're like, that's even more important than picking up a gun, is that propaganda war. And unfortunately, she's correct. Welcome back, Ice King. Wonderful. Well, you found the right place.
Now they keep shifting. You know, the ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language. Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the Army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you?
Nukes.
It's an impossibility. So it's the same thing. Don't let the war of words.
She's kind of telling on herself a little bit there. Like, we don't even train for defensive warfare. It's all offense, baby. It's all conquering colonialism. That's what we train for. That's what our goals are.
Ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people. Try to find Israel on the map. It's hardly there. You know, we used to play this game, Where's Waldo? Where is Waldo on the map?
Yeah, no, it's, just totally lying, right? Like, you can't even find Israel. We're so small. We're so tiny. Oh, we have to expand, right? We're the victims here, really. We're so small. I mean, literally, their territory expands every single year.
Are you going to really tell me that this is the country you want to blame? Push them. Teach them how to defend by attacking. Teach them, really, what one says as in fencing. You've got to do that. You've got to make demands on them. They've got to serve for 3 years in the army of words.
So that just, we oftentimes as a progressive, who doesn't agree with the political movement called Zionism, I don't really have to do much, right, to make that argument. They make the argument for me quite easily. So there's going to be some noise here, so I'm going to have to mute my mic. But moving on to Ukraine, this just happened recently. This was just reported on just today by The Sun. But a Ukrainian was able to, hack his way into a training video. So what we see here is this is a Ukrainian, masquerading as a Russian. But these are a bunch of young Russian recruits that think that they're going to be watching some propaganda or something, but they actually get a message from a Ukrainian officer that is a little different than what they were expecting. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Тогда передаем вам слово. Представьтесь, да, где вы...
This is the astonishing moment. A Ukrainian soldier successfully infiltrates a Russian university to warn students they face certain death if they go to war.
Находитесь в каком подразделении, ну и в целом про свою жизнь расскажите нам, пожалуйста, очень интересно.
Всех приветствую, благодарен за возможность выступить в такой аудитории, хоть и отдаленно. Меня попросили рассказать про службу на СВО, в каких войсках я сейчас служу.
University bosses had invited who they thought was one of their countrymen to speak at the recruitment drive for Vladimir Putin's war machine. This is amazing.
Я служу в войсках БПЛА, в подразделении «Рубикон», в совсем новых войсках, как, может, кто-то не знает. Я хочу рассказать реальную историю.
These sessions pressure impressionable students into signing. So these are just students that are being encouraged to sign up for the war, into signing army contracts to boost Putin's ailing forces, said to be losing 30,000 soldiers a month. 30,000. Just picture 30,000 dead people. Okay? 30,000 dead people. Picture that. The bodies, right? A month.
Русских героев-дронщиков. Позывной Гудвин командовал расчетом БПЛА разведки. Был профессионалом высочайшей квалификации, на самом деле.
But after being given the floor, the trickster reveals his true identity to stun students at Kuban State University in Krasnodar.
И был такой же с позывным Эрнест. Опытный военный, настоящий кадровый офицер. Они служили подальше от передовой. Только вот проблема их командиры деньги вымогал у подчиненных.
Whoa! Did you see that part? Oh yeah, no. His commander, this is a totally common thing in the Russian military. They steal money from these fresh soldiers coming in, either through extortion or just through violence.
Подчиненных.
Extorted
Что
money
я
from
хочу
his
сказать?
subordinates.
Я на самом деле военный, только не русский, а украинский. И хочу вам сказать, не дай бог вы пойдете сюда, мне придется вас убить, каждого, кто подпишет данный контракт. Лица ваши все срисованы, так же, как и ректора, так же, как и кто представлял только что это все вам, военного, который только что рассказывал вам за это. Линия фронта не движется уже 4 года.
Just now, you can see, just now they're starting to, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here?
Стоит на месте. Кладбище размером в 2 страны. И честно говоря...
A cemetery, what does this say here? A cemetery the size of 2 countries.
Размером в 2 страны. И честно говоря, каждого, кто придет на украинскую землю, каждого мы убьем.
We will kill every one of them. Whoa! He got that whole message across before he was cut off. Huge! Imagine being a student sitting there, like, whoa, dude. Because, like, think about it. If they can infiltrate something as simple and stupid as this little propaganda thing that they're forcing, students to go through, what else can they do? Right? What else can they do? Right? How deeply infiltrated is our military? How compromised is our military? Pretty frightening stuff. So I wanted to report on this because it's kind of an example how Western media spreads pro-Kremlin propaganda by talking about the realities of the battlefield. Now, I'm not saying that the Guardian here has to be like, Slava Ukraine and our brave soldiers on the Ukrainian front and all that, be propagandistic. But the headline here is a bit misleading because it's talking about something that really happened, but doesn't really convey that this is a battlefield reality. And this is what happens when a country doesn't have the support of its allies. Right, so the headline is Ukrainian soldiers left emaciated on front line from lack of food and water, and that is technically true. The reality is that the commander was incompetent. On top of that, Russia blew up a supply line. This is a frontline battle reality, and that if the Ukrainian military had more support, had better, was better supported, better supplied, these kind of battlefield realities would be few and far between. But this is what it's like being on the front lines of a fight and not receiving all the support from your so-called allies. Let me read a little bit of this. Ukraine's defense ministry has fired a top commander, right? So it's, so it's like the headline is misleading, but then the reporting, which a lot of people don't even read the reporting, right? You'll see Tim Pool just like, see, we shouldn't be helping them. Ukraine's defense minister has fired a top commander after photos emerged of a group of emaciated soldiers who have been left on the front line for months without proper food and water. The scandal erupted after the wife of one of the soldiers, Anastasia Schlitschuk, posted the images on social media. The four men appeared to be pale and visibly malnourished with prominent rib cages and thin arms. So I'm not giving a pass to Zelensky. I'm simply saying, his job is a very difficult one, and we should be helping them as much as possible. Not just with money and ammunition, but with logistical support as well, right? Like if there's not enough commanders, or if there are commanders that are incompetent, we should be checking them. We should be supporting them. Hey, do you want training? Do you want replacements? It's impossible for a military with so many different frontline battles to keep track of all this stuff. It is easy for incompetent, corrupt commanders, they do exist even in Ukraine, to slip through the cracks and take advantage of frontline soldiers, right? These people do exist. It's hard to even believe, right? It's like, well, you're fighting for your country, right? No, they're, human beings. There's always going to be a couple corrupt human beings that are just trying to make some money. The soldiers have spent 8 months defending a shrinking bulge of territory on the left bank of the Oskil River. So even though they were starving, lacking supplies, they're still defending their positions. This is the bravery of your average Ukrainian troop. Near the northeastern Ukrainian city of Kupiansk, their relatives said, supplies of food and medicines could only be flown in by drone. So even though the supply lines were broken and the commander was corrupt, they were still getting intermittent supply drops through drones, right? Still trying to do this. And like I said, if they had more support, if they had more help, these things wouldn't have to be so intermittent. Quote, when the lads arrived at the front lines, they weighed over 80 or 90 kilograms, but now they weigh around 50 kilograms, Silchuk posted. After one delivery, she said no more food turned up for 10 days. And, look, it's one thing to go 10 days without food sitting in the lap of luxury. Go 10 days without food, holding a military position, right? It's one of the hardest jobs on planet fucking Earth is a frontline soldier. no sleep, constant, worrying about death, constantly worrying about your own demise. And then you do that without food and water. And you're pushing human beings to their absolute limit. The soldiers were forced to drink rainwater and melt snow to survive. Inexcusable. No wonder the commander was fired. Quote, the longest they went without food was 17 days. They weren't listened to on the radio, or perhaps no one wanted to listen to them. And this is probably why the commander was fired, because he was probably getting these messages and not relaying them, to the commanding officer. Who knows what the full story is, right? My husband shouted and begged, saying that there was no food and water, she said, adding that the problem was bigger than just one case. Another relative, Ivana, Polbereskachunk, said the soldiers from the 14th Separate Mechanized Brigade were left in an extremely difficult situation. Quote, fighters are losing consciousness from hunger. Inexcusable. She said her father was evacuated from the position, but others were still stuck there, she added. So there's still, even in that situation, they were still evacuating. They were still making supply drops and evacuating troops. But this is like I said, when they don't have our full support, this is the best that they can do. I guarantee you Zelensky doesn't want to see his troops in this condition, right? Ukraine's general staff, contrast that to Russia, which is this is just normal daily operating procedure. This is just what it's like to be a Russian soldier. Expect to be starved, expect to be literally raped, expect to be, extorted by your commanding officer. That's just daily operating procedure in the Russian military, right? It's, in the Ukraine military, this is an aberration. This isn't an abnormality. But it shouldn't be happening anywhere. But this is the reality of frontline combat when allies don't come through, when money is promised, when resources are promised, but promises are not kept. Ukraine's general staff said it had replaced the commander who was responsible for feeding the soldiers. The brigade acknowledged there were logistical problems and said deliveries were only possible by air because their location was extremely close to enemy lines. A spokesperson said, so this is, government spokesperson, so grain of salt. Quote, everything is done by drones. The Russians pay maximum attention to deliveries of food, ammunition, and fuel. They intercept and shoot down as much as possible. Sometimes they're not so interested in our military equipment as in logistics, actually. Well, that's, wars are won through the supply lines, through logistics. Since Vladimir Putin's full-scale invasion in early 2022, the gray zone between the two sides has expanded dramatically. Both use drones, blah, 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 yep. In recent months, Ukraine has been using more and more unmanned ground robots to send supplies into exposed areas and to evacuate wounded soldiers. Yep, we've seen lots of footage of this. Really crazy stuff. Fucking robot shows up, wounded guy gets on the robot takes off. It's a whole new battlefield reality. In the Kupiansk sector, Russia has destroyed bridges across the Oskil River in an attempt to cut off Ukrainian forces on the left bank. This is the reality, and this is why Joe Biden should have doubled down, tripled down. This is why Europe should have doubled down and tripled down, because the longer this goes on, the more damage is done to these supply lines, to these logistic chains, the harder it is to actually finish the job, right? And this is, I totally blame Joe Biden for this, because what the plan should have been, not to him and haw and, I don't know, and I don't want to escalate. Should have been full-blown, get in there, get the fucking job done. What help do you need? And I'm talking boots on the fucking ground, right? Putting boots on the ground to defend the northern areas of Ukraine while those Ukrainian soldiers go fight and die on the front lines, in their eastern sections of the battlefield where the hot war is happening. I'm talking air support. I'm talking, cajoling the European allies to get on board, right? Convincing Hungary and other countries to stop with the fucking bullshit, right? By making a sweeter deal than what Putin was giving Orban, right, at the time. Of course, the reality of Hungary has changed recently. Silchuk said on Friday that conditions have improved since the issue came to light. Quote, there's a new commander, she posted. He rang us and said the situation is being resolved, and it really is. My husband wrote to me that he's just eaten more than he's had in the last 8 months. So this is, something that doesn't happen in Russia. How many times have I shown you these videos of, emaciated guys in a fucking hole somewhere? It's the whole brigade. And they're like, we're fucked. Help us, please help us. And no help comes, nothing comes of it. And they're slaughtered days later on the front lines. The Russia doesn't come to help these troops. Russia will just send these guys into the meat grinder and then just send another wave. In Ukraine, problems are identified, problems are rectified, okay? There's a big difference there. She added, quote, the lads are eating little by little at the moment. Their stomachs have shrunk, and they don't know whether they will have food tomorrow or not. I believe the situation needed to be publicized. There needs to be a rotation. The boys require medical treatment. And that's totally true. Ukraine's military command said it had launched an investigation. Quote, it should be noted that recently another shipment of food was delivered to the position of the 14th Infantry Brigade. If favorable conditions exist, an immediate evacuation of our soldiers will be carried out, it added. So, not perfect, but this is the battlefield reality. And this is why we need to give them as much support as possible if we care about sovereignty and if we care about the unity of Europe. Because if Russia is able to succeed in destroying Ukraine's largest military, sorry for the noise, if Russia is able to succeed in destroying Ukraine's largest military, they're not going to stop in Ukraine. Here's the BBC video I'll show you while my mic's on mute.
Attack on
7 dead in major Russian attack on Ukraine.
A Russian overnight attack on Ukraine has killed at least 7 people and injured more than 30 others. Moscow launched more than 660 drones and missiles in a barrage that targeted the city of Dnipro.
Right. So more targeting of civilians, keeping the terrorist operation going. It's a strategy that only works if it's consistent. The Russian terror strategy against the Ukrainian people. It hasn't worked so far, but it eventually will. And they spend hundreds of millions of rubles every year. They could be attacking frontline positions. They could be killing Ukrainian soldiers. They choose instead to kill women and children.
In southeastern Ukraine and hit several other regions. In a statement on social media, President Volodymyr Zelensky said residential buildings, energy infrastructure and factories had been damaged. He said every strike like this must remind our partners that the situation needs...
Does this look like a military target? This is a fucking apartment building. Okay, look, attacking factories is one thing. Attacking energy infrastructure is one thing, right? There's a gray area there. But you're going to spend, how much did this missile cost, right? To blow up someone's home. It's just terrorism. And I need to point this out because it deserves to be pointed out. And Zelensky and the Ukrainian military deserve this credit that's often left out. Ukraine has never targeted intentionally a civilian location. They've never looked at a map, looked at a civilian location, an apartment building, a playground, a school, a hospital, and said, yeah, blow it up. Blow that bitch up. They could be doing it every single day. And they've never done it. Never. And they never get credit in the Western media for that. It's just assumed. It's just assumed. And it's never talked about. Okay? But it needs, it's rather unprecedented. Even the United States doesn't do it that way. Right? When we go into Iraq and Afghanistan, when we go into fucking Vietnam, we're fucking up civilian locations. Oh, we're using the Israeli justification. Oh, there were hidden weapons. There were hidden this, hidden that. Hidden mullahs, hidden terrorists in that building. And we had to blow up the whole family. Okay? So Ukraine over here going above and beyond to show where their priority is. And Western media doesn't even give a flying fuck. They don't give a fucking fart in the wind. It's bullshit. Every single report that of Russians attacking civilians needs to point out that Ukraine has never intentionally targeted civilians. It's imperative, and they don't even do it. Helping the Kremlin. Because what you're doing here by not saying that, you're basically kind of spreading Russian propaganda by basically, you're kind of underhandedly making the argument that, oh, you really should just give up. This is never going to stop. Right? And that it's basically both sides. It's basically both sides. Atrocities on both sides. And it's not the case. It's not the fucking case. Because the assumption is that, well, Ukraine is just as bad. And why are we spending money on this? You hear Joe Rogan making this fucking argument all the time. Fucking lunkhead, dumbass Joe Rogan. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in every topic. Even fighting, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Supposedly supposed to be some expert on combat. So it needs to be pointed out. Ukraine has never done this. And they could have been doing it the entire time. Even after Bucha, they could go tit for tat, but they don't. Exactly, Markov. Welcome back.
Immediate and firm action, rapid strengthening of our air defences. Well, correspondent in Kyiv, Jessica Parker, has the latest on those overnight attacks.
Watch, she won't even say
it does seem to have been quite a significant attack, as you say, overnight. What we're hearing from Ukrainian authorities is about 8 regions.
How hard would it be for her to just slip in 3 seconds, a 3-second sentence? Russia, Ukraine has never targeted a civilian location in this way that Russia has. They don't do it. And don't tell me they don't have the resources. They're not smart enough. They're not aware. It's an intentional decision that they make in the editing room to not include that little tidbit.
Affected. Here in Kyiv, in fact, we did hear some sirens roughly 3 a.m. At night. But as you were saying, the city of Dnipro appears to have been the hardest hit in terms of these.
She takes they take the time and money to fucking fly someone out to Kyiv. She doesn't even know how to pronounce the fucking river or the town or the location. I mean, look, man, I don't have a college degree. I think this woman does. I don't know. I just, BBC, multi-billion-dollar, you can't fucking even pronounce the fucking region correctly? Dnipro, not Dnipro. Welcome back, Blue Brother. Good to see you. I'll turn on them subtitles for you.
Attacks. The figures that are being reported at the moment, as you mentioned, 7 dead, dozens of people injured as well. Casualties not just in Dnipro, but in Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Odessa region.
Okay, so she knows how to say Kharkiv, correct? She didn't say Kharkiv. All right.
As well, we are hearing at the moment. Ukrainian authorities also saying there was one instance of a drone entering a residential building that...
Look at this. Look at this shit. This is what Russia pays for. This is who Russia's targeting. Okay, oh, we shouldn't be spending our money. We shouldn't be spending our time. No, this is exactly what we should be doing. This is one of the only moral military conflicts that we've ever experienced in our fucking lifetime. Oh, you're a warmonger. You're for the military-industrial complex. Fuck you. I'm for sovereignty. I'm for fighting terrorism. Okay? And don't think for a fucking second that this stops in Ukraine. If Putin is somehow able to turn this into a victory for himself, that this madness stops in Ukraine. Look at this guy. He didn't fucking deserve this, dude. He's watching fucking Facts of Life. I don't know what kind of TV they're watching over there in Ukraine. Something from the 60s or something, right? He's watching All in the Family. Fucking Russian missile comes flying in. It's a priority for the Russian military to fuck with this guy when they could be blowing up frontline troops, And imagine being a Russian who's getting his ass, the whole brigade getting chewed up. Boy, that missile would have sure been useful going after the Ukrainians that are fucking my shit up. 30,000 troops a fucking month. And Moscow still spending resources and missiles to fuck this guy's day up. He's over here eating pierogies or some shit, watching TV. He's retired. Putin thinks it's a priority to fuck his life up. Man, and Ukraine hasn't done it once. Even when we sent the Russian separatists into Russia to temporarily occupy portions of Russia. We didn't do a Bucha, right? And yeah, I'm saying we because I'm aligned with the Ukraine, right? But Ukraine didn't do a Bucha. They could have had Russians killing Russians. They could have had a Russian brigade doing fucking war crimes against Russians. And they said, hell no. Hell no. You're going to occupy government buildings. You're going to occupy military locations. You're going to leave the citizens alone. Hell, they distributed food and aid to the citizens while they were doing that temporary occupation with Russian separatists. A brilliant fucking military maneuver, and somehow avoided war crimes. I guarantee you those Russian separatists would have been happy to rape and pillage. And Ukraine said, no, if you're going to go in there, if you're going to do this, you're going to fight your own countrymen, you're not going to fucking slaughter them. Because we're better than that. We're better than this. And do they get credit? Do they get credit in Western media? Not even a fucking peep, not even a fucking mention. This is why the left needs to take over. This is why we need to insist on proper independent journalism. Because this is a fucking biased reporting right here. You know, it's better than nothing. It's better than like Newsmax and Fox News, which would be like, the terrible Ukrainians had the audacity to get blown up by the beautiful Russian missiles, right? So it's but it's not giving you the whole fucking story. It's not giving you the whole fucking story. Yeah, exactly, Blue Brother. Exactly. And like, do we care about international law? Oh, it's useless. Oh, it's useless. Yeah, we'll be saying that right up until the point World War III starts. And then all of a sudden it's like, where's our allies? Where's our buddies? Where's our friends?
Didn't actually explode, and they had to dispatch teams to neutralize that unexploded drone in a residential building over the course of today. And this morning we're hearing a further report from authorities that could have been a further hit in Dnipro. So we're waiting for more information on that. The Ukrainians say they did intercept the vast majority of more than 600 missiles or drones, primarily drones.
Millions, 600, over 600. That's millions and millions of rubles spent trying to kill civilians. It's disgusting.
The night. Meanwhile, the Russians have said they intercepted more than 100 Ukrainian drones heading towards Russia overnight, and that
Russia where specifically, huh? Right? This is them, both sides. Ukraine was doing it too. No, those were targeted specifically on military targets, and Russia gets to know that. That's an advantage for Russia, right? Because they can completely ignore the civilian and protecting the civilian population, while Ukraine has to spend military logistics and energy defending the entire region, civilians and military. Russia gets to isolate and only defend military targets. BBC over here. Fucking embarrassing. Embarrassing.
They intercepted more than 100 Ukrainian drones heading towards Russia overnight, and that a residential building had to be evacuated. But in terms
had to be evacuated. Oh, no. Right. Theater. And do they point it out? Look, they present. Look, I told you. They presented as both sides. Both sides. Never once has Ukraine targeted a civilian location. If Russia is evacuating a civilian location, they are doing it for fucking propaganda reasons, knowing full well that Ukraine isn't targeting him. In fact, usually what happens is Russia shoots down one of these over a civilian area, and then it fucking hurts and hits somebody. Right? Installing military shit right next to civilian locations. You know what I think about J.D. Vance? I can't fucking say, because my ass would get kicked the fuck off this fucking platform. J.D. Vance can burn in hell. All right? That's all I'm going to say about J.D. fucking Vance. And let me tell you, he's the smart fascist waiting in the wings for Donald Trump to kick the fucking bucket. And God help us all if he sits in that fucking chair. Peter Thiel's little fucking puppet. J.D. Vance is the goddamn harbinger of our doom.
Of the strikes here in Ukraine, yes, they do appear to have been significant, wide-reaching, and some of the most serious attacks that we've seen in recent weeks here in Ukraine, as of course this war carries on.
Yes, and carries on, and as we know, slightly out.
You have the fucking audacity to call yourself a fucking journalist. both sides, while you sit in the fucking Capitol, safe as a fucking bird, right? You sit in the fucking capital of Kyiv, both sidesing this conflict, basically spreading Moscow propaganda while you stand in some fucking hotel in Kyiv. You should be just absolutely fucking disgusted with yourself, whoever the fuck you are.
To the limelight because of all the events in Iran, but we're hearing from President Zelensky that this is exactly the kind of example that shows what needs to happen, as he views it, to try to protect the country.
Yes, of course. And look, I think Ukraine's feeling a little bit buoyed this week in terms of the support that they will be getting over the next couple of years because, of course, the European Union finally signed off a 90 billion...
And that's because of the changes that happened recently with Hungary.
...euro loan. There had been a hold-up on that after the outgoing Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, had blocked that loan because of a row over the Druzhba pipeline. That appears to have been resolved as Viktor Orban prepared...
Keep these wars going. Fuck you, gorilla. Fuck you. I see your fucking comment there. Why don't you move to Russia, motherfucker?
To leave office. Clearly, Viktor Orban and President Zelensky have long had a difficult relationship, but that money does now appear to be coming Ukraine.
Difficult relationship? You mean he was Putin's fucking puppet? That he was a fucking dictator, a tyrant who was happy to align himself with another fucking tyrant? Holy shit, BBC. What is the point of this fucking childish ass fucking infantile fucking language, man? God, I hate corporate media.
Away over the next couple of years, and it will include money to support its defence. Obviously for Ukraine, though, as it's been at war now for years, and you've seen the evolution of the battlefield, it's also become a leader in drone technology, and its expertise being called on now by other countries, but still obviously a difficult situation on the front line where you have seen this sort of battlefield technology evolve. No major movement that we can tell, though, on the front line at the moment. But I think President Zelensky, of course, and other backers of Ukraine want to try and draw attention to the war going on here. And of course, this week, last 24 hours, we saw a visit from Prince Harry, who urged the world to keep its eye on the war that carries on here and is now into its 5th year following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 20...
And it did not need to be 5 years to do this. It did not fucking need to be this long. Hemming and hawing, oh no, escalation. Putin went to 11 immediately, and it took 5 years for allies, Western allies, to crank it up to 7. Oh, I don't know. Should we go to 8? Oh, I don't know. Escalation. Whoa. God, these fucking cowards, right? Oh well, we could go to Iraq. We could go to Afghanistan and fuck up that country, and we can send arms to Israel to fuck up the Middle East, and that's okay. Oh, but an actual conflict that has very clear moral lines? Oh no. Oh, we can't do it. Half of these European countries are either still buying oil or have only recently stopped buying oil from Russia. It's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. You know, one of the major X factors of Putin's strategy is depending on the weakness of Western democracy, and so far he's been correct. How pathetic is that? I mean, that's, Blue Brother, I don't even know if that's true. I'll take your word for it. Regardless, he's acted as a firewall every step of the way in the EU in terms of helping Ukraine. So regardless of what he actually says, and like I said, I'll take your word for it. His actions have proven that he is a stalwart puppet for fucking Moscow. So the last video pertaining to Ukraine today, a TLDR News EU, and by the way, folks, you should be checking out, unsubscribe from the BBC, throw that shit in the fucking trash, and get you some TLDR News. They do great work, right? They don't have express biases much like I do, but they stick to the facts. They try to keep it, as factual as possible, and injecting as much context as possible. They're not perfect. Little, millennial coded, Zoomer coded a bit, right? Kind of obnoxious in that way. But honestly, TLDR does great work. They have a great magazine as well. That, if you want some physical news actually sent to you, they're doing a really good job. So I definitely recommend adding TLDR. I put the link in the chat. Click them, click like, click subscribe, put them in your algorithm. Sure, Blue Brother. Honestly though, if your actions are in full support of Russia and then you fart out a little bit of acknowledging reality, it's safe to say that you're only doing that for propaganda purposes, right? To gaslight and confuse people, right? When your actions are in full support of the tyrannical government of Russia, but you lazily acknowledge that what they're doing is illegal, you're not doing that because you support Ukraine. You're doing that because you want to confuse people who are not paying as much attention as we are on the situation, right? So it's like Orban's not acknowledging that it's an illegal invasion because he cares about Ukraine. He's doing it to confuse and propagandize people, right? In further support of Russia, right? But anyway, here's some TLDR, why things are suddenly looking up for Ukraine. And, like I said, I'm tempted to show you some Dennis videos. I'm tempted to show you some other stuff that's like clearly biased for Ukraine. But I saw this and I was like, okay, what does TLDR have to say? Because if things weren't looking good for Ukraine, TLDR isn't going to put out a video that says, hey, everything's going great in Ukraine. So if they're putting out a video that says, hey, things are looking up for Ukraine, that means that there's actually some hard data to support that conclusion. So let's go ahead and watch this, our final video on Ukraine today.
Real trouble. Only last year, it looked like Ukraine was in real trouble. Russia was making steady progress on the battlefield. The Ukrainian state was headed for bankruptcy, and Zelensky himself looked vulnerable, especially after the corruption scandal in November. Today, however, the tide looks to have turned. Russia is stalling, Ukraine's public finances look remarkably stable, and in the aftermath of the war in Iran, the whole world is suddenly very interested in its cutting-edge military tech. So in this video, we're going to explain why things are looking up for Ukraine, and what this means for the prospect of peace negotiations.
Make sure you check it out, TLDR. They do good work.
Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So, as we see it, there are at least 3 reasons to think that things are looking up for Ukraine at the moment. The first and most obvious is that, thanks to Viktor Orban's disastrous performance at the Hungarian election earlier this month, Ukraine will now receive a long-awaited...
And let me tell you, this is the kind of shit that we need to do to the Republicans in the midterms and in the presidential election. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. Like, there needs to be an overwhelming amount of votes, right from the beginning. There has to be no, hidden red wave, nothing. We have to completely overwhelm the electorate with votes, because they are going to diminish our vote however they can. Cut 100,000 here, cut 100,000 there, disenfranchise millions here, disenfranchise millions there. Every trick in the book to try and diminish what is, obvious to anybody else, to anybody really, should be in a fair democratic contest a complete fucking massacre of the Republican right-wing movement in the United States. Lost confidence in Jared? How sad. How sad.
Election earlier this month, Ukraine will now receive a long-awaited €90 billion loan from the EU.
Yeah.
For context, since the withdrawal of US aid last year, Ukraine's finances have been looking pretty dicey, and Kyiv was due to essentially run out of cash sometime this year.
Yeah, there's Trump helping out his buddy Vladimir Putin, literally putting a picture of him and Putin in the Oval Office. It's just fucking pathetic.
The EU's original plan to plug the gap was to use the roughly €200 billion of...
And he thinks this is a winner, right? He thinks this is a winner. It's like it's only a winner to Sean Hannity and the rest of the MAGA fucking zombies. A good majority of Americans are either ambivalent, unfortunately, they don't give a fuck either way, or they're like, no, we should be helping these people out because, hell, we still got the whole Cold War shit, still fresh on the minds of a lot of Americans. Like, wait, all of a sudden we're helping the fucking Ruskies? All of a sudden we're helping the fucking Russians? When did that change? right? I thought we hated these guys. I thought these guys were the enemies. I thought this is why we're funding NATO. Now all of a sudden we're best fucking buds and we need to help them, or we trust everything that Vladimir Putin says. Not a fucking word that comes out of Vladimir Putin's mouth has been truthful. Every single statement coming out of Russia is either half true or just a blatant, flat out lie. And Donald Trump slurps it up like it's a 13-year-old.
Russian assets sitting in Europe depositories, either by just giving it to Ukraine or using it as collateral for a new loan. But this plan fell apart after member states were essentially unable to agree on a burden-sharing mechanism in the event of legal action from Moscow. This meant the EU had to move to Plan B, which was to finance another 90 billion euros in aid via joint debt. In other words, by borrowing the money at the EU level instead of at the national level, and then basically giving that money on to Ukraine. Unfortunately for Ukraine, this loan was essentially vetoed by Hungary under its outgoing Prime Minister Viktor Orban, despite the fact, it should be said, that Hungary has already secured an exemption, meaning it wouldn't be involved in paying back any of the joint debt.
So, I mean, so
However,
literally exempted. All they wanted was a yes, and none of the money, none of the obligation would have even come from the country. Nope, not good enough. Nope, gonna help my buddy Pooty Poo. Get the fuck out of here.
As you probably already know, Orban suffered a resounding defeat at the Hungarian election earlier this month, and his successor, Peter Magyar, has since confirmed he will withdraw Hungary's veto.
Right, and he's not a progressive. And in fact, I don't know if we covered the videos here, but he has to be kind of careful. I didn't have time to cover that. I think it was a video I watched in my own time. But he has to be somewhat careful about full support for Ukraine, because Orban has done such a good job of vilifying Ukraine and lionizing Russia in the, amongst the Hungarian populace. But he basically won defending the European Union. He basically won saying that we want to stay in the EU. There's problems with the EU and whatnot, but we don't want to completely, throw that relationship away, where Orban was making the Brexit argument that, this is useless and we need to ally with Russia and China. And, this is, they're while the EU was like literally building trains and fucking other infrastructure in their country, Orban was making the argument that we need to get out of it. We need to get out of this trade, this alliance. So he basically won by making the argument that, no, we're going to stay, we have some problems, but we're going to stay and we're going to negotiate. So he can't go all in on Ukraine. But something like this, he can easily do without hurting any of his politics. Yeah, exactly, Blue Brother. Yeah, I mean, it will. We are going to, as millennials, that's my demographic. We're going to be fixing what Trump has broke the rest of our lives. That's how bad the situation is. Yes, Bibi confirmed has prostate cancer. Apparently, it's been treated. This is kind of old news, but no, confirmed that Bibi did at least have prostate cancer. Might still have prostate cancer, but we can't depend on these tyrants dying. They get injected with these fucking wonder drugs. They're sticking around till 90, till 100. These motherfuckers they don't leave. They don't die. But yeah, and I'm no opinion. I'm not gonna express any kind of joy or advocacy. I would prefer BB live a nice long life behind bars. That's my stance when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu. I don't want to see that motherfucker die thinking that he's like on top of the world. I want to see that motherfucker live a nice long life in jail.
This will provide immediate relief and stave off an acute crisis. But perhaps more significantly, if this means joint debt becomes the European default for financing further aid, it will provide Ukraine with a reliable source of long-term funding, given the EU has a lot more so-called fiscal space, i.e. it can borrow a lot more money than any member state. Anyway, the second reason...
And if to the Brexiteers and pro-reform motherfuckers and all the others that are like, well, why our money? Why do this? Ukraine has the largest military, okay? And you think it's difficult now to hold back Russia? Try doing this when the armies, in the country, the armies are smaller. We don't have the relationship with these militaries, and Russia is just steamrolling all of them, okay? It stops in Ukraine, or it turns into a much bigger problem for everybody. Yeah, Ukraine is the buffer state. If Putin is able to successfully destroy Ukraine's military and leadership and take over that country, the problem gets worse. It does not be, oh, it's not our problem, and oh, they won, they got what they wanted, and everything's back to normal. No. It moves on to a much more frightening prospect where, you know, maybe he doesn't target immediately a NATO country like Poland, but eventually he's getting to those countries. Okay, and we don't know how far he wants to take it, but we do know that his psychological justification for taking Ukraine is the restoration of his interpretation of the old Russian empire, and that he sees himself as kind of the king, the dictator of this imaginary empire of his, right? If you want more information on that, look up a person named Vlad Vexler, who's able to give you these insights into Putin's misinterpretation of history. Would you believe he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about? But so we don't know how bad the situation can get. We do know that Putin is interested in taking advantage of the weakness of the West. And if the Ukrainian military goes down, you know, why stop there? Why stop there?
To be optimistic is that advances in Ukrainian drone technology seems to have given Ukraine the upper hand on the battlefield. There have been sort of three developments on this front. The first is the emergence of semi-autonomous drones, which can perform at least some functions without human operators. These drones possess two main advantages. First, they're less susceptible to electronic jamming, which disrupts the communication link between pilot and drone. And second, they obviously don't need a human operator, which is especially convenient for Ukraine given their manpower constraints. Ukraine first deployed semi-autonomous drones last year, but they've gradually become more autonomous since, and production has really ramped up in the past couple of months, which is one of the big reasons the Russians are struggling to make progress on the front lines. The second development is Ukraine's improved long-range strike capabilities. This has allowed Ukraine to...
Instead of waiting for the West to make up their mind about whether, oh, escalation, I'm so scared, oh, we can't trust Ukraine. 5 years into this and they still haven't targeted a single civilian target, but we still have to be worried about escalation. Oh no, what will Ukraine do with these long-range weapons? Oh no. Fucking pussies over here. So instead of waiting, they've made their own technology, and they can hit Moscow on their own without waiting for the United States or for the UK to give them these long-range missiles and whatnot.
Put pressure on Russian logistics,
Drones.
But also allowed Ukraine to hit Russian energy facilities, including export hubs and refineries. According to Reuters, by the end of March, Ukraine had taken out about 40% of Russia's crude oil export capacity. And in April, Russia was apparently forced to cut production by about 300,000 to 400,000 barrels per day, the sharpest monthly decline to Russian output in the 6 years since the pandemic. This is yet more bad news for the Kremlin's finances, which looked genuinely disastrous at the start of this year. In just January and February, for instance, Russia's GDP apparently shrank by 1.8%, and the budget deficit came in at 4.5 trillion rubles, not far off the 3.8 trillion ruble gap originally projected for the entire year. Although Putin will probably be bailed out if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and oil and gas prices remain elevated.
Yeah, thanks, Trump. Thanks, you brilliant fucking strategist, Trump over here. Oh, well, at least this is helping Pooty Poot. That's a good thing. God, we're doing Trump next, man. Okay, we're getting into the Trump shit next, okay? But man, my fucking hatred every single day, dude. I swear to God, I'm losing years off my life thinking about this fucking creature. I hate this man more than I would hate, cancer. Welcome back, Elaney. Yeah, the Democrats will save us for real. Vote blue no matter who. Vote for Chucky Schumer in the fucking cuck chair. Oh, my blue balls.
The third drone-related development is the emergence of cost-effective interceptors. Faced with a shortage of Western air defense systems, Ukraine has developed a number of interceptor drones that are now remarkably effective and impressively cheap. They currently account for roughly 70% of all drone interceptors around Ukrainian cities and cost as little as $2,000 per unit. And this takes us nicely onto our third and final reason that things are looking up for Ukraine.
Same here.
There's been a sudden flurry of interest in Ukraine's military kit.
I get 20 minutes.
A lot of this has to do with the war in Iran, which has made people realize that Western, and specifically American military tech is good, but not at all cost effective. After all, interceptors for the US-made Patriot system, which is very popular with America's traditional allies, cost about $4 million a pop, and the US only makes a few hundred each year. This isn't a bad deal when you're defending against, say, a ballistic missile, but it's a terrible deal when you're defending against a Shahed drone.
And let me tell you, folks, China is invading Taiwan before the end of Trump's presidency. They're just waiting for the perfect time. And it will really lay bare how unprepared our military is, because in the span of 10 years, it's all changed. The reality has completely changed, right? We're talking about building battleships, and we're talking about $4 million missiles. All you need is $30,000 and a remote control. Okay? And China is fully aware of that. Okay? They're going to be going in like techno soldiers, like, jamming and drones and robots and shock troops with fucking all kinds of crazy body armor. I mean, just like the technology has completely changed, and we are going to be left flat-footed. I wouldn't be surprised if China completely succeeds in its invasion before the United States even acts, before even the first meeting happens, military meeting happens about what are we going to do about this. It's going to be already too late. No, the Taiwanese people, I believe, will put up one hell of a fight. China is going to go in there brutally and kill tens of thousands, if not more. It's going to be a brutal affair, and they are going to show no mercy driving all the way in there. They're going to take over the government, and they're going to take over the chip plant. Those are going to be the two main priorities, and then they're going to, spend the rest of their time suppressing the population and destroying any kind of resistance movements that might spring up. But they are going to go in hard, and I'm talking hard. Okay, I'm talking fucking leveling government buildings, assassinating government officials, blowing up the entire. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they take out the entire Taiwanese government. Right, if like most of the governments together convening, having some meeting or something, voting on a bill, and they bomb that fucking building. They take out the entire government right there. The invasion from all different angles. They come in. They are going to be hitting it hard and going to be hitting it fast. And before even the United States gets a missile in the air, they are going to be, declaring themselves as the official government in Taiwan. I mean, it's going to be shocking. We are going to wake up and it's all going to basically be done. Now, I said that about Russia going up against Ukraine when that first started, right? I assumed that the Russian military was going to bowl over the Ukrainian military, and I was dead wrong on that. So I could be dead wrong about this. But I feel very, very confident in saying that because this is the perfect time. This is the window, and they just need to, do it at the right exact moment. Trump's presidency, America has never been weaker. It's never been more apparent, especially with this Iranian conflict, how vulnerable our supposedly, amazing military prowess actually is. Now is the time. And I do believe very strongly that China is going to take advantage of that situation to take care of the Taiwanese situation, from their perspective, right? It's like, well, now is the time to take it. They have no inclination whatsoever of negotiating. We just saw a couple weeks ago them inviting the Taiwanese the government that lost in the last election, which is pro-China, bringing them into China, having a discussion with them. Obviously, they're going to be the head of this puppet government that is going to be installed. And it couldn't be more obvious to me that we are going to be seeing that in the next couple of years. Who knows? It could happen tomorrow. Whenever the Chinese government thinks, okay, this is the time to do it. I think, personally, what they're waiting for is the financial crash. They're waiting for that financial situation to hurt America, right? We're in full-blown fucking crisis, and then boom, right at our weakest moment, that's when they hit Taiwan. And then I guarantee you, if they take Taiwan, they're going to be within months. They'll be making deals with other countries to sell. They're going to take over TMSC, and they're going to be making deals with other countries to sell them the chips cheap, and then and like everything, because everyone needs the fucking chips. The whole world needs TMSC, so they're going to be making deals. Hey, I know you disagree and whatnot, but you want this deal, right? You want. They put these chips in consumer electronics. They put these chips in cars. They put these chips in computers. They put these chips in fucking everything. Okay, and the entire global economy is going to grind to a halt in those months while China secures its victory in Taiwan, and you're going to see Europe bend the knee. There's going to be too many countries that are like, we can't handle this right now. We have to make a deal with China. We need these fucking chips. AI, of course, right? A big AI, push. Everyone wants these data centers. Everyone needs these fucking chips, right? So it's, I think that's what they're waiting for, is the financial crash.
Which, at the latest estimate...
Yeah, Markov, that is a possibility as well. Taiwan, if I was the Taiwanese government, I would be doing that. I would be setting explosives in these chip factories to blow them up the moment China makes that decision. Yeah, I totally agree. Which would, talk about a financial crash. Talk about financial, that would be years and years and years of financial chaos.
Costs Iran just $7,000 per unit. Ukraine is basically the only country that currently mass produces battle-tested and cost-effective.
Yeah, Eleni, I don't know as much about South Korea, North Korea to feel confident in that. I don't know. North Korea barely feeds its people. I find it hard to believe that even though they're putting most of their resources in their military, that they would be able to. But in the reality of a financial crash, and say Taiwan does blow up TMSC, and everyone's panicking, everyone's economy is fucked up. Yeah, we might see other countries take advantage of that economic situation where they're like, the West can't protect you, and they might try to take over South Korea. Yeah, the sky's the limit for the tyrants and dictators of the world to take advantage, right? The shock doctrine, to take advantage of a massive economic collapse. To do what they want.
Alternatives. This is why Gulf nations have been queuing up, and Zelensky has recently signed security partnerships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, which will presumably involve cooperation on drone manufacturing and provide a welcome cash injection for Ukraine's defense industry.
TSMC.
You've also seen a flurry of similar...
Am I saying TMSC or TSMC? Sorry, TSMC. Sorry, thank you for the correction.
Deals with European countries. In February, 4 Ukrainian firms launched joint ventures with firms from Denmark, Finland, and Latvia. And earlier this month, Germany and Ukraine announced a massive new defense package, which involved cooperation on drone manufacturing.
Yeah.
And
this is all Zelensky, okay? If Zelensky was a selfish, Assad-like character, right? Your average Russian puppet, your average, vain oligarch who was just looking to cash in, he wouldn't be doing all this stuff. Okay, the reason why Ukraine still exists as a sovereign entity is because of Zelensky prioritizing the country over himself. Is he perfect? No. The corruption stuff wasn't great. Even though he went, he did. And currently is tackling this corruption issue. Is he doing enough? I don't think so. But with that said, there's no denying that he is the X factor here. He is, of course, it requires a whole army, a whole country, really. But if Zelensky wasn't sitting in that chair making these decisions, it'd be game over for Ukraine. I feel totally confident in saying that.
Discussing a similar deal at the moment. This suggests Europe no longer sees Ukraine as a supplicant, but as a valuable and equal security partner, which is probably a more sustainable dynamic. As a final thing, the fact that Ukraine is in a stronger position bodes well for future negotiations, both because it gives Ukraine more leverage, but also because, more fundamentally, it might finally convince Putin to take negotiations seriously, especially if Trump loses interest.
Yeah.
Keeping up to date with stories like these and
all right, so now they're doing their advertisement, and make sure, folks, once again, just thank you to TLDR. I know I steal their content just wholesale. I do. I'm sorry, I do. But no, like and subscribe, folks. Put TLDR in your algorithm. At the very least, help me out, helping them out. Give them that like, give them that extra view. 1.12 million subscribers, not too bad. But let's get those numbers up, right? They should be beating BBC. They should be beating MS Now. They should be beating CNN. So make sure you're helping out TLDR. And in fact, I couldn't recommend their they got a manifesto. Read our manifesto here. They have a magazine. If you're old school like that and you want something, paper sent to your home, they have a great magazine that you can subscribe to. I've been meaning to. Subscribe to this myself. I would love to have this sent to my house, but they have a magazine here, $20, whatever. You can help them out. Get a physical paper magazine sent to you, real reporting. I really couldn't recommend it enough. It's called Too Long. We got to support these outlets. So I couldn't recommend them enough. Here's the link for the Too Long magazine. Get subscribed, a couple $100 a year. And you get something to, read while you're taking a dump, everyone wins. Everyone fucking wins here. But thank you, TLDR. Oh, God. It's fucking Trump time.
Bitch. I'm gonna come.
Bitch.
Bitch. I can't breathe.
It's fucking Trump time.
Obama, China, Obama, China, Obama.
I have some other stuff sprinkled in.
Obama.
I have a bunch of other shit sprinkled in. We're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff as well as Trump. But it's Trump time. Just random shit. We're just going to talk about the last week in Trump land, the last week in Nazi Germany, as one of the chatters puts it. All kinds of this man does not stop. It's unbelievable for a guy that looks like he's 3 sheets to the wind at all times. He has a stamina that is kind of unbelievable. That Diet Coke, man, that Diet Coke is really doing it. Oh, there's the correspondence dinner tonight. Yeah, it's going to be filled with a bunch of sycophants. I'm sure he's ensuring that no one's going to be making fun of Trump during that. I mean, it's, if you remember the history, right, during Obama's correspondence, it's like, it's almost, that was the start. Because Trump had tried and failed to run for president, and the entire neoliberal media establishment made fun of him, like right there. I think it was Stephen Colbert that just fucking destroyed Donald Trump. And he kind of ran for president again as revenge to sell a book or sell a TV show. He never thought that he would capture the conservative America's attention, but he did, and the whole thing turned into what it is now, right? So, but up until recently, he wasn't doing the correspondence dinners and whatnot because it was, it was supposed to be an opportunity to poke fun at the presidency, and show that the presidency is magnanimous and doesn't have a thin skin, right? But I'm sure he's turned the whole thing into a Trump praising session, right? Only, we're going to see Rob Schneider up there and, all the rest of the fucking crew, right? Maybe PBD getting up there. Anyway, yeah, so it's going to be a massive embarrassment. I probably won't even cover it because it's going to be a massive embarrassment. So here's Donald Trump over here. Just to make a note, I despise Candace Owens. I think she's a grifter. I think she's a despicable person. I think she's a liar. Fill in the blank. Okay. So I'm not, welcome back, Woke Patriot. Good to see you. So I'm not defending Candace Owens here. She quite frankly, deserves this, right? For hitching her wagon to the conservative movement. This is to be expected. What I am highlighting by showing you this is, of course, Donald Trump's hatred of women and, of course, hatred of black people. So anybody, you know, if you're a black woman and you have any criticism of Donald Trump whatsoever, that's it. You're done. Boom. You're gone, right? You're low IQ. You're low IQ. Not like me. I'm high IQ. But anyway, Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Which, what does that even fucking mean? Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. Ironically, broken clock here, I agree, right? She's constantly trying to say that the First Lady of France is a man. And that, you know, that Macron is in some kind of trans relationship or something. You know, so she's, you know, she's a transphobe, right? I believe in this case, without verification, she is an extremely low IQ individual. Interesting that he says, in this case, without verification. Weird kind of caveat there. I know this text is extremely small and it's hard for you to read. I can't make it any larger, unfortunately. But this is what he does. He's firing all the women in his fucking administration as we speak. Caroline Leavitt's next on the chopping block. Apparently she has a you know, maternity leave coming up. She's going to spawn her evil demon, you know, steeped in evil, is steeped in lies and corruption, right? This poor child who's been surrounded by corruption and lies during its entire gestation is now going to be, you know, ejected into the evil and cruel world that Caroline Leavitt has surrounded herself in. So don't be surprised if she just doesn't come back, right? She takes her maternity leave, has her kid, wants to come back, and, you know, who's Trump going to bring out there? Sean Spicer? I guarantee you it's going to be a white guy that's going to be replacing Caroline Leavitt. It's not going to be a woman, and that might be the end of Caroline Leavitt for the rest of the rest of this, you know, Trump nightmare. Which, I mean, that's, you know, take him where you can, folks. Take him where you can. That woman's evil. Caroline Leavitt, evil. Okay. And by the way, you know, Jen Psaki, piece of shit as well, you know, fucking her little media career over there. Norwegian, I'll give you that link. But, you know, Jen Psaki on the left, you know, these press secretaries, whatever the fuck they are, they're liars. They're professional liars, professional propagandists. There's nothing to respect out of them. Now, is Jen Psaki better than Caroline Leavitt, right? Jen Psaki was the professional liar for Joe Biden, right? Is she better? Yeah, technically, but not by much. Spent her entire time there lying about, you know, what was happening in Israel, lying about the economy, lying about Joe Biden's mental state, lying and undermining the media the entire time. And she was rewarded with a fucking media career now on, I think, MS Now or CNN or one of those. Yeah, Snoop, good to see you. I'll always be doing this shit, you know. I don't have time to do one every day. I wish I did, you know, but having a disabled child has completely and utterly changed my life. You know, I'm not going to say all for the positive, but I'm not going to say, you know, it's been totally negative either. You know, I love my son, but the amount of time and energy it takes for me to take care of my son has completely changed my life. That event will be prearranged like Nuremberg Torch Festival, totally. So anyway, here's just another example of Donald Trump hating women, hating black people, low IQ every single time, right? It's, you know, they either say DEI, it's DEI, oh, there's the black skin, DEI, or low IQ. Thank you, Lenny. I do appreciate the support there. So just thought I'd highlight that. I don't have much else to say but he's a racist, he's a sexist, he's a bigot, he's also a pedophile. Donald J. Trump, everyone.
Bitch.
So yeah, I mean, I think it was yesterday or Thursday, he had an embarrassing tweet bonanza. He should have been sleeping, but apparently he was sleeping during the meetings. But between 12 a.m. and 3 o'clock in the morning, this guy's shooting off just insane nonsense. So let me just read it here. This is from Harry Sisson. Trump had another mental health episode and spiraled out of control on social media last night. I mean, truly like drunken, divorced uncle on Facebook levels of pathetic, right? 12:18 demands Chuck Schumer resign. I mean, broken clock. We can broken clock. You know, we can Zoran Mamdani this a little bit, right? Okay, yeah, we can agree on that one, Mr. Fascist Pedophile. Chuck Schumer should resign immediately. 1219 posts a tweet saying Obama tried to overthrow the government in 2016. I mean, come on. Whoops.
Obama.
Yeah, Obama tried to overthrow the government. Sure. I wish he fucking would at this stage. I wish he fucking would have. And I'm no fan of Obama. But no, folks. He did not. 1222 reposts a statement from Senator Mike Lee calling for the filibuster to be removed. Right? That thing that Democrats were too cowardly to do, Republicans are over here openly discussing it. Schumer for president 2028. Yeah. Let's get another 80-year-old man in there. No offense to my 80-year-old listeners, right? I think they would all agree with me as well. Who the fuck is this guy? It's like trouble. Young 20-something white guys with gold chains and baseball caps are not to be trusted. He seems all right, though. He's just taking a break, checking his cell phone there. Who's trouble? Someone out my front window. It's okay. I don't want to talk too loud, see if he hears me. Maybe he'll light up a joint and I can go get a hit off that shit. Oh my God. I haven't smoked weed in months. God help me. 1227 posts a conspiracy video alleging Obama and Hillary Clinton committed treason. Well, I mean, maybe technically.
Obama.
1228, another post calling for treason charges against Obama and Clinton.
Obama.
The Chinese virus. The Chinese virus.
Okay, thank you. Post an AI image of a man holding a sign. I don't even know what that is, right? 1:13 a.m. I was sleeping, dude. I'm like 11 o'clock rolls around and like I'm sleepy boy. I'm sleeping. Okay, and this guy, fucking this Diet Coke addict over here, up at 1 a.m. Yeah, Seneca demands the 2020 election be quote unquote wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. What does that even mean, right? I mean, what does that actually mean? You know, like literally every decision Joe Biden made should be undone and his name should be erased. You know, just this crazy dictator fantasy bullshit. Post about Clint Eastwood complimenting him. Just to let you know about Clint Eastwood. As Vosh gets extremely salty about ContraPoint's 3-hour interview, and now Ian's going for the Ministry of Truth and rewriting all his history with the Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Contra. Oh, and 44 minutes of him sweating with the rainforest of word salad. Well, thank you for that update, Sabercat. I'm not really happy with ContraPoint's neoliberalism support of Israel. It's bizarre, quite frankly. Coming from ContraPoints. I'm not the biggest fan of Vosh either, so it's just like, but like I think it's totally fair to criticize ContraPoints for her support of neoliberalism, Hillary Clinton style neoliberalism, especially at this late stage. Her making the equivocating on Jeffrey Epstein. After, once we have the documents now, it's like you can't go back to that tweet and say, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there is something to it. Because like she put out that tweet before the document for the, the big document dump that was like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. And, all these people supposedly in the Epstein files is nothing but a big conspiracy theory. Like, you can't put out just a little mea culpa that was like, oh, maybe I need to revisit this. Like, you're too smart, huh? You're just too amazing to be wrong about that still, even though we have these fucking documents that show all these fucking people, right wing, left wing, were either buddies or straight up participating in Jeffrey Epstein's services, right? On Saw, and she's moving into more of a renegade cut type videos as I like film analysis as politics doesn't get to a point where everyone is black-pilled. Look, you see, I just like that's defeatism to me, right? Where you're just like, I give up. Things are too hard. People criticize me, so now I'm going to run away from politics. That's cowardice. You know, I'm sure Vosh dropped a bunch of expletives and ad hominems, totally unnecessary insults and things like that. But no, she's so smart. She's so well read. She's so intelligent. To see her align herself with the Clintons and the failing neoliberal establishment, and then get her feathers ruffled, and then run away, from legitimate criticism. It's just cowardice at this point, So I will say this, I probably disagree with a lot of what Vosh said, but I will say I'm extremely disappointed in ContraPoints, and I feel like I actually appreciate the pushback on the leftist tanky community that often goes way too far, talking all kinds of shit, talking about revolutions or talking about this or that, America bad, no matter the context, right? Like, that is totally open and fair to criticize, and I do it every single stream, right? You see me do that. But, her getting her feathers ruffled for being wrong about Jeffrey Epstein, hanging out with Hillary fucking Clinton, okay, and then defending Israel, in the middle of their fucking colonization of the Middle East, that's like live streamed in 4K, and damn well she can do research. Damn well she can see the same videos that we're seeing, and she's just blinders, neoliberalism, blinders. It's just disappointing. It's just incredibly disappointing to see that from ContraPoints. And I don't have to be a Hassan backer or a Vosh backer to have that opinion, right? She's just incredibly disappointing. And to hear what, your analysis saying that, okay, now she's going to do film analysis and she's going to do, she's going to run away from politics now. It's just cowardice. We could have a strong ally, on our side, and she instead chooses, she wants to keep her little whatever. It's just cowardice, in my opinion. It's fucking pathetic. But it's not the end of the world, okay? But it is cowardice. I'm very disappointed in ContraPoints, I'll say that. Post about Clint Eastwood complimenting him. Remember, Clint Eastwood is a MAGA fuck and should be treated as such. Post about Elon Musk calling the Southern Poverty Law Center a quote-unquote scam. So if you don't know, the United States government, the DOJ, is trying to destroy the Southern Poverty Law Center, literally trying to make it easier to be a racist bigot, to be a member of the KKK, to be a member of a racist organization. The U.S. government has your back, actively trying to destroy the Southern Poverty Law Center. And post about a far-right podcast. So that was his tweet storm, truth storm, his truths at 12 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the morning. Harry Sisson here saying this man is not well. He is a demented lunatic who is spiraling out of control. He must be impeached and removed from office. Yeah, totally agree. But is Harry Sisson over here, Mr. Neoliberal Harry Sisson, is he willing to go the next step and support a progressive, democratic, socialist Tea Party of the left movement that would destroy the neoliberal Democrats? Probably not. Probably not. He seems like a backer of the Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer way of doing things. Vote blue no matter who. Resistance. Right. So Harry Sisson over here needs to take the next fucking step and support a real progressive revolution to take over the failed corporate Democrats who have capitulated and, basically opened the door for this fascist takeover of our country. Actually, the most embarrassing video I watched was Rebecca Watson talking about the quartering in H3H3. Yeah, I'm not fans of those two entities either, especially the quartering. The most embarrassing part was she didn't do research, and I think she was trying to generate drama with Ethan by claiming he's right-wing. Ethan, when it comes to Israel, he's extremely right-wing, Ethan Klein. But, he has a lot of progressive beliefs as well, which makes him kind of a difficult person to talk about. But Ethan Klein, when it comes to Israel, Israel has a right to exist. IDF can do no wrong. What's a genocide? I've never heard of it, right? He makes all those pro-Zionist arguments. He might as well be representing the Bibi Netanyahu government. Very right-wing when it comes to Israel. But when it comes to other, social issues, no problem with gay people, no problem with, taxing the rich, etc. He has kind of both of those things that he's holding up, right? I'm like, there's lots you can say about Ethan Klein, but he's not a red pill guy. Yeah, he's not red pill like the Quartering, who's like total MAGA right-winger supporter. Yeah, I agree with that, Sabercat. Totally. To compare the two is not being honest. It's more difficult, right? The Quartering, it's like, yeah, MAGA, wants to be Tim Pool, basically. Ethan Klein, a little bit more confusing there. I do vote blue no matter who. Unironically, though, Republicans being in charge is an existential threat. Right, but we have to vote strategically, right? If you have an opportunity to vote for a more progressive candidate, if you have an opportunity to do ranked choice voting, right, that progressive candidate should be right up top. But if the contest is between fucking Tucker Carlson or AOC, right, we pick AOC every fucking time, right? German Cow. I mean, with Ethan Klein and his litigious nature, there's a recent thing that he's doing where he's it's like some kind of free speech thing or something, some free speech lawsuit that I think I agree with. But yeah, he's extremely litigious when it comes to the defense of Israel. I agree there, right? It's kind of a, with Ethan Klein, it's a double-edged sword. Because, I think left-wingers should be litigious and should be suing and should be using the law to try to help us achieve our goals, right? However we can, right? Southern Poverty Law Center is a great example. But yeah, there was a recent thing that he's doing. I can't quite remember what, but he's like suing. It's like some YouTube thing, some privacy-related thing, I think, maybe. And it's like, yeah, no, that sounds great. But yeah, him going after other content creators, smearing them as anti-Semites, totally ridiculous. Yeah, female. Yeah, that's the kind of litigious shit that's like, no, you don't. Because, like, if you were to ask Ethan Klein, if he was standing right here and you were to ask him, do you believe in free speech? He would say yes. But he's going to be a hypocrite and, not let other people react to his content, try to shut down other people criticizing him and talking about his content. So it's like, you don't believe in free speech then. No, I believe in free speech when it's benefiting me, but I don't believe in free speech when it's hurting me. Oh, okay. Then you don't believe in free speech. Yeah, female eunuchs. It'll be devastating for React content because it'll destroy my entire fucking show, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to show if he wins that court case. It will happen regardless, though, because that benefits the oligarchy to remove the ability for people like me to comment or react to anything, right? It benefits the oligarchy. So yeah, I think I'm like 50%. I agree with Ethan, right, when it comes to some of the progressive things, but that other 50% when he decides he's a right winger, I am vehemently in major disagreement with Ethan Klein and H3H3, right? When it comes to the quartering, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck the quartering, right? A pathetic man. I have a hard time even calling that guy a man, the quartering. Fucking grifter, fucking pathetic, weak individual. The quartering. I don't know. I think the incendiary sneakers and Noah Samson really went way too far. It's, we could spend hours and hours covering this drama, but just trying to, keep it real on who these people are. I try to separate myself from that because it's like, at least there's got to be at least one person who is willing to criticize all of them, right? ContraPoints, Vosh, Destiny, You know, the quartering, all the whole Twitter drama, Twitch drama, you know, streaming, social media motherfuckers. There's got to be at least one dude who's like, I don't want to be friends with any of these motherfuckers. I'm not on anybody's team, and I'm happy to call them out. Bing, bang, boom. You know, ContraPoints needs to do better. Ethan Klein needs to drop the fucking bullshit when it comes to, you know, this, you know, pretending to care about free speech, but then suing to, you know, make free speech less viable. His full support of genocide. The quartering needs to fucking get flushed. Destiny over here with his stalwart defense of Israel, even now, he's an extremely intelligent individual. Vosh with his defeatism. Quite frankly, and once again, an incredibly intelligent individual. But where's the activism? You know, you got Sean Hannity, you got Glenn Beck, you got Steve Bannon over here. They're constantly doing calls to action, right? The right wing thinkers, the right wing. It's hard to call them thinkers, right? But that's who they are, right? The right wing influencers. They're making calls to action. Get out in the streets. Join, you know, donate here, donate there. Vosh over here. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should just give up. You know, I don't know about trying. And I don't know. Like, it's just incredibly mealy-mouthed bullshit. Like, grow a fucking sack, Vosh, and start activating your audience. Oh, well, they're going to call me a pedophile because in the Discord 100 years ago I said I like horse cock. You know, it's like, stop being so fucking pathetic. Fight for what you claim to believe in. I'd go full. Yeah, I mean, Bad Empanada, dude. It's like sometimes he's like, "Goddamn, totally spot on, fucking nailed it, dude." And then, but then with the fucking militarism, right? The fucking tanky style militarism, the like I like Stalin fucking style bullshit coming from characters like Bad Empanada. It's like, fuck that shit. Exactly, Seneca. Literally doxing and swatting H3 staff. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the kind of... He, like, justifies, right? We got leftists out here justifying violence. You know, justifying those kind of actions. It sets us back as a movement. And it's like, the reason why they do it, because it feels good. So it's like a form of masturbation, right? And it's like, you're not putting the movement ahead of yourself. And leftists should be putting the movement ahead of themselves. Right? This motherfucker over here. Sleepy time. Time for bed. Right? And, you know, all of Twitter basically making the point that if Trump, you know, if this was Joe Biden, this would be the image on every single... thank you, Sabercat. We'll go ahead and save that for next stream. I'll go ahead and put that into the Discord. Very much like ContraPoints. It's like I'm disappointed in Vosh. You know, I'm disappointed in Hassan for different reasons. But it's like we need these people to be on fucking point. And they're so absorbed in their own fucking bullshit and their micro celebrity status. It's just fucking ugh. But anyway, back to our sleepy time president in chief over here, X1 over here with the I love it. Very funny. Simply Steve over here. But no, it's a great point and it's very true. And what it is, it's indicative of the current media environment. And I have a great video that I want to show you. Featuring a sexual assaulter, unfortunately, but he gives us a little insight of how bad the current media environment actually is. But it's indicative of this, right? Where it's like the market loves fascism, the media loves fascism and loves authoritarians, loves tyrants. We see this in the UK as well. Supposedly centrist, moderate newspapers, you know, glowing reviews and all kinds of breaks giving to Nigel Farage. Same thing here in the United States, you know, where the so-called moderate news outlets, you know, not treating Donald Trump, you know, giving Donald Trump a break. There's this bias that, you know, there's like a break that they give the Republican Party where like the Democratic Party is held to a much higher standard than the Republican Party. Why? Why is that? Because they're owned by billionaires. And every single month, every single year, they buy more and more of it. They scoop up Twitter. They scoop up the Washington Post. They scoop up all the local news. They're going after the AP. They're going after the fucking AP. They're trying to destroy the AP. And that's why we see this bias, where the Democrats are held to an incredibly high standard. Where if this was Joe Biden, oh, it would be weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. He's unfit. He's unfit. Technically true. Technically true. This not even a fucking headline. Not even a fucking headline. Yeah, exactly. X1. Right. 48 hours in the news cycle about Donald Trump killing almost 200 schoolgirls, and then whoop. Shuts up about that. Whoop. On to the next thing. On to the next thing. And it's allowed this mediocre pedophile to flood the zone with chaos. Every single day is a Watergate scandal. Watergate level scandal. And the compliant pro-oligarchy media that's owned mainly by right-wing oligarchs or oligarchs like Mark Cuban, who think they're left-wing, but are centrist at best. At best, right? Giving breaks to Donald Trump every single day, every single minute. Just picture it. Just picture it. MS Now, Joe Biden, fucking Tapper Jake on CNN. Weeks and weeks and weeks showing this image, talking about Joe Biden. Totally deserves it, okay? But then you ignore someone a million times worse, a million times more destructive, straight up passing out in front of the camera. Not a peep, not a fucking peep, dude. Crickets. Where's my crickets? Not a fucking peep. I gotta turn that up. That's too quiet. Let me turn that up real quick. Hold on. There we go. Not a fucking peep. Turn that up just a little bit more. Right? And this is once again, going back to, I guess that's the theme of today's stream. The left wing needs to take over. They're not going to give it to us. We can't shame them, right? No matter how many Twitter dunks, Chris Jackson and the rest of the fucking Twitter idiots point out the hypocrisy, they're never going to fucking change. We have to take over. And we have to force democratization of journalism. We have to force a more even and level playing ground so that it's not just 5 oligarchs who own all of media and they're able to carry a narrative like this in the mainstream, where the mainstream is able to ignore this. Democracy Now, exactly. But I'm not saying we have to force Amy Goodman down everyone's throat, but Amy Goodman should have an opportunity to be on mainstream cable networks. We can force multi-billion-dollar cable networks to carry Democracy Now, right? To give them a subsidy and say, there's a certain amount of hours, there's a certain amount of channels that you have to reserve for independent media, and it doesn't always have to be left-wing. That unfortunately means maybe giving a Tim Pool or some other goblin, some fuck goblin, an opportunity, right? It's got to be, we're leftists. We believe in democracy. It's got to be equitable. But as the media environment that we have right now, wholly, almost completely controlled by right-wing oligarchs, it will only get worse. They don't care that they're hypocrites. They don't fucking care. Watch the movie Network. They don't fucking care. They don't even care if they make money. Right? Look at Barry Weiss and ABC or CBS. Sorry. They don't give a fuck even if they're making money. It's just about driving the narrative and masquerading as legitimate news, masquerading as legitimate information while driving a narrative towards fascism, towards dictatorship. So once again, this is it's never going to fix itself. No amount of shaming, no amount of Twitter dunks is going to fix it. We have to take over. The left. Tea Party of the left. We have to destroy politically the neoliberal democratic establishment. We have to take over and force democratization because they're never going to give it to us. We have to fight for it. We have to win it, and we have to leverage our power wherever we can to demand it. So here's just some bullshit that the fascist in chief said. Quote, I took a lot of heat. I'd say 500, 600%, but we also say sometimes 50 or 60. Different kinds of calculations. There are two ways of calculating it. I mean, fuck right off, man. So now, we have the fucking, fake news. We got the fucking, what do they say? The inconvenient facts or something, alternate facts. So we got alternate facts, and now we have an alternate version of math. What do you call it? Trump math, right? So this is in reference to RFK. It's connected to RFK. What RFK said during those hearings. He's got his own way of calculating things. He, sometimes he says 600%. This is Donald Trump. I got my own way of doing it. I talk crazy shit. I got my own version of math. That's just how cool I am. Ludicrous. And once again, going back to the previous conversation, if any of this came out of, imagine Obama saying something like this, it would have just been, what? What? No, what? Oh my God. Right? Not a fucking peep from mainstream. Oh, he's just a silly little dictator. Oh, he's got his own version of math. Oh, so it's so adorable. Yeah, unlearn it, right? Yeah, and he just pulls these numbers right out of his ass, right? How many protesters that were killed, that Iran killed, started off as 20,000, went to 25, 30. Now it's up to 42,000 protesters that Iran killed during the light revolution that was attempted, right? 42,000. I'm protecting the civilians of Iran. That's why I'm destroying their lives. More bullshit from the fascist pedophile. Quote, I often talk about the pen. This pen's better than the other one they used to give away for 2,000. I won't go on a long story that because a couple of people said, quote, he keeps talking about the pen. Actually, many people found it interesting, and some people thought I was doing too much of a weave. So if you don't know what the fuck this senile piece of shit's talking about, he's talking about the stupid pens that they hand out during signing ceremonies. Oh, I get a souvenir. Oh, yay. Obviously, I think the whole practice should be fucking nuked from high orbit. Actually, people think it's really interesting. I'm weaving. When my brain doesn't work right and I'm lying out my ass, I'm actually weaving. Right. So here's this motherfucker talking about, yet again, redesigning a national monument. Talking about how it'll take me 2 weeks. Talking about redoing the Lincoln Memorial. He's already started on it. Yet another, it's like, the speculation is that while thieves like Howard Nutlick and Jared Kushner and all the fucking rest of them, Scott Bessent, and the fucking, what's his nuts from the fucking Project 2025, Russell Vogt, while they're actually destroying the government, going through the actual process of dismantling the government, they're keeping this piece of shit busy with these little projects that he gives more of a shit about this than he does about USAID and the Iran war and all that. Ooh, do I get to pick the curtains? Oh, my new ballroom, my new arch. So this is the latest thing to distract this fucking idiot. And he's just pure stupidity. Oh, I'm gonna redesign the Lincoln Memorial. Oh, we're covering that. That's coming up, Sabercat. Let's see which video you got here. But no, we're covering it. Yeah, I didn't have this one queued up, but I might as well. Yeah, no, I had, this is the next thing that we're talking about here, literally coming up next. So you predicted it. We could go ahead and start with, we won't start with that one, but we'll get that one queued up because it's a great video. I already watched it. With that said, Too Lazy to Try did piss me off recently with his, quite frankly, lazy, I guess that's in the name, his lazy breakdown of the criticisms against Hassan Parker. Not Piker, I mean. I did a R.M. Brown, Hassan Parker. His criticisms were pretty lame, right? You're not allowed to wear Gucci if you're a socialist, right? It's like, no, there's actually real substantive things to criticize Hassan for. But the whole, lipstick socialist, it's just bullshit, right? It's just dumb. It's just dumb, right? So he kind of went that route recently. I think it was during when Hassan did the boat to Cuba thing, right? It was just lazy. But I guess that's in the name. But I will say, even Kyle Kalinske, who totally supports Hassan way more than I do, just a couple days ago featured his Too Lazy to Try's videos, right? So, but I just wanted to point it out that I was like a little disappointed in his less than substantive critique of Hassan Parker, R.M. Brown. Make sure you're checking him out. Doesn't he need some kind of approval to demolish landmarks? Yeah. Does that? Yeah. Like 90% of what he does is illegal. Smash. But yeah, technically, the pen has been touched by the ruler of the universe, not an auto pen, a true Trumpian pen. He allows his oligarch besties to screw anyone with it. Yeah, and Joe Biden did the same fucking thing. You get a pen, and you get a pen. Ooh, hand out a pen. Ooh, pens, and all these fucking oligarchs, surrounding the president. Ooh, thank you for the souvenir. Thank you for the tax break. Fuck off. Fucking souvenirs and crap. What the fuck is this? Are you the president? Or are you a fucking, handing out samples at the fucking Costco? It just diminishes the fucking chair, right? Fucking president handing out souvenirs and shit. It's fucking embarrassing. I've always hated the stupid practice of the president handing out pens at the signing ceremony. It's fucking bullshit. So, yeah, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, fucking Donald Trump, they all do it. Fucking stupid. So here he is. Last little comment. I have more shit in here, but we're going to get to something entertaining next with Tim Heidecker and Alex Jones. But we got more Donald Trump in here. But here he is. That's where Martin Luther King, talking about the, Lincoln Memorial. Or no, the Washington Memorial, the spire, right in the pool. That's where Martin Luther King gave his great speech. And he had 1 million people, and I had the exact same crowd. Maybe a little more. I might be better than Martin Luther King. Would you believe that I said that? I can't believe that I said that. I have pictures of Martin Luther King's crowd. The exact same. Everything. But it was 70 years difference. The exact same crowd, but I actually had more people. Fuck off. Of course, we all know he never had, even at the height of fucking Trumpism, he never had the crowd to match Martin Luther King. Right. Did you know I'm actually better than Martin Luther King? While I destroy voting rights for black people, I install a bunch of racists in the Supreme Court who are actively trying to destroy the last vestiges of Martin Luther King's legacy. I'm actually better than him. It just doesn't stop. When you're truly shameless, when you're truly narcissistic, like at the level that Donald Trump is, it doesn't fucking stop. It's just disgusting. There's no limit. Fuck you, Donald Trump. That's all I got to fucking say. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck your fucking crowd sizes. Fuck your ego. You make me ill just looking at you. You make me fucking physically ill. Every word that comes out of your mouth makes me fucking sick. How dare you? To quote a great activist and woman, Greta Thunberg, who's constantly getting shit on for being 100% correct. How fucking dare you? Donald Trump and the fucking people that still support him and fucking MAGA. How fucking dare you? Talk about Martin Luther King like you know a fucking thing about him. Like you give a flying fuck about Martin Luther King's legacy. Like you give a flying fuck about black people who you constantly call low IQ or DEI. Greta Thunberg is a fucking hero. And I fully support what she had to say and continues to say. How fucking dare you? You think you can meme that shit out of existence? She's 100% correct. Hero, Greta Thunberg. Really, Hassan does remind me of a line where Christopher Hitchens was talking about his student socialism, where he and his younger brother Peter were lecturing to a trade union in their university outfit to men who were wearing Dem Mob suits. I'm not quite sure what a D-Mob suit is. That really just dress from Kmart. If you're around the poor as wise as dressing like a hipster to people with 1 hour electricity doesn't, even if it's unintentionally as a let them eat cake moment. I agree somewhat, right? It's like I do think, I think the leftist movement in general should be more humble. Optics are important, right? I agree. Ultimately, though, as like a critique, it's kind of weak, right? So I'm kind of on the fence on this one. But I do think, like, if I was Hassan, I wouldn't be coming out in the Gucci jeans and a t-shirt. Okay, I'd be driving a fucking, $50,000 Honda Fit. But ultimately though, I do acknowledge that the argument that you're not allowed to critique capitalism while being forced basically to participate in it is kind of bullshit. And let's be real. Let's be 100% real. If Hassan or any socialist that had a voice was wearing a fucking potato sack and living in the fucking woods, they would still criticize us for being, and basically try to disqualify us and say that we're not allowed to critique capitalism, we're not allowed to critique government. They would still, even if we were like living in the fucking woods eating bugs, you know what I mean? They would still be making these arguments that, oh, we're not allowed to critique, we're not allowed to criticize. Demobilization suits were for World War II soldiers. It was an old-fashioned, functional, mostly ill-fitting suit you'd wear to your post-war job interview. I see. Thank you for informing me on that one. But you know what I mean? Because it's propaganda. It's anti-socialist propaganda to be saying you're not allowed to critique capitalism. You're not allowed to have an opinion about capitalism because it's the classic "I'm so smart" guy from poking his head out of the well. Oh, you got a cell phone? Well, you're not allowed to critique the slave labor that went into making it, right? We could be wearing potato sacks, eating bugs in the woods, and they would still say we're not allowed to have a voice. With that said, we shouldn't be making it as easy as possible for our enemies, right, to make those lazy arguments. So leave the Gucci sunglasses at home, right? Leave the $100,000 sports car at home. Yeah, exactly, woke patriot. They would be doing it regardless, but I'm kind of both sidesing this a little bit, where it's like, we should be concerned with optics. We should be aware of optics. And making it harder for our enemies to disregard us and undercut us and undermine us, right? But at the same time, it's also total bullshit, and they'd be fucking us over anyway, even if we were living in the fucking woods eating bugs. Oh, you eat bugs? Well, capitalism made those bugs, right? Capitalism made that potato sack, baby. How dare you criticize? How dare you? You're wearing a high-quality potato sack, and you're making fun of capitalism. How dare you? Okay, yeah. I mean, this is what I'm saying with Vosh. It's like, get your fucking mind right. You know, the main critique I have with characters like Vosh, Destiny, and Hassan, it's like, put the movement first. Put the movement first. Put your ego away. I don't give a fuck about your fucking micro celebrity status, right? You should feel lucky and honored that you have a more prominent voice than schmucks like me. You should be putting the movement first. And that means worrying about optics, even if it's bullshit, even if it's a bullshit argument. You shouldn't be making it easy for these fuckers to make that bullshit argument as much as possible, because they'll still make the bullshit arguments. But you know, it hits less. It hits less. You should be putting the movement first, above everything else. Leftist labor activists show up wearing shirts with no ties and sleeves rolled up. Look at them, LOL. They're trying to appeal to the working class. Exactly, woke patriot. Exactly. Like they'll still make the arguments. But I'm going to both sides it and say we should still be concerned with optics. We should still be putting the movement above everything else. Our own ego, our own image, everything should be about winning. Right? So if it, like, you know, if it helps me even a little bit to show up in a fucking, you know, in a fucking $50 suit, right? And you know, and drive a, you know, consumer car and take a fucking, you know, instead of sitting in first class and, you know, taking selfies of me sitting in first class, I'm sitting in, you know, I'm in the economy class, or I'm in, you know, business class. We should be doing that. We should be making those sacrifices. It sucks. I don't fucking care though. Right? Winning should be our main priority. Putting the movement first should be our main priority. Goodwill. Yeah, you know, you can get a pretty decent suit from Goodwill. If you know, because it's never going to fit correctly. You buy the cheap suit from Goodwill, then you take it to a tailor. Couple $100, you got that motherfucker looking fresh. Woke Patriot, I agree. But at the same time, let's make it as hard as possible for our enemies. Right? That's what I believe. I can only tell you how I would act if I had Hassan's money, and I would keep it humble. And this goes for the Mr. Bling Bling, who used to be the leader of the Amazon Workers Union, right? Who was on that boat with Hassan. What's his fucking name? He's walking around like Mr. T, right? Bling, 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 bling. Leave that shit at home, right? You want to go to the club, your own personal time, okay, you know, but you're getting on the boat to help poor people in Cuba, and you're wearing all your bling bling. Leave that shit at home, man. I agree. I mean, it's, you know, are you trying to, woke patriot, are you trying to make the argument that the left movement, that people that represent the left should be ignoring optics? Right? I want to win. I don't know. I disagree, woke patriot. If leftists within the movement are going to take issue with how others are dressed, it's not my movement. I mean, I disagree. I think we can take it way too far. It's like, you know, because you show up in jeans and a t-shirt, and they're like, oh, what is that, an Armani t-shirt? Oh, what is that, you know, $300 jeans? It's like, okay, now we're taking it way too fucking far. You know? But you're showing up in full fucking bling and like $100, you know, or like, you know, $5,000 Gucci fucking, you know, coats and shit. I don't know. Optics are not something that can be ignored, but they are ripe for manipulation as well. Totally agree, right? Let's try to find a medium there. Maybe maybe just one chain. Maybe just one bling bling chain instead of fucking 20 walking around like Mr. T, okay? Let's get to something fun here. Let's get to something super de-duper awesome and fun. Yeah, Seneca, get out there. Zoot Suit Riot, baby. So you got Alex Jones over here begging Elon Musk right? If you don't know what this is a Tim and Eric sketch. It's a really good sketch that Tim and Eric have done. Let me show you just a little piece of it here. Hilarious sketch. Clown rental. I can't show you the whole thing, but it actually has, Will Ferrell. Very, very funny sketch. I guess he's done a few of them. Some kind of child clown rental service.
Hey, come on down. Sit down on my head. Original child clown out. I'm the original child clown out. Clown out, clown out, clown out. You know you're gonna love my clowns. Come on! I breed them myself. These clowns come from Donnie's. Why try some other man's seed? My seed.
Okay, so it gets pretty fucking weird. It's pretty Tim and Eric, right? These two brothers that are like, they have opposing businesses. That one accuses the other of rape and murder and pretty hard to take serious, right? But of course, Alex Jones over here. Oh, this is serious. This is them signaling that their allegiance to the oligarch pedophiles. By the way, who does Alex Jones support? Best friend of Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like Pizzagate fucking adjacent Donald Trump over here. Alex Jones totally has his back, and the whole cohort of dangerous fucking pedophiles, right? And here's Alex Jones. Oh, these guys that are taking over InfoWars, they're all pedophiles. They're all Pizzagate. Oh, you see, this is the deep state. This is them. Because there's another sketch that they did where like Eric is like sitting in a bathtub and like it's like some weird ritual where he's sitting in a bathtub and a bunch of like young boys come in and start defecating into the bathtub. I haven't seen the sketch. We'll see a little bit of it in Too Lazy to Try's video here. Pretty weird shit, okay? But nowhere because like Alex Jones is trying to make the connection. Oh, this is them hinting. This is them showing their allegiance to the pedophile ring that I fully support, by the way. that I put my full weight and support behind. I love Donald Trump so much. I mean, not until recently, but the actual oligarch pedophiles that Alex Jones supports, he's trying to say that these guys are members of, and it's pretty bullshit, right? But let me give you a little bit more of this.
So thanks for choosing my Hands Child Clown outlet. Why not use our child clowns for your next party or special event? It's a fact. Our child clowns are washed and diapered daily, and no child clown comes without fake plastic doo-doo. My child clowns never take breaks. Now you can rent an adult adapter to bring that child clown up to a regular man's eye level. Our clowns are soft to the touch. They're soft to the touch. Did you make a mess?
Oh, you see, that's the deep state. That's them hinting that they like to touch children. See that?
Of our child clowns, bring them back dirty. We'll hose them off. And now we made returning your child clown even easier. Just use one of our many Mahanahan's Child Clown Express drop-off.
Throws them in a fucking dumpster. Yeah, you see, that's the deep state saying that they use up children and they throw them away. Tim and Eric had a Christian guy from public television in their shoe. It's 17 seconds. What? What's this?
I didn't go to school. I learned everything I know from my mind. I didn't go to school.
He didn't go.
I learned everything I need to know from my mind.
That's great. So if you don't, just to catch you up, The Onion, because Alex Jones lying and, despicable lies after the Sandy Hook tragedy that Barack Obama didn't do shit about, right? This classroom of precious children murdered. And if you want to go ahead and destroy your innocence, what's left of it, go ahead and read the police report about the pile of dead bodies in the bathroom at Sandy Hook. And then put yourself in Barack Obama's shoes and then do fucking nothing about it. So Alex Jones sees an opportunity in that horrific tragedy, lies to his audience of millions gullible idiots that they're all actors, they're all faking it, you know, literally going through the footage, interview footage of some of these people. See, they're faking it. See, you can see the psychological. See this. He's the actor. He's the actor. He would be acting differently. This parent would be acting differently if it really happened. It's all a big you know, deep state lies to get your guns, to remove your guns. You know, Barack Obama didn't do any of that, right? False flag to get you grab your guns. Barack Obama doesn't grab any guns. Still believes it. Still tries to claim that it's a deep state conspiracy. He just does it in private now because of this. So the Sandy Hook parents got together and fucking destroyed Alex Jones in court for defamation, which, by the way, is incredibly difficult to prove. You know, legendarily difficult to prove defamation in court, right? You have to prove that not only is the person lying, but the person was lying with intent to destroy. Totally wins these Sandy Hook parents. Fucking Alex Jones on the hook for like $1 billion. No joke, like over $1 billion. Okay. You know, he's fighting it, he's appealing, right? Well, he's gone through all that process and he's lost. And now the court is taking assets, and one of those assets is InfoWars, or they're all coming after you. Right? So they're forcing Alex Jones to put InfoWars up for sale. And who's coming along to buy it? With the help, with the approval of the Sandy Hook families, The Onion has now purchased InfoWars. They've already rebranded it. They got a rainbow thing with an onion. They're calling, you know, they're saying that the company that owns it is something called Tetrahedron, right? And they've made some hilarious statements about how, you know, that we're gonna dedicate to spreading lies and misinformation like never before, right? So that's what all this is about. So now Alex Jones is just lying, just straight up lying, using every trick in the book. He's going completely, he thinks it's like a superpower to Alex Jones, right? So he's saying this kind of shit. The man hired by Onion to take over InfoWars produced pro-pedophile, child torture, and murder shows for Adult Swim. Oh, by the way, the number one pro-pedophile, child murderer, and torturer I totally support. I think is great. The party that supports child labor and child marriage and all this other stuff that's connected. Every other week there's another one. That party I totally fully support, by the way. But I actually care about this. I actually care a lot about, I care so much about the kids. That's why I totally support the party most likely to molest your children. Right, so in conjunction with Will Ferrell, who took part in satanic rituals with spirit cooking high priestesses, marinara. Oh, what the fuck is he even talking about, right? It's just he's completely lost his mind, and he's gone off the deep end here. Lies. I don't care what it is. I'm going to do whatever I can. You'd think he'd learn his lesson after a $1 billion defamation suit, losing it. But here he is right back at it, lies. And over here, just pathetically, oh, Elon Musk, please help. Please help me, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, in the Epstein files, begging Jeffrey Epstein to go to one of his crazy parties. Oh, Elon, please save me. The cabal of pedophiles that I totally support, I need them to have my back because I care so much about the kids. Oh, please, Elon, save me. Zeke Heil, am I right, Elon? Zeke Heil. I care so much about America. So hypocrisy meter destroyed. Hypocrisy meter blowing up. Doesn't matter. But still, we get justice. Even now, we get fucking justice. It's amazing. Why Donald Trump hasn't saved his ass, I don't know. He lost this in a Texas court. You got to really fuck up to lose in the Texas justice system, okay? Totally captured by Greg Abbott and the rest of the right-wing fascists, the Texas court system. That's where he lost this. Yeah, Seneca, I totally agree. This was the moment Jones basically wrecked himself by literally handing all his data to the prosecution. Oh, really? We got a little clip here from His
You guys
deposition.
have all this stuff and you say we didn't give anything.
So this is him in court trying to defend himself from defamation. I don't know if I've seen this one or not. Let's watch.
Jones, you know how an iPhone works, right? You've had an iPhone text message.
Look at this guy. Whoa, I'm fucked. Whoa, I'm so fucked. Whoa, the deep state's getting me this time.
Several years now.
Yeah.
What does it mean if the messages are in blue? Whose messages are those? Whose phone is this taken from?
Oh, is this where he accidentally gave way more? His lawyers, his incompetent lawyers, gave the opposition all this information that he didn't have to give, and they were just totally incompetent. And he gave a bunch of extra information to the what's the side, the prosecution. Is that what this clip is? Yeah, I think that's what happened, right? His fucking incompetent ass right-wing fucking lawyers. Yeah, he gave them all phone records and texts, a bunch of shit that he didn't have to give them. Right, yeah. And another one. Right. He called it the prosecution's Perry Mason moment. That's right. I remember this now.
I turned the phone over and said, take the stuff off.
Can I have you look in the very bottom below the very bottom left corner?
And look, InfoWars is a moneymaker, baby. It has way more views than The Onion, way bigger than The Onion. It's pathetic. It's terrible to know that, but like it's a fucking money machine, dude. It's his precious little baby, his little empire that he's built for decades and decades. I've been building InfoWars, prisonplanet.com, and all this, and this. Gone, bitch. Gone. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. You fucking played yourself. Exactly, dude. Down the fucking shitter, dude.
Is that your phone number?
Oh,
Yes.
fucked. Oh, fucked.
So you did get my text messages. And then said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones. Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Your
Mr.
lawyer.
Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protected in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have a text message about saying you wrote it. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone, and then...
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you know this happened?
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave the phone over and just said...
But just
And
answer the question.
you said in your deposition.
Look at it. Look at the fucking. Look at him, dude. Look at him.
You searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
Fuck you, dude.
And I had several different phones with this number, but I didn't have.
You.
Well, of course, I mean, that's why you got it.
That's not.
My lawyer sent it to you.
Thank you for this
but I'm hiding
clip,
it. Okay.
Saber Cat.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, that?
just answer questions. There's no question.
He's, one thing I absolutely love, if you've watched this show, well, he is Vinyl. He is suffering. It's happened. He's already announcing it. I'll show you the video. Right? He's literally saying we're all moving to the Alex Jones show. It's all we're moving the operation. We're moving the operation. It's happened. It's happened. He knows. He's denying it. He's the deep state's coming after me. It's happened. It's happened. The fucking Onion has bought his shit. Now, is that going to stop Alex Jones? Of course not, right? But this is consequences. This is consequences, okay? And look, is it perfect? Is it going to destroy Alex Jones completely? Is it, no, the grift continues. The grift is endless. Okay? He should be behind bars, quite frankly. right? Because this isn't, you know, I'm a free speech guy. I believe people have the right to be wrong, but there are limits to free speech, and Alex Jones has totally breached those limits. Okay, and he deserves jail time, not just having his precious empire dismantled. He deserves jail time for the damage that he's done. Read the police report on Sandy Hook and tell me this motherfucker doesn't deserve jail time. Okay? Get back, type into Google Sandy Hook police report and read about the cop sifting through the pile of dead children trying to find anybody who's still breathing, and tell me this motherfucker doesn't deserve jail time for the shit that he put that family through. The family had maniacs coming to their house, protesting the children's funerals because of the shit that this man said. He deserves jail time. Okay? So this is the absolute least that could happen to him. This isn't free speech. This is hurting people. This is violence. So he fucking deserves this.
Mr. Bigson also only ask questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct?
Well, okay, get back to what I was saying. I trailed off there in righteous indignation here, but I love it when right wingers are in a court setting. The gish galloping, the shooting the messenger, the darvoing, right? It just doesn't work as well, right? We saw this with Trump's depositions as well, right? They immediately start the darvoing, they immediately start the gish galloping, the you're fake news and this is fake and that's fake and nothing's real and that, and blah 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 blah. You're a liberal and all this. So they try all that shit that works outside of a courtroom setting, but in a courtroom setting, answer the question. You don't get to run away from it. You don't get Piers Morgan, who has to cut to commercial, so you get to get away with it. You're stuck. You're there. You're under fucking oath, right? Your statements are recorded. Everything is checked against proof, and you can't bullshit your way out of it. I love it when right wingers are in a courtroom setting. I fucking love it. Welcome back, Low Key, by the way.
You said that under oath.
I mean, if I was mistaken, I was mistaken. You got the messages right there.
You know,
Perry Mason moment.
I just want to make sure you know before we go any further.
Perry Mason moment.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you, I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before, whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones, one more time. And please remember, if you need to assert the Fifth Amendment, you can. You need to know that you can do that. But you testified under oath previously that you personally searched your phone for the phrase Sandy Hook.
So he thought he had it all wiped. So he made the statement previously. Oh, there's no talk. No text about Sandy Hook on my phones. It's all wiped. Nope. It's all good. Hands over evidence directly to the fucking prosecution that he didn't need to. His lawyers they're just fucking dumb. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, maybe.
No messages. You said that under oath.
Yes.
And you lied when you said it.
No, I did not lie.
Yes, you did. yes, you fucking did, man. And now you're $1 billion. You're out $1 billion, dude. Oh, I can't wait. So the last part about Onion taking over, and this is why Alex Jones is now attacking Tim Heidecker, is that the Onion has now put Tim Heidecker in as creative director of Infowars.com, right? So who knows what we're going to get. Too Lazy to Try brings up something that's kind of disappointing, but probably true, that it's going to be funny for a couple weeks, couple months, but it'll probably fizzle out and turn into nothing, because it's kind of hard to top the self-parody of Infowars. It's kind of difficult. Who knows what direction they're going to go in, but it's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious that the time that we get with Tim Heidecker in charge of Infowars and what the fuck they're going to do to this piece of shit grifters, personal friend of Joe Rogan, to his precious little baby. It's going to be something else. So thank you for that clip. We're going to keep going. We got more to cover here. Some more lies from Alex Jones. So one mugshot that Tim Heidecker took. I think this is for On Cinema. I think this is when he was on drugs or something. This is something that, you know, so he's like, this is a real mugshot. He was really arrested by the police, and this is a real mugshot that was taken of Tim Heidecker. This is the guy that's taking over. It's a fake mugshot. It's not a real mugshot. But the Onion newspaper has been rocked by a discovery that their new creative director produced pro-pedo, child kidnapping, torture, and murder programs. Billionaire Michael Bloomberg is on the main financier of Onion's hostile takeover of the InfoWars and is funding of productions designed, in their words, to wear Alex Jones's skin. So Tim Heidecker's been on Twitter literally saying, like, I'm going to wear your skin, and, like, yeah, I'm a, basically just, doing as much as he possibly can. Thank you. It's not that great, but thank you. But basically doing as much as he can to antagonize Alex Jones, right? Saying, I'm going to wear your skin, and I'm going to pretend I'm you and stuff like that. Below is an actual mugshot of the creep. Gotcha. So let me show you. There's this AI video put out. I don't know who made it. I don't know, what side made, because it's like, it's a parody wrapped in a parody wrapped in an absurdist fucking parody, right? It's like 10 layers deep. So I don't know if InfoWars put this out or someone against him, or for the Onion put this out, but I just caught this. This was hilarious.
That Tim took my child. Took my child! I will find him!
Turn to your right.
Where is my child? My child! Took my child! I will find him! Took my child!
You got the AI Greg Turkington over here.
Where is my child?
Oh, look at the AI over here. The boy has two faces. He's got a face on one side and then a face on the other. Where is my child? Where is my child? Meanwhile, I totally support the head of the pedophiles, the best friend of Jeffrey Epstein. He's totally my guy, and I totally support the Republican Party. Who every other week there's another exposed pedophile in their party. Every other week there's another Republican busted for downloading child pornography, etc., etc. Totally support them, by the way. So let's go ahead and watch this Too Lazy to Try. Then we got this Tim Heidecker. Actually, before we do the Too Lazy to Try, Tim Heidecker here, actually not talking about Alex Jones, but it's, you know what, this really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, so maybe later on that one. So let's do Too Lazy to Try's video, which covers overall the entire saga so far, using Too Lazy to Try's style, which is, pretty good. He's a pretty funny guy. So let's get to it here. That other one was basically just him interviewing a Donald Trump impersonator, which was funny, but not too relevant to what we're talking about.
Disturbing. This aired on Adult Swim. And they also made another movie called Tim and Eric's $1 billion movie.
So I think that's the scene with the diarrhea ceremony is from the movie, right? And he's, making all the connections between the deep state.
With children in satanic diarrhea rituals. So I'm warning you before you do this. This is children kidnapped, put on ships, tortured, burned to death, murdered for Satan. And I'm doing research. I started watching these clips you're about to see. And the graininess of it, the sickeningness of it, the children, and all the symbolism, when you know what they're doing.
Right. And it's all a left-wing thing. It's all a left-wing thing. All the evidence that we have on the right wing, of course, it's all fake. That's all fake. No way. But no, all the left-wing stuff is true, though. Jeffrey Epstein was a bad guy, but he was just associated with just left-wing people. It's just left-wing people. The dozens and dozens of right-wing oligarchs that I totally support and am friends with, all that's fake.
The simulated murder of children and kidnapping them and loading them on ships, then using them up, and all this, when you study the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, this is it. I mean, they tell you up front, but if you even know the symbolism, it's even worse.
All right, so apparently InfoWars is being taken over next week by The Onion after Alex had to file for bankruptcy because of the Sandy Hook lawsuit, and InfoWars was auctioned off and The Onion won the bid. Now they plan on making it a parody of itself, and they're putting Tim Heidecker in charge, and he's been making videos trying to do an Alex Jones impression. So Alex is accusing them of trying to steal his identity, and he's talking about suing them for it. He came out during one of his co-host shows to rant about it, shirtless, I guess, to symbolize that The Onion is stealing the shirt off his back.
Are you an employee of The Onion now, Alex?
No, we laugh about this, but a year and a half ago, they announced that they now owned us.
Yep.
And it was all a fraud. But don't worry, we got a bunch of legal avenues. It'd be one thing if they just shut us down, but they are telling the New York Times and obviously more videos.
Put a fucking shirt on, bro. What the fuck are you doing? And this clown working for Alex Jones, defending Alex Jones, this is your fucking boss? Man, you're so fucking embarrassing.
They're going to misrepresent that they're us to confuse people and, quote, rip people off like Alex Jones did. They're going to make money. But the whole thing's about defaming me. You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody. You can do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my...
Oh, yeah, Sabercat, he probably fully supports Sam Hyde and $1 Million Extreme and the sexism and open misogyny and racism from Sam Hyde. And yeah, I'm sure him watching Venture Brothers would be very funny as well. Look at the symbolism. Look at the satanic symbolism. I didn't know that he went to jail for the January 6th stuff. That's interesting. I didn't know he went to jail for that.
Sure.
He was there.
Don't mean you're me. They need to be us to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. He goes, oh, we're the 5th biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead. This is what the left do. They try to silence you, then they misrepresent who you are. They're body snatchers. They're skinwalkers. They literally take your skin. This is going to backfire big time, folks. Anyways, but hey, you may have... may try to take our skin, you may try to take our clothes, but we're still the real InfoWar.
The Onion cannot make us go away, okay? The lawyers cannot make us go away. The only way we go away is if you don't support us.
And people get confused. It'll be the Alex Jones Network. New news sites, you'll hear about it all soon. All ready to launch.
So they literally sell this hat that says low IQ. Imagine wearing this hat out in public, right? Because you're owning the libs. Because the libs are constantly saying that these incredibly high IQ individuals are low IQ, or oh no, this is him criticizing Donald Trump actually, right? So imagine you're wearing a low IQ hat in public, and you're just a regular person. You're like, low IQ? What? Are you dumb? No, this is me making fun of Donald Trump, who is making fun of Alex Jones and saying he was low IQ. Alex Jones? You mean that January 6th Sandy Hook guy? Runs around drunk without his shirt on, that guy? Screaming about conspiracy theories and all that? Yeah. He's actually really smart. And Donald Trump, who I totally supported until 5 seconds ago, said that he was low IQ. Can you believe that? Yeah, I can fucking believe that. Anyway, that's why I'm wearing this hat out in public that says low IQ. Not because I'm stupid. I'm actually really smart. I mean... there's no way to parody this. You know what I mean? Like there's actually no fucking way to actually legitimate, because like they're already there. They're already like riding the fucking waves of absurdity, you know. And it's the fact that they're fully confident, 100% confident in their own reality that makes them like untouchable when it comes to satire, right? All you can do is just kind of meet them at that level, at satire versus satire, right? But there's no way to out-satire these fucking people. They are a parody of themselves, walking and breathing every single day. And like, you know, they totally believe this shit, right? They are totally there, right? So there's really, you know, in that realm, it's kind of hard to defeat them, but it's going to be fun to watch, you know, Tim Heidecker try.
Same people, Harrison, we're going to expand all.
Well, they're alpha men. They're big, tough alpha guys, right? The left were supposed to be so scared. They got arsenals. Oh, they're so strong. Meanwhile, crying every fucking, every time they get in front of the camera, crying and begging and pleading, and their fucking wives and family leaving them because they're fucking pathetic. So we're supposed to be afraid of them and their big manliness and alphaness. It's like, we can barely muster the energy to fucking pity these people.
So it sounds like this takeover is actually happening since Alex is telling people to go to a new site, and he's been doing research into who's taken over InfoWars. And Alex claims the new creative director for InfoWars, Tim Heidecker,
strategy.
produced pro-pedo child kidnapping, torture, and murder programs for Adult Swim.
Good point,
Alex
Smash.
was sent a bunch of clips from Tim's shows, and now, of course, Alex thinks he's uncovered a satanic child sacrifice pedo ring. And he reacted to the clips on his show, which was hilarious. And before he played them, he kept having to warn everybody how disturbing they are. And he's like, listen, I don't want to have to show you this. This stuff is really disturbing, but these are the demons we're dealing with. And he says these people are so evil. If you don't support him and go buy his supplements, then you're literally backing the demons of hell.
I'm warning you before you do this. This is children kidnapped, put on ships, tortured, burned to death, murdered for Satan. And then you have the actor in the show, Will Ferrell, at Abrita Ivanovich, Aleister Crowley's Satanic Spirit Cooking Rituals. Now you can take one look at these guys, deranged demons. You just look at them. When they send the lawyers.
Not like the demons that I support, not like the oligarchs that actually rape kids, not like them. No, they're the real problem.
To these cases, they cackle and laugh and rub their hands together like demons. I mean, you have to go see it. My lawyers are like, what is up? They feel like demons. They are demons. That is who's crawled up out of hell to do this. But imagine them announcing 2 days ago that they own InfoWars without even a court hearing, because they know the set hearing with the judge that ran the fake show trials against me in Texas.
No court hearing, except that in the court hearing that they won. They didn't. They took this over without a court hearing, and then except in the court hearing that they won, it contradicts himself within seconds.
The George Soros-funded Judge Gore Gamble, they know the outcome. So I've only watched these.
And now it's the Jews. And now it's the fucking Jews, right? Because that's what George Soros is code for, the Jews, right? Oh, watch George Soros coming after me. Yeah, he lost by default because he didn't show up to defend himself. That's right. I remember that, Vinyl.
Clips one time. There's a bunch of them. It'll take up most of the time we've got. And I don't even want to watch this when I play this, okay? But I'm sorry, we have to put this out. But that's who we're up against. So if you don't support us, thealexshowstore.com, you are literally backing the demons of hell.
Then he starts reacting to clips and commenting on the symbolism of the show and how it all relates to Jeffrey Epstein and child sacrifice.
Thank you, Sabercat.
Like every scene.
I think this is enough Alex Jones for today, but maybe I'll put that in the docket for next time. Thank you for that link, Sabercat. I'll put that in the Discord.
Has something to do with that. And obviously Alex was going to have a field day with this, because Tim's shows are really bizarre and have a lot of weird scenes with children or referencing children. So Alex acts like it's all real and there are these secret messages in every scene that he gives his commentary on. He spends like 30 minutes playing clips, and he could probably go all day commenting on this stuff. Tim's shows are like they're made for Alex Jones to react to.
Guess what we discovered about the onionoids? Yeah. Just like I thought. They look like it, they're it. Guess what they're publicly into. Take a little wild guess.
My child clowns are blind. They'll eat anything.
Jeffrey Epstein, how to get a baby to nurse on their penis.
Your child clown may be reluctant to perform.
Back that up. Look what they put on screen. Everything's a message. Back it up 10 seconds. Look at that. It's all the food is them.
Who's Jeffrey Epstein's best friend? Oh, yeah.
Your child clown may be reluctant to perform
their penis.
in an amusing fashion.
But not
kill him later.
Too much poison, you got a dead clown on your hands. It's useful.
Our child
Hey, pause. Yeah, they drug them with Raid poison, which you can spray as fake acid for a long time. See, homosexual.
I got all the documents right here. I had someone who was working for me write this up, put it on my website, and now I'm presenting it as factual evidence.
Adoptive father sexually assaulted 13-month-old before suffocating him.
Oh!
Yeah, kick the baby, attack the baby. It's a clown. It's okay.
My father forced me into this child clown business. I hate him, but I love my brother.
Rest in peace, boo-boo. Pause. It's all about the pedophiles have been forced into it. Most of them were raped themselves. They're telling you everything.
Not like the actual pedophiles that I support every single day. The pedophile party is constantly guilty of pedophilia, but not like them. No, these guys are the real ones.
Let's keep going. Remember what the Democrats said? They're going to have fun with kids in Afghanistan?
Daddy, Daddy's dead. I had to use my horn.
That's part of mind control. Sleep deprivation for children.
Sleep deprivation, yeah, this is definitely what they do, definitely.
MK Ultra.
Touch.
So now they got to kill the babies because they might speak. This is nice people taking over InfoWars. Here we go.
My seed's fresh. I keep
He sounds fucking drunk.
seed in tubes and plastic bags. Put it
Talk about semen and pause. The phallic symbol.
Yeah,
again.
Phallic symbol, semen, yeah, evidence. This is all evidence.
They're all about fresh kids to. That's a big thing with them. Let's continue. Okay, hit pause. They say clowns are children. He's a child breeder.
Not a good time right now. I'm gonna have to bury him in the back if he keeps acting like
Hit
that.
pause. Real baby, a year and a half old. I'm gonna have to kill this baby because it's crying. They're bragging to you, and they're taking over InfoWars. They say.
Remember, one of the things that we found out from the Jeffrey Epstein files is that there might be credible evidence that Donald Trump had, a baby. Maybe it was Donald Trump. Maybe it was one of the other right-wing oligarchs, had a baby that might have been shot in the head and then like tossed in the fucking Michigan Lake or some shit like that. It's just it goes way beyond irony, right? It just completely destroys the entire concept of irony. This guy over here, fully supporting, the oligarchs. This is his team. This is the side, and this is like, it's just. It really is. It's hard to even put to words how ironic the whole situation is.
Oh, they're on an island, right? But kids.
You gotta buy tickets.
What is this? 10 years old?
We don't like that. Elon Musk wanting to go to the island. Donald Trump hanging out on the island. Fucking Howard Lutnick hanging out the island. Every right winger, that had any kind of power hanging out at the island. Oh, that's all fake. That's all fake. That's all fake. Unless it was a left winger, then it was real.
Now children come in.
I've never seen this. This is
and children diarrhea. It's done at Skull and Bones. George Bush, Sr., all of those. This is who's taking over InfoWars. Come on.
Well, that's pretty fucked up.
Bring a little innocent boy out. It's all about filth. This is the Onion.
Hello.
This is who runs it. This is who thinks they're taking over. Will they win?
No, I know it's a joke. But it's like it's still fucking crazy. I'm not saying it implies anything, right? But it's just like, wow, that's pretty fucking crazy.
Come here.
It's up to you.
Let me feast my eyes on that boy. Come here.
Share this video. Share this report.
Take a look at you.
Stand against these people.
Hey.
They think they're stronger than you. They think they're better than you.
Size of him.
They think you're pathetic. Just like Eyes Wide Shut-Ins. The man and the daughter over.
Huh? Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Say yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. So the pedophiles produce TV.
Yeah, see, that's proof. That's proof right there. Actually, Alex might be frightened that Colbert may get a show, whereas Tuck Buckford. All right, yeah, I mean, yeah, that'd be good to see Colbert, do more right-wing satire. I've been extremely disappointed with Colbert when he decided to stop doing his Stephen Colbert character and fucking talk to celebrities instead. So, yeah. The poop tube. I remember the poop tube. Oh, that one's disgusting.
And they get with Bloom.
They like to cover themselves and eat shit. You see that? Yeah, just like 120 days of Sodom. Yep.
And people are like, there's no chance Tim Heidecker and The Onion will ever be able to produce something funnier than this when they take over.
Unfortunately, The Onion's InfoWars will never make anything as funny as Alex Jones unironically talking about Tim and Eric's sketches like their documentaries. It's so true. It's so fucking true. You can't top this stuff. You really can't.
InfoWars, hearing Alex's commentary on this is comedy gold. They have big shoes to fill. Alex set the bar high here. And I can't imagine it's really going to be worth it for them taking over. It's going to be such a headache. Alex is obviously going to go down swinging. He's already accusing them of being satanic pedos. And then there will be more lawsuits, I'm sure, and more accusations. It's just going to be such a mess. But also, I'm sure it's going to be really entertaining just because of Alex. You know, them taking over InfoWars, people find it funny for like a week, then get bored of it. But the real entertainment value will be witnessing Alex having legendary crash outs over this. So Tim actually responded to Alex's accusations and he said, "The rumors are true. We are Hollywood elites obsessed with Satan and we drink adrenochrome." And then Alex saw this and, of course, started crashing out over it.
It's like, oh, it's just a joke. I'm not really a Satanist. Ha ha. Jones doesn't get the joke. No, I get the joke, pal. The devil's second biggest trick was he didn't exist. And so they would make a joke about, oh, the co-owners of our new company are the Sandy Hook families. You mean they're tax-free foundations and PR firms that raise $300 million? Ooh, they're making money with Bloomberg. Ooh, I'm making fun of you and misrepresenting you. Ooh, wearing your skin. I'm going to wear your skin. I'm scary. Ooh, let me show some shows about kidnapped kids we to death. Aren't we cute? Aren't we funny? It's so funny. It's not even funny. Hour after hour after hour.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk, please save me. Elon Musk, who confirmed in the Jeffrey Epstein files, begging Jeffrey Epstein to go visit his island for one of his wild parties. Please come save me.
Hour of beating children and raping children and simulated and real babies crying and just totally gross scenes of little children coming in and sitting all around a bathtub and defecating all over people's faces. You're like, it's funny, it's funny, it's funny. Really, I could just go aim a camera at the airport toilet full of crap and go, look, it's funny. Ha ha, I'm a genius. It's modern art. No, it's an insult to everybody's common sense.
Oh, okay.
So that's what these people do, folks. And
they showed the beautiful boy.
Everybody's common sense. So
they showed the Tim Heidecker as the beautiful boy singer. Oh, that's a funny skit too. There's so much he could do this for years and years. There's so much material. Like the I sit down when I pee sketch. Like there's just so much. The Ooh Mama, remember Ooh Mama? If you're a Tim and Eric fan, these are all classics.
That's what these people do, folks. And they think, oh, they're the big champions taking on the big mean bully. And they're all into how, defeated they are and how well, we know we're pathetic, we know we're scum, we're into it. It's just they're Renfields, folks. They're servants of the spirit.
But not my side. Not my party that I fully support. Put all my weight behind. Not them though.
Dracula.
Then he started playing more clips. So this whole takeover and everything is gonna be crazy to watch. I think it's supposed to happen next Thursday, and it'll probably be absolute chaos. So make sure you subscribe to stay updated and check out the Patreon.
All right, add Too Lazy to Try to your algorithm if you like. Here's the link. I did steal his entire video here, so it's the least I could do is put the link in the channel. If you like this kind of content, he covers a lot of the right wing crash out stuff. So check it out if you want. Thank you, Too Lazy to Try, for giving me personal permission, written consent that I'm allowed to steal your content. Thank you so much, Too Lazy to Try. Well, it's all downhill from here, folks. It doesn't get any more funnier than that, I'm afraid. And we have a lot more news to cover. Unfortunately, none of it is nearly as entertaining as Tim and Eric getting analyzed by Alex Jones. It's just, so go ahead and leave now. Talk to you later. Bye. I probably should have saved that for the last. But it was too good. But we got a link here. Yeah, George, because he uses this picture of George Costanza from Seinfeld as his avatar. I don't know what the deal is. Just a picture of someone being lazy, I guess. But anyway, we're moving on from that. I really, if I cared at all about viewer retention, I would do 8 hours on that story and just not stop. Piers Morgan destroys him. Megan go tender, but man, I want to see Alex Jones interview Russell Brand. Yeah, well, we are going to cover a little bit of the Piers Morgan Russell Brand stuff. If I can get to it here, we've got to keep the ball moving here, because I do have that, and that does lead into criticism of TYT, who are every single day giving personal fucking blowjobs to Tucker Carlson, who had Russell Brand on his show and is currently selling his fucking book about converting to Christianity on his fucking store. Tucker Carlson is taking into account the Tim's office hour staff with Vic Berger. They will not only own the studio, but the video library, so there's lots of videos to parody. Yeah, I mean, who knows what direction they're going to go in, Of course, I'd like to see satire and absurdism, but I was kind of thinking it would be kind of interesting if they tried to do a pseudo-legitimate show about, these hypocrites and these freaks on the right wing that are constantly lying and grifting, and all of their like just laser beam focus on, you know, Tim Pool taking money from Russia and Elon Musk trying as hard as he can to be Jeffrey Epstein's best bud, and the connections between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, just like literally doing something that's like semi-serious, right? And just kind of getting into their hypocrisy and getting into their controversies, right? Kind of using it as almost like legitimate news. I thought that might be interesting, but of course they'll probably just go down, you know, funny haha satire kind of stuff, which is what people are expecting of them. But I don't know. I feel like if they wanted any kind of staying power, maybe they should do something that's, you know, somewhat semi-legitimate, but you know, whatever they do, I'm sure it's going to be very funny, right? These guys are little, excuse the example, chickens with their heads lopped off, completely thrashing with no direction. Brand is going to jail. I certainly hope so. He does, you know, he's already trying to get ahead of the story and saying, well, I might have had sex with a 16-year-old girl when I was 30, but it's totally legal. Actually, it's totally legal in the UK for a grown man to have sex with a barely legal 16-year-old girl who's technically a woman in the UK, which is technically true. But it's like usually when you're doing something like that, when you're trying to get ahead of the story, you know, diminishing your own crimes, that probably means that there's something much larger that's going to be revealed. Hopefully once he's found guilty. So we'll cover Russell Brand coming up in a little bit. Stick around if you want to watch that. We're going to get over to this real news though. Strategy member put this video in the meme section of the Discord, and I thought, well, this is actually really great stuff. You know, this is just another example of how ICE is yeah, exactly, physician. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious what the fuck's going on with Russell. It was obvious the moment he did his little shift into Christianity what was happening, and this is kind of the culmination of that, right? But we'll get to that in a little bit. Dark humor or brass eye, really. There are plenty of other comedians take over the Onion of variety interviews, said to be sort of platform for satire. That would be great. I think I know what you're talking about with brass eye. Isn't that a British thing? I think I've heard of that before. Anyway, this is a video pertaining to ICE, just how fucked up and fascistic they're actually acting. I'll let the presenter here kind of explain the situation, but it's just, you know, another example of just how extreme ICE has become. Thank you again to Strategy Member for putting this in the Discord. I appreciate it.
Licensed court interpreter for the Hindi, Punjabi, and fact. Texas's only licensed court interpreter for the Hindi, Punjabi, and Urdu languages has been arrested and detained by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Meenu Batra came to the U.S. in 1991 as a refugee after both her parents were killed in the 1984 Sikh pogrom. Meenu settled in Texas where she raised 4 children and for over 20 years has worked as the state's only licensed interpreter for the Hindi, Punjabi, and Urdu languages, but her skills are required nationwide. And while boarding a flight to Milwaukee to translate for a court trial, she was detained by ICE, who accused her of being in the country illegally. Meenu was granted a withholding of removal order in 2000 and has regularly been granted work.
So she's literally working for ICE as the only interpreter of this language. You know, the government's flying her all over the place to act as an interpreter. And Palantir was like, oh, get him, get her. Palantir flagged her. Oh, get her. Now take her out. And it's literally, he goes on to explain here, literally holding up legitimate court cases because she's the only one who can do this, which is kind of shocking that there's only one person, who can be an interpreter, because, like, there's a lot of Sikhs and Hindu people in Canada, but there's only one in America. It's kind of like, kind of fucked up.
Authorization, but she was told that doesn't mean you can be here forever. Meenu was arrested and taken to an ICE detention facility where the staff recognized her since she had been working there for years as a translator. At the time of recording, her case is still being reviewed, but the irony is there are now people whose trials can no longer happen since the only interpreter in the state is in the same detention facility as them. Fact. Wow. Texas's only licensed...
Wow. That just gives you a little window of the fascistic state of ICE. And let me tell you, folks, this doesn't stop with brown people. ICE will absolutely be used, as we've seen with this NPSM and NMPSM, whatever, 7 directive that basically makes being left-wing illegal. Anybody that has problems with Christianity, anybody that criticizes Donald Trump, it's basically NSPM. Is it NSPM 7? But it's basically a directive that says any left-wing ideology, anybody to the left of MAGA is a terrorist, is an enemy of the state, you know, and is liable to be arrested by ICE and you know, stripped of their citizenship and all that kind of shit. It's exactly what we were warning when the Patriot Act nonsense was starting during the George Bush era. You know, with this idea that, you know, you can strip somebody of habeas corpus rights, and all the state needs to do is classify someone as a terrorist, and that allows them to, you know, to be, you know, kidnapped, stripped of their rights, rushed through a kangaroo court, and then, of course, you know, who knows, you know, sent to the fucking El Salvador, gulag where you're raped and tortured, right, without any kind of recourse. So it's the culmination of this, and of course Barack Obama, you know, made all that shit totally legal, right? It was supposed to be temporary. Barack Obama, the constitutional lawyer, went right along with it, and, you know, literally destroyed, the Magna Carta, you know, like literally, you know, made the Magna Carta moot in America, which is, you know, pretty shocking stuff. It's been around, I think, since the 1400s. But anyway, we will be seeing because of this NSPM 7, NPM, whatever it is, we will be seeing ICE as the primary enforcement mechanism against that, and they're going to use your social media, right? The oligarchs that own all the social media companies, they're allowing the U.S. government to plug in their social media into Palantir or programs that use Palantir, so that they create a list of basically a blackmail list on every U.S. citizen in the country, and they will be using this information against us. They will be using our social media, you know, and that includes, I don't have much of a social media presence. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Facebook, but I am on Twitch, right? So I guarantee you, you know, Palantir is scrubbing every single stream, every single word that I say, and they will hold everything against it. I will be declared a terrorist, and I will be, arrested by ICE. There's a very, very real possibility that as things intensify, anybody that publicly makes statements against the U.S. government, criticism or otherwise, will be determined as un-American. Sean Hannity will go right along with it. Tucker Carlson might. Who knows what direction he'll go in. Where the wind blows on that one. But you'll see Tim Pool and the rest of the right wing, the PBD boys, Paul Bett Davidson. We'll be seeing all those fuckers completely agree with it. Yeah, we got to do something about it. Oh yeah, they're terrorists, right? One agent provocateur burns down a Wendy's, and then that's you'll never hear the end of it, right? Oh, they're destroying America. They're destroying America. Ignore January 6th, right? Ignore all that actual sedition. But no, it's the left wingers who dare criticize our dictator King Trump, who are the real trouble. So that's what we're going to be seeing. And of course, like I said, ICE will be the primary enforcement mechanism for that kind of activity, that un-American fascistic activity. They'll be the enforcement arm there. So I have a reading assignment for you. I don't have time to read this incredibly detailed New Republic article that I'm literally assigning you homework. Okay, welcome to the stream. But I am assigning you reading homework here. This New Republic article, which is really great. I've read about half of it. I need to get through the rest of it. I need to do my own homework that I'm assigning you. But how the tech world turned evil, right? This is about Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Alex Karp over here from Palantir. These are the people that are destroying our lives. They are turning our democracy upside down. Should we cut it 500 words, Sensei? Yeah, give me. Yep. Homer, you have to write a 500-word essay, double-spaced, no Chat GPT. Turn in your homework by Monday. You have 24 hours to complete this. Thanks, Professor Stickbutt. No, I'm kidding, of course. But this is a very good article. I heavily recommend you read it. You can even listen to it if you want an AI to read it to you. But this is a great breakdown of the current situation with these tech oligarchs. They are anti-human, literally. They don't believe in humanity. They think it's they think that they think they're eternal, that they will transfer their consciousness into some AI computer, that they will be eternal, and that that they'll never die, that they're above humanity. Humanity is, getting in its own way. Humanity needs to be corralled and controlled and probably ultimately destroyed so that there's only a few of them left that get to enjoy the splendors of the earth and everyone else is dead. It is that serious. It really is that serious. These people are eugenicists. They're freaks. They're sociopaths. And they're multi-billionaires. Elon Musk, it's projected that Elon Musk is going to be the world's first trillionaire starting next year. And of course, we got Jeff Bezos over here who thinks, the only innovation that Jeff Bezos has ever brought to the United States is bringing into the United States third world working standards, right? He thinks he's a genius because he's, forcing incredibly desperate people to piss in jars and to take 60-second bathroom breaks, and then he hopes to eventually throw all those people away and replace everyone with robots. No plan whatsoever about what we're gonna do. Everything get replaced by robots and AI. No one has a job anymore. They brag about these concepts. They think it's a really great idea. No plan whatsoever about what's gonna happen when nobody can afford the shit that they're selling. They do have a kind of weak, half-baked idea that they're gonna, create an economy that, that doesn't require consumers, kind of an economy of only rich people, a couple 100,000 multi-billionaires, millionaires, that basically are the consumers, and everyone else can kick rocks and die in a ditch. So, reading assignment, I'm giving you, read this, How the Tech World Turned Evil, if you want an update. And it's no joke. These guys, they have, Alex Karp over here, his Palantir technology getting plugged into the Pentagon. Peter Thiel with his puppet JD Vance, right, on the cusp of having control of the presidency. Elon Musk, fucking proud Nazi, literally proud fucking Nazi Elon Musk, who is responsible for the death of 500,000 children so far because of his Doge cuts to USAID. And of course, Jeff Bezos, who wants to, first thing he wants to do, he wants to destroy every small business. He wants to destroy basically every business, rip off every business. And then once he's achieved that, he wants to completely destroy the concept of human labor and, run his empire with robots and AI, where he's the only human sitting up top. And somehow this is all going to work out in our benefit, right? So I definitely recommend you check this out. In fact, I demand, this is your homework. You have to read this. One more time, let me put the link in the chat. This is your homework. Tried to get a revolution going last year and it didn't work. Aw, poor guy. Well, keep trying, buddy. Keep trying. You'll get there. And I just wanted to show this tweet here just to give you an example, of a lesser known oligarch, but they are exactly who we think they are. Are they all horrible people? ? Billionaire CEO John Katzmatis. He said this. He said the homeless should live in Uganda for $8.13 a day. We'll give them the check for $8.13 a day. Let them live somewhere else. This is who they are, right? This is Peter Thiel and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Alex Karp and all the rest of them. They want to create a world where it's just them and a couple hundred of these assholes. Right, and you think the Pizzagate stuff, is just the left wing? No. Like this is the true face of the oligarchy. They want ancient Greece, ancient Rome, where they get to parade around in fields with naked children. Like literally, they want Jeffrey Epstein Island on crack. This is the real deep state, folks. This is the real info war. But this is who they really are, and this is, the mask is starting to come off. They're starting to make these statements. They used to only make these statements, in private, sipping a $100 cocktail, a $1,000 cocktail, You know, chortling and smoking cigars with their oligarch buddies. Yeah, we need to take the homeless and kick them all into Uganda for $8 a day, $8.13 a day. Who knows where that calculation comes from? Right? Let them eat bugs while we eat steak. Right? Good thing we have tools like Alex Jones to spread our lies and disinformation. But this is who they really are. This is what they really believe. They've never been more confident. You know, they think that they're in total control. They're totally fucking wrong. But we are running out of time, and this is the theme of the stream today. The left needs to take over. Okay, we have to strip this man of his power. Okay, we don't have to make him broke and destitute, even though that would be great Schadenfreude. But we actually don't even need to do that. Like a 5 or 10% tax on his fucking multi-billionaire ass is basically all we fucking really need to do. Right, a lot of leftists are like, get the guillotine out, and fucking, it's like, yeah, I mean, that would be satisfying, that would be really fun, right? But really, all we need to do is just raise their taxes and pay for universal health care and pay for universal, education and things like that. I'm gonna leave the country. Okay, we're gonna fine you heavily for leaving the country, right? You're gonna it's gonna cost you $10 billion to leave the country. Oh, well, then I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, we know, because you're a piece of shit. I'm gonna leave New York. Exactly, we do it Zoran style, 1970s tax rates, right? We don't really need to do the guillotine. We don't really need to get there. It's fun to talk about it, but in reality, we really just need to raise their fucking taxes and spend it on making, redistributing some of their immense fucking wealth. And they still get to live like kings. They still get to have their fucking Jeffrey Epstein parties. Even though that, of course, if the left wing were taking over, we would actually arrest some of these people, right? Instead of like Donald Trump, instructing his DOJ to intentionally, literally dismantle the human trafficking investigation bodies, right? The FBI, he got his fucking googly-eyed sociopath, Kash Patel over there, literally divesting away from human trafficking investigating and, dumping it into people that are pro-Palestine and people that are against ICE. So we would, put that money back where it belongs and actually arrest some of these pedophiles, right? Yeah, exactly, Ice King. Like, we need to, obviously, the socialist principles would take some of his money and put it towards, helping people. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid. No, all my money needs to go into a bunker so I get to destroy the world and then I get to live like a king for the rest of my life. Right. Back to the Trump shit. He was asked by a female reporter, oh my God, can you believe she had the temerity to ask our dictator a question? Yeah, exactly. I'm just me. Exactly. Companies are people now, treat them the same. Yeah, we should treat companies like people and arrest them for committing crimes, right? But no, the unbelievable, this low IQ female reporter asked Donald Trump, people suspect there's insider trading on these prediction markets around the Iran war. And this is what Donald Trump has to say. This is just how corrupt and blasé the whole situation is. The whole world's become a casino. It is what it is. And of course, he's partially responsible for making all these prediction markets totally legal. No regulation on any of it. Go fucking crazy. Go fucking crazy, right? Bet on death, bet on disaster, make whatever it is, bet on war, whatever it is. So he makes the world into a casino that him and his family gets to take advantage of. If you're a soldier, though, you better not be making bets, right? Because the latest news is that big bet that was made before the Venezuelan kidnapping of Maduro, I believe, one of the soldiers who was part of that operation, he made a big bet, made like $500,000 or something, it was like $400,000 or something. And he got arrested. So, if you're just some poor schmuck, you're not allowed to do that. If you're some poor schmuck with insider information, you're not allowed to do that. But every fucking time there's an announcement coming from the White House that they know is going to move the markets, right, one way or the other, these fucking crooks putting in all kinds of bets, Barron Trump or fucking who knows is doing it. So they're allowed to do it. But if you're just a regular schmuck, oh, you better not. No, you better not. So his ass is getting dragged to fucking court, but it's like, for what? It's all legal. Insider trading is totally legal. As Voidzilla puts it, right? Crime is legal. So I don't think he committed any crime. I think it's totally legit for soldiers or people that are engaged in these secret operations. Put in the bets, right? Nothing you can do about it. No, I've corrupted the world, and it's just how you got it. It's just how it is now. Deal with it, but I'll arrest you if you take advantage of that. Only I'm allowed to take advantage of it. Just like the 13-year-old that bit my penis. Just more, moving on to the next thing here, just more indication that we're in hell world, that, these wildly unqualified people are running our lives. So here's one of the latest statements from the Department of War, which is, it's not officially called that. You need an act of Congress to actually change the name. So it's still the Department of Defense, which is an Orwellian name. It's actually ironic because it's like, it would actually make more sense to call it the Department of War because they absolutely have this has nothing to do with defense for a long time, if ever. But anyway, this unqualified drunken idiot had this to say: you go from defense to war because you want to be proactive about peace through strength. The one institution that should win the Nobel Peace Prize every single year is the United States military. It's just... Orwell is a genius. That's all I got to say. Orwell is a fucking genius. They do it without even recognizing the fucking irony, right? Hook up a lie detector test. Totally believes this shit. There's not, in fact, a Nobel War Prize? Really, Tisrael? No kidding. Welcome back, by the way. Well, they should do that. They should really do that. They should do that, and I think I should win it. I should win the Peace Prize and the War Prize because I'm just that good, goddammit. Imagine a boot on a human face. Yeah, the Orwell quote about the future. Yeah. No, exactly. Orwell was a fucking genius. Yeah, that famous quote, that famous line from Oppenheimer, right? It was like, what? You should get the Nobel Prize for making a bomb? He's like, the first guy who won the Nobel Prize fucking invented TNT. So, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about Iran. So perfect transition here from Mr. Department of War to talk about Iran. Couldn't think of anybody better to give us a recap on the current situation than your motherfucking boy, Mehdi Hassan over there. Motherfucking Mehdi Hassan, baby. The motherfucker. The motherfucker from the motherfucker. Mehdi Hassan over here from Zateo. And make sure you're liking and subscribing. I will tell your mother. I will literally call your mother if you don't subscribe to Zateo right now. Right now. I want to see this 1.93 go up to 1.94 right now. Right now. I'm going to call your mother. You better like and subscribe. I'm not fucking kidding. But no, he has kind of a recap. The Messianic Maniac pushing for holy war. So this is related to Pete Hegseth and his religious advisor, who's kill them all. God said kill them all. It's all legit. This is a holy war. God loves death and destruction. God loves this. He fucking gets a big drop the bomb. Fucking kill the kids. God loves this shit. Right, so this is the, grifter that's taking advantage of the Bible, taking advantage of religion, but also taking advantage of Pete Hegseth, who tells him everything that he wants to hear. You're a soldier for God. You're on a crusade. It's all justified. Express ticket to heaven because you killed, so many women and children. God loves it. So this is Mehdi Hassan covering that. Like it's frightening stuff because it's like, the Donald Rumsfeld kind of stuff, like, the George Bush, putting Bible quotes on the military analysis documents, back in the day. Pretty freaky shit. But this goes way beyond anything that George Bush was up to. This is like literally, we want to make it official policy that this is a holy war, that this is a Christian holy war, that we are officially, purging the infidels. We want to make that official state policy. kind of shit. That's what Pete Hegseth is up to. That's what with this help of this religious advisor, right? We have soldiers right now every single day calling up this, hotline that's actually meant to advise them on stuff like this. Like, is this legal? And they're telling no, this is not legal. This is totally fucked up. Right. So whistleblowers are blowing the fucking whistle. Blow my whistle, bitch. They are out there fucking blowing the whistle about this fucking psychopath thinks he is on a holy crusade and he is gonna, it's all in justification of this delusion, right? That this is, that this is the next coming of Jesus, that this is the, fill in the blank, right? They believe this shit, right? This goes way beyond what was happening with George Bush and the rest. So this is Mehdi Hassan covering this. The reason why this is so dangerous, of course, is that if you're a true believer, you're willing to kill. If you think God's got your back and you think this is legitimate and you think you're the, you're the Messiah or you're the, you're representing the Messiah or you're, that you're doing God's work, everything is justified. Death, torture, rape, the destruction of history, anything, anything that gets in your way. I'm on a mission from God, right? As the Blues Brothers said, right? Like, I'm on a mission from God. And anything can be justified. You rampage through the city of Chicago in an old fucking Chevy, blasting through the mall. Anything is justified. You're dodging missiles from Princess Leia. Anything can be justified if you're on a mission from God. So it's pretty dangerous shit because the sky's the limit. Nukes, chemical weapons, whatever horror I have access to, it's all good. It's all good, right? Scary stuff.
Radical Muslims, messianic mullahs, religious nut jobs. Sound familiar? That's how the Trump administration has described the rulers of Iran over the last couple of months in an effort to justify starting an illegal war that has now destabilized the entire Middle East.
This is a regime that is led by radical Shia clerics, by people who believe that it is their calling and their purpose in life to usher in the end of the world.
It's not the politics, it's their whole philosophy, it's their whole, where they come from. It's terrible.
A violent, messianic, Islamist ideology chasing some sort of apocalyptic endgame.
Yes, according to the Trump administration, religious extremists in Iran are looking to trigger the end times and bring about Judgment Day once and for all. But as the saying goes, bigots in glass white houses shouldn't throw stones. It's a message that should be delivered from God's mouth to the ears of none other than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who has literally prayed for war, violence, and lethality against the people of Iran, literally, in the name of his God. Just have a listen to what he had to say during this recent Christian prayer and worship service at the Pentagon.
Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Let justice be executed swiftly and without remorse, that evil may be driven back and wicked souls delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them. We ask these things with bold confidence in the mighty and powerful name of Jesus Christ, King over all kings, and amen.
Yes, you heard that right. The head of the world's largest military called on Jesus Christ himself to help his forces unleash overwhelming violence on Iranians and deliver their souls to eternal damnation, where they belong, apparently. Go into any random mosque in America on a Friday, and that's not the kind of sermon you'll hear from the imam, I can assure you. Let's call this what it is: religious extremism. And don't take my word for it, take the Pope's. In his first Palm Sunday homily, Pope Leo took direct aim at Hegseth and set the record straight about God.
He's a liberal.
Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, liberal King of Peace, Pope, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. And Pete Hegseth's hands are certainly covered in it, because here's just a taste of what the self-styled Secretary of War has vowed to unleash on Iran.
This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors. trained to kill the enemy and break their will. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. Today,
kill, 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 kill. And we love it. We love death. We love destruction. Just unironic. Kill, kill, kill.
Today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than...
No, German, they never exist. You know, like, they, you know, if they do exist, they don't fight. You know, but they don't, you know, are they, yeah, because they should be in the streets, right, German? Right? They should be in the fucking streets protesting this. This is not us. This is not our Bible. This is not our message. Right? How dare you use the word of Christ to justify, you know, your fucking murderous campaign? Where are you? Right? Where are these Christians? They don't give a shit. They never fucking care. They never do care. All they care about is themselves. They're convinced that hell exists and they don't want to go to it. And that's it. I beg for forgiveness. Fucking hypocrites. All of them. You know, and I know there's some good religious folks out there. I'm sure there's some in my chat. But a grand majority of people who claim to be religious are raging fucking hypocrites, in my opinion.
Today, the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
Perhaps Secretary of War Crimes is a more fitting title for him. In fact, House Democrats have launched a new, albeit doomed to fail, impeachment effort against Hegseth, citing his alleged war crimes. And the truth is, Pete Hegseth had his sights set on a sort of holy war long before he was appointed to his current position. Look no further than his obsession with the Crusades. Yes, the holy wars that happened over 1,000 years ago.
No, he's only got a fucking tattoo on his chest.
Hegseth has a Jerusalem cross tattooed on his body, a religious symbol tied to the Crusades, in which Christian extremists waged ruthless, bloody wars to take Jerusalem back from Muslim rule. Also tattooed on his body, the Latin term Deus Vult, or God Wills It. In his 2020 book titled American Crusade, surprise, surprise, he describes the term as a rallying cry of Christian knights as they marched to Jerusalem.
You got it.
And as the New York Times puts it, Hegseth argues in the book that the Crusades were justified because they saved a Christian Europe from the onslaught of Islam. These days, Deus Vult, by the way, is associated with the far right, with Christian terrorists, in fact.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of his tattoos...
A lot of fascists use the Deus Vult.
Hegseth also has the Arabic word kafir inked on his arm, which means non-believer. And as if wearing blatant Islamophobia on his sleeve isn't enough, he also reportedly shouted, "Kill all Muslims," over and over again during a drunken episode at a bar in 2015.
Right.
So look, it seems pretty clear that Pete Hegseth has been itching for another...
But where's the resignations in the military, right? You know, you saw that previous, you know, link right here. See, 436, yeah. So you see this, you know, you got this one woman, I noticed this, maybe this one guy over here, she's looking pretty worried, actually, if you look at this.
And overwhelming violence.
I don't know if she's nodding in agreement but, you know, she's not putting, but where's the resignations from this, you know, these people, they're just all careerists, right? Who cares? Whatever. Drive us into apocalypse, fucking discredit this organization, you know, the military, right? The image will never recover from this. God, or, you know, they're true believers and like, God, this is really great. You know, we got some true believers over here. Put your head down and pray. Put your head down and pray. God. But no mass resignations, you know, from this proud, so-called proud institution of honorable people, right? None of that. Can't have any of that. No. It's pretty telling.
For another holy war against Islam for years. And this modern-day Christian crusader has had his eyes in particular on the Islamic Republic of Iran.
They have their own caliphate. They want to export it. They need to come back to the table for talks on their nuclear capabilities. They need to come back limping and begging. I don't care about Iranian cultural sites, and I'll tell you why. If Iran could, if you understand the Islamic Republic of Iran, they would destroy every single one of our cultural sites and build a mosque on top of it.
It's not just a war against America's mortal enemy, it's a war against Christian America's mortal enemy. Right. Because a key part of Hegseth's religious ideology is, of course, Christian nationalism. Liking this video? Then don't just watch.
Do
Hit
it.
like, share, and subscribe.
I'll call your
And
mother.
tap the bell so you never miss a video or live
I'll
show.
call your fucking
But if you
mother.
want early
I have
access
the-
to exclusive...
I've doxed every single one of you. I have personal dossiers on every single person who's watching this. I will call your mother and I will tell them that you're not a real liberal or leftist or progressive in any kind. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. You better like and subscribe. I'll do it. I'll do it, Steve. I'll do it. I'll do it, Alex. Yeah, I know you're watching. David. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm talking to you. That's right. Like and subscribe.
Exclusive content, then you have...
Steve. Oh, wait. Literally, simply Steve's in there. Fuck. Tom. Oh, yeah. Philip. Right? Busted. Calling your mother.
To head to Zateo.com and subscribe now.
There's
You'll
the
be
link.
supporting fearless, independent journalism. Hegseth is affiliated with the Communion of Reformed Evangelical
Marriage.
Churches, an ultra-conservative network of Christian
German
congregations co-founded by Pastor Doug Wilson. Wilson is one of the loudest religious voices pushing Christian nationalism.
Jared.
And here's what he had to say about it in a 2022
Welcome
blog
back to
post.
YouTubing.
And not only has this Christian nationalism thing been done before, it has been done in America before. If we
I'm on it,
succeed, this will
Seneca.
not be Christian America. If we succeed, this will be Christian America 2.0. This will be Christian America again. This will be America as the prodigal son, tired of the pig food, coming home to his father.
Yeah, and why do they look exactly like you'd expect them to look? You know, talk about adrenochrome, Jeffrey Epstein adjacent, fucking Pizzagate looking motherfuckers over here, right? Santa Claus on fucking bizarro Santa Claus on smoking crack with Steve Bannon at a fucking cheap hotel with a bunch of fucking underage boy hookers, right? Like they're exactly who you expect them to be. Why?
Hegseth
Why do they,
invited Wilson to the Pentagon in February to deliver a sermon at the department's monthly worship
just look
service,
like that.
where Wilson said he was praying for a black swan revival or another great awakening of Christianity in the United States.
And whether it happens or not, the idea is to force you. Right. It's like, well, okay, maybe we'll have that religious awakening, maybe not, but we're going to force it. Never trust a man with a beard. Exactly, woke patriot. Anyway.
Now, some of you may be saying, but Mehdi, how can we know that Hegseth agrees with everything Wilson says? Well, Hegseth shared a CNN video on social media about Wilson's church, in which its pastors argued that women should not have the right to vote. Even the Iranian mullahs don't say women shouldn't be allowed to vote. And now, let's hear from Hegseth himself on the subject of Christian nationalism.
America was founded as a Christian nation. It remains a Christian nation in our DNA if we can keep it. And as public officials, we have a sacred duty 250 years on to glorify Him.
Let's also take a look at the Defense Secretary's closest spiritual advisor, Brooks Potega, who is also affiliated with Wilson's church. He recently appeared on a Christian nationalist podcast, literally called Reformation Red Pill, to talk about James Tallarico, the Democratic nominee for Senate in Texas. Here's what he had.
They won't be happy until ICE is fully legal and able to stick a gun in your mouth and say, get on your knees and praise Jesus and praise Christ. That's as far as they want to go, or even farther, right? They want to literally say, we're gonna strip you of your rights unless you pray to my God. That's as far as they want to go, or even farther, right? Just death sentences for people who are heretics. That is the logical conclusion of what this is.
To say,
I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the
So isn't that adorable? I pray to God that they kill him, his heart, not the other thing. And I get to walk free, right? I get to make literally terroristic threats. I can't even say like punch a Nazi without my shit getting banned, without me getting fucking kicked off platforms. This motherfucker gets to all day, every day. Kill the liberals, heart. Kill the liberals. Hedonistic heart. Kill the liberals, the heart. Don't misinterpret my words. Of course, I would never advocate for violence against anybody, but kill the liberal.
Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
Crucified with Christ. Of course, crucified with Christ. I would never advocate for any of that. Yeah, exactly. Simply Steve, yeah.
And despite calling for Tallarico's death for God to kill the Democratic Senate candidate in Texas, Portega is seen as a welcomed spiritual figure at the Pentagon. Just last year, he was billed as the main speaker at the Pentagon's monthly worship service and was even given a warm introduction on stage by Hegseth himself. Don't even get me started on the fake Christian sermons that Pete Hegseth gives. Here he is quoting the Bible. Oh, wait, is it Pulp Fiction?
The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides.
The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides.
By the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
By the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
This is what it gets when you fucking, use Chat GPT for your fucking speeches.
Blessed is he who in the name of camaraderie and duty...
By the way, what the fuck's up with the suit, man? What the fuck, man? What is that? What is that? Cellophane? What, man? Take that to a guy. Loosen that up a bit, man. What is that? What, the too many Budweisers, man? Would you get that shit spray painted on you? Look at this shit, man. Look at this fucking suit. Holy shit.
The lost through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children.
Yeah, the fucking tie as well. God damn.
Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly...
Yo, Phil Lamar. I love that Phil Lamar was in this shit, I'm a big fan of Mad TV, so it's always cool to see these guys from Mad TV. Unless they're the fighter and the kid, whatever the fuck his name is, that pathetic piece of shit.
His brother's keeper and the finder of lost children.
Look, Pete Hegseth is not hiding the fact he's a Christian nationalist. He's not hiding the fact that he's surrounded by religious extremists, by nut jobs. And he's not hiding the fact that he's waging a modern-day crusade against the boogeyman that is Islam.
Even though the director is a piece of shit, what can you do? Quentin Tarantino is who he is, but his movies are fucking great, Inglourious Bastards, I eat that shit up.
He's actually trying to ingrain this ideology in virtually every branch of the military. Just recently, the Military Religious Freedom Foundation received over 200 complaints of high-ranking commanders proclaiming that the war in Iran is part of God's divine plan, and President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
Right.
Okay, then. So, to recap, the United States is supposed...
It's totally fair to laugh at this stuff, but these guys, they got their fingers on the button. They anointed by Jesus, and they'll kill. And when they're finally cornered, they will lash out. They'll bring the rest of us with them. That's the really truly frightening part of all of this. They'll bring the rest of us right down with them. Yeah, thanks, MAGA voters. But also thank the non-voters, and also thank the neoliberal establishment for not resisting this obvious theocratic fascism. Right? Everyone gets a little bit of the blame, except for the entities that have zero power. So the progressives are fine. Like, we're good. We've hated these motherfuckers since way before 2016. We've hated these motherfuckers. The only thing you can blame us for is apathy. But we have, progressive leftists haven't been anywhere near power for since FDR,
supposed to be fighting this radical, messianic, theocratic end times regime in Iran, yet this is the kind of radical, messianic, theocratic end times rhetoric being used to justify it. Are we, in fact, the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
To be clear, while Pete Hegseth remains one of the biggest cheerleaders of Trump's illegal war in Iran, he's also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Iranians, including the more than 150 children who were killed by a U.S. strike on a girls' school in Iran on day one of this war. He's responsible for the American military lives already lost in this conflict too, as well as the forced displacement of millions of innocent people across the Middle East. So I have to ask, as a non-Christian, is this really what Jesus would do? Did you
No. Spoiler alert, no. No, actually, no. Honestly, we all have a little bit to blame, right? Which is why, we need to follow the 3-step program, okay? We have to, step 1, inform ourselves. Step 2, we have to sign up and show up using tools like mobilize.us. And step 3, we have to make this shit into a lifestyle, put in the fucking work. Because it's all, you know, it's kind of a little bit of blame for everybody, okay? No one gets to be above it. Nobody. So I think this is my last bit of Iran-related news, but I love to show the what is it, the stop the fake? What do they call this? The truth or fake segment on France 24. It also kind of segues into a little bit of the tech oligarchy stuff that I was talking about earlier. We're starting to see AI more and more being used as a tool of persuading people's opinions. So here's a great example of, U.S. government utilizing AI, pretending that AI is real, and spreading lies and propaganda. So here's a segment from France 24 related to the Iranian war.
Truth or fake means Vatican held over by the big board. Vatican, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mark.
Donald Trump claimed to have secured the release of 8 young Iranian women facing execution by the Iranian regime.
Freed them
He
from
shared a
AI
montage
jail.
of their faces online,
Heroes.
but was struck by accusations that the women in the photos were AI generated. Tell us, what's the story?
That's right. Donald Trump on Wednesday claimed that out of respect for him, Iran had agreed to spare the lives of 8 young Iranian women facing execution.
And, it's just so good. It really is frighteningly good because, it looks, I can't find any flaws, I seriously, I can't see anything that, would make me think that this is AI. It's frightening stuff. Because it's it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. And it's just, we're trusting anything that, doesn't have multiple sources and multiple video. And then they'll be able to take advantage of that lack of trust. Right. So when something legitimate happens, like with the ICE shootings, the ICE murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, they're like, oh, it's AI. Oh, you only had one camera angle. Oh, there's only, 1 or 2. It's like, oh, that was all generated, all fake. Were you there? You weren't there. It's all fake. Move on. Next thing. And it's a frightening future that we're all, getting blasted into. No choice, no regulation. And it's a grifter, it's a tyrant's paradise right now that we're getting into. These fraud machines that can generate these incredibly realistic, lifelike, faces. Yeah, we're just thrown into this universe of grift and propaganda, and it's like, you could have absolutely fooled me that these are totally legit pictures. I can't fucking tell. I literally can't tell.
By the regime. Now, just the night before this announcement, he had made an online appeal calling for their release. He reposted a viral photo montage circulating of 8 women alongside a claim that they were facing hanging, and he asked for them to be released as a gesture of goodwill before potential US-Iran negotiations. Now, almost straight away
I guarantee you this tweet is still up, by the way. He doesn't delete shit unless he absolutely has to. Like the last one that he actually deleted was him dressed in the Jesus robes healing a guy. Right. Everything else stays up. He still has that fucking murder video up on his social media. That video that he reposted of some guy bashing a fucking woman in the face with a hammer. Still up. Still posted right there. Donald J. Trump supports this message. Fucking snuff film.
After he made this announcement, he was heavily accused by social media users that these women did not in fact exist and that they were generated by artificial intelligence. And official Iranian embassy accounts, which, as we've seen as of late, are quick to mock Donald Trump online. They quickly jumped in on board with these AI accusations. Some of them, like this one, the Iran embassy South Africa, going as far as to generate...
You can't believe Iran either. It's not like they're a legitimate source of information either. It's just, we're so fucked. We're so fuckity fucked over here, We're so fucked, man.
a montage of 8 women online as if to take a jab at Trump that these are in fact AI-generated women. Now, the news agency of Iran's judiciary also responded, but it contradicted entirely what the embassy was saying with these claims of AI generation. They said that Trump got played by fake news. They said some of these women have been released and some face charges that, if confirmed, will ultimately result in prison sentences. But they said none of these individuals have a final ruling that subjects them.
So they're real. So are these fucking real?
To execution.
So a lot of conflicting information, Verica. What's the truth behind all of this then? Are the women real? Did Donald Trump actually secure their freedom?
Well, Mark, this is a complex one because technically both Iran and Donald Trump have shared false information. Now, these 8 women are not AI generated. They are real women and they do very much exist. But
holy fuck, they're real.
Only one of them is facing a confirmed death sentence. And that goes against what Trump, the Iranian Judiciary News Agency, and the embassies online are all saying. Now, all of these 8 women have been identified by the 2 NGOs that document the deaths and arrests during the 2020.
So one is a legitimate protester. The rest of them are just some random ass women that, you know, some face taken off social media. Oh, man. We're so fucked.
During the December 2025 and January 2026 demonstrations in Iran. So that's human rights activists in Iran and Iran human rights. Now, we at France 24 spoke to the deputy director of the HRA, and she confirmed to us that all of these women were very much real and arrested during protests, but only one of them, Bita Hemati, faces a confirmed death sentence. Now, her story has been widely reported in other media, and other images of her have also matched this one that is being shared virally online. Now, the data that we received from this NGO also corresponds with that of the other organization, the IHR, who was contacted by our fact-checking colleagues at Lead Stories. In terms of these other 7 women, both NGOs agree that 2 of them, Mahbouba Shabadi and 16-year-old Diana Teherabadi, are facing death penalty charges. They also both agree on the date of disappearance for one other of these women, Pana Mohavedi, but it's unclear if the rest are even still in detention or facing death sentences. There are no new credible reports. There is a lot of conflicting information about that. But it seems that the Iranian embassy sought to capitalize on the virality of these AI claims online before it even knew if these women existed. Donald Trump, of course, was seeking to place himself as a humanitarian influence, whereas Iran was quick to ridicule and reject him and tear down that image. And if anything, Mark, this really sums up this online information war, or misinformation war even, that we are seeing taking place between the US and Iran, and even if that does conflict with reality sometimes.
Great. Yeah, we're fucked. We're fucked. That's my message. That's the conclusion I have to that news story. Hope you enjoyed. I'm reading all your comments, by the way, even though I'm not replying to every single one of them. Thank you, by the way, for all your participating. All you lurkers out there for that view. I do appreciate it. But yeah, and that's my conclusion. We're fucked. I mean, what the fuck are we supposed? What the fuck is your average regular schmo supposed to do about that? You know? It's just going to get better. It's just going to get more convincing. And then, the fact that half the things are fake and half the things are true, they're going to take advantage of that. You can't believe everything that you see, folks. I know there's a video of me going around getting a handy from a 13-year-old. You know, she's biting my penis. That's actually not real. That's actually a fake video. And it's like, yeah, well, we don't know. We don't fucking know anymore, man. Moving on from We're Fuckedville, I got maybe one more hour left of the stream here. Let's see how far I can get into it. Headline: Trust nothing and no one. That's good. That makes politics really easy. That, just like it couldn't get any fucking harder for the left-wing movement, right? I want to be an unfucker. Okay. Good luck with that. Trump offers immediate tariff relief to Canadian aluminum and steel companies that commit to U.S. expansion. So I read most of this here, but the basic gist, and you can read the whole thing here if you want. This is a CBC article. Another piece of homework for y'all. But the basic gist, this fucking business genius is basically saying to Canadian aluminum and steel factories, just pick up your whole operation and move it to the United States. It's as easy as that, folks. You know, I've made the comparison as well to like StarCraft, right? How you can just pick up whole buildings and move them to a new location, right? It's just that easy, folks. Just left click on the building and then right click on the location and then the building moves to the new country, right? Welcome, Splenvania. My name is Abandoned Nihilism. Not nihilist, but thank you, Splenvania, for coming in. You know I appreciate you. But it's ludicrous. It shows a complete lack of knowledge about how businesses work, right? We're talking about factories that, you know, are taking raw materials from iron mines or steel mines or whatever the fuck, right? And melting those materials down, purifying them, forming them into a fucking roll, shipping them off. You know, it's like how it's literally insane. Literally insane. You love doing that. You're good at that. Thank you, Splenvania. But it's literally insane to suggest this, right? So I mean, it's, you know, a discount, like 50% tariff. That's a big deal, right? So for a discount, spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to dismantle your entire operation, destroy all your logistics, all the logistics relationships, all your vendor relationships, fuck all that stuff, uproot everything, fire all your employees, because you can't expect your fucking Canadian workforce to just magically get U.S. citizenship, right? Fire all your employees, uproot your entire operation, steel smelting operation, move that shit into the United States, and then Bob's your uncle a couple weeks later, good to go. I mean, it's a total lack. No idea how fundamental. I'm not a businessman, okay? But I know how fucking stupid this recommendation is. This is not a bakery, okay? You're not making cupcakes, cupcake. Hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And then you know, so imagine doing this. Imagine doing this, and it takes 5 to 10 years. Are the tariffs even going to still be in place in 5 to 10 years, right? Like the whole economic situation completely changes while you're doing this. And just casually, why don't you just move the whole thing over here? I'll give it, then you don't have the tariffs. It's just that easy. Well, I'm such an expert. I'm such a financial expert. Stop the steal. Art of the deal. Holy shit. Head completely up ass. No fucking idea how businesses work. Anybody that knows anything about business wouldn't want to make a fool of themselves by making such a recommendation. It's like you're on a sinking ship, right? And you're like looking around, like looking for solutions. And you got some schmuck over there that's like, why don't you just grow wings and fly away? Why don't you just learn how to float? Why don't we? Why don't we, fucking genius? How many other fucking suggestions that you got? Why don't you just learn how to breathe in underwater? Just that easy. I did it. I did it all. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Some say I'm an expert at breathing underwater and flying and growing wings out my ass. Okay. Okay, genius. But this is the guy running the show. Right? Fucking Mr. Nuke Hurricanes himself. Business genius. Art of the steal. As mentioned in the comments. Uproot your entire operation at the cost of tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. Spend 5 to 10 years. Fire all your employees. Move into the United States. Remake all your vendor relationships. Easy as that. Easy as that. Many of people are saying that's incredibly easy. Thank you, German. Gobsmacking stupidity. Gobsmacking. That was my comment. That's my comment on this. Like, you gotta be dumb to be making these records. And this is gonna, tariffs are great. I'm the economic expert. Right. Oh, okay. Great suggestion, Donnie. Got any other good ones? Jeffrey Epstein, not that bad of a guy. Just saying, not that bad of a guy. Ghislaine Maxwell, nice lady. Really like her. Nice lady. Some say the best. Okay. So I wanted to show this Harry Ensign. This motherfucker, you can't escape this guy. He's on every fucking news channel, including mine. But I wanted to point this out. Moving on to the next story here. That was my comment. You know, thanks, genius. Great suggestion. Moving on. Harry Ensign. But he's over here reporting on record-breaking Wall Street numbers. Wow. You know, Wall Street making so much fucking money. So let's just watch this, and I'll give you some comments at the end here. Yeah, Splendvania. Oh, yeah. He just, okay, yes, sir. Yeah, I'll put out the press release. I'll go ahead and tell all the Canadian steel and aluminum factories to just come on over to the United States. Great suggestion, sir. They don't have any fucking shame. You know, they don't have it. Just put that degree that you fucking earned at Harvard or wherever the fuck you went, Yale or whatever the fuck. Just throw that shit right in the fucking trash. You fucking dogs. You fucking Roblox. Yeah, exactly. And then he goes home and fucking chuckles to himself how fucking stupid he is in private. like this motherfucker. He's got millions of people voting for him. What a motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Anyway, let me show you this clip here and let me give you my comments after.
It's a success story if you're in the White House right now, the stock market is, and you can see it right here. Okay, S&P 500 shifts at this point in a presidency. You know, coming into today at the close of yesterday, look at this, up 19%. That is higher than the average president since 2001, when it's up 15%, and way, way higher than the average presidency since 1961, up 6%. So this stock market has been up like a rocket, and no wonder the president of the United States wants to talk about it. And you'll also notice, Johnny B.
Right, Johnny B. One, Wall Street is completely separated from what's happening on, Main Street. These sociopaths there's no connection anymore between what's happening. Of course, when the stock market goes up, none of us make any fucking money. But when the stock market goes down, all of a sudden we all lose our fucking jobs. Two, this is actually an indicator of a big fucking crash coming. Big fucking crash coming. Okay? It's all fake, folks. You don't need to be an economics expert to know that. This is the orgy before the disaster, right? This is don't look up in real life. Okay? This is all the oligarchs cashing in. None of it makes sense. Speculative, exactly. None of this makes sense. Tesla through the fucking roof. Meanwhile, their quarterly results losing all kinds of money, losing all kinds of sales, right? Any honest market indicator would have Tesla fucking sold and bankrupt, skyrocketing, right? Oil markets, the war, creating turmoil, plastics up, transportation and logistics up, everything's more expensive. Food, fucking toys, fucking electronics, no one can afford fucking chips or RAM, so the consumer electronics market fucking decimated, and market going way up, whoop. None of it makes a fucking lick of sense, because it's completely speculative, as mentioned in the chat by Promethean there. Totally unconnected to what the fuck is happening, right? So what happens when the chickens come home to roost, right? When these maniacs are making all kinds of fucking money, trading nothing, fucking Bitcoin, might as well be fucking Bitcoin back and forth, bunch of fucking NFT bullshit. And then the reality sets in. What happens? And they're taking us all down with them. Okay? We're in a position right now with the state of the dollar, with the state of inflation, that we're gonna have this major economic crisis. And what are they gonna do? Print. QE, quantitative easing, print. So and then we might be dealing with a currency crisis, where the value of the currency is so low and it's been damaged so much. Every other country now calling in their debts, right? Selling their bonds, blowing out of their fucking bonds, right? Getting rid of their bonds, selling off their debt, exacerbating this. And this is the real Mad Max situation, okay? Where the government might not be in a position to quantitatively ease their way out of this, to print their way out of this crisis. That might be what we're dealing with here. Right, shit hits the fan. They want to bail out tech companies. They want to bail out airline companies. They want to bail out food companies and banks. Right, print trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. All of a sudden, it stops working. It stops fucking working, and then other countries like China starts a chain reaction, right? Or Japan has no choice, just like last time when they sold bonds last year. They basically had no fucking choice, and there was that bond market scare. That is truly arm yourself, buy a gun, drop everything, leave work early, go to the store and buy a gun. Okay? That is the situation that we're fucking facing right now. That we won't be able to print our way out of this. Because it's happening, it's coming. And this is just the orgy before the fucking storm. And then Woke Patriot over here talking about austerity. Like, we're talking food rationing. We're talking you pull up to the gas station and we'll let you buy 2 gallons for $200. And that's all you get. You get 2 gallons. You come back next week and then you can get 2 more gallons. Make the most of it. Oh, by the way, you still need to show up for work on time, or you're fired. But you get 2 gallons. You get food rationing. We're talking chaos. So yeah, stock market up, whoa, this is a great sign. This is a great sign. No, this is a fucking scary sign. This is a sign that shit is more fucked than it's ever been fucked. Yeah, exactly, Woke Patriot. So if, I was saying this last stream, and I don't want to sound like a fearmonger, but I have no choice. If you are lucky enough to have a backyard, right? If you have a front yard, who cares about the fines? Grow a garden. Start growing your own food. I'm not kidding. If it's legal for you to purchase a gun, even if it's illegal and you know somebody, buy a gun. I am not fucking kidding. If you got to go across state lines and buy a gun, buy a gun. Start looking at your yard, right? Yeah, if you don't have a yard, look into hydroponics. Look into your own water filtration. You can buy for $100, you can get a really simple coal filter, that'll allow you to scoop up wastewater in the gutter, or you go to a pond and fill it up and it filters it out and turns it into drinkable water. I'm not fucking kidding. Okay? I'm really not fucking kidding. Okay, the idea that you're going to have enough money, that you're going to have a job, you're going to have money, and that you're going to have a grocery store that has food to sell you is up for grabs, is in doubt. Okay? I cannot be more serious. I'm setting that up. I already have a good chunk of that stuff already, quite frankly. I don't have a yard. I got my Canadian citizenship, okay? But I got my water filtration. I got a gun. If I had a yard, I would be growing my own fucking food right now, even in Canada. It's actually totally legal for you to do that. You see, it's really great. People in Canada who have front yards, right? Because normally in America, it's illegal to take your front yard and do anything but grow grass. But in Canada, at least here in BC, totally legal. You see people setting up tomato farms and, growing their own veggies right in their front yard. It's a beautiful thing. Fuck the fines. Fuck them. Pay the fine. Fuck your strata. Fuck the HUD. Fuck the HUD. Whatever the fuck. At the very least, think about it. Put some thought into it. A generator, something. Yeah, learn how to, if you're going to buy a gun, learn how to clean it. Buy enough ammo, right? Know how it works. Know how to disassemble it and reassemble it and maintain it. Okay? I wish I was kidding. I wish I was being alarmist. But I'm telling you, man, this is more serious than it's ever been in our lifetimes. And in our parents' life, they're out to fucking lunch, except for smart motherfuckers like Lenny and Woke Patriot and the rest of the Gen Xers and the Boomers that have their heads screwed on straight. The rest of them can't fathom a world without the grocery store, without ATMs, without working gas stations. Some of them are old enough to remember the 70s, but we're not even talking about the 70s. We're talking even worse than the 70s. When it comes to rationing gas. So I don't mean to scare you, okay? But that's how serious this shit is. I'm not a fucking rogue scholar genius over here. So I could be wrong. But I've seen so much evidence that we're heading into a historic moment in our lives where finally the pillars of capitalism can't save us, right? In 2008, they were able to print off a bunch of money, rescue the financial institutions, right? And then those financial institutions did some financial bullshit, paid the government back, and then it was all right back to the orgy, right? No one, only like one guy got punished. We are talking about a situation 10 times worse than the 2008 financial crisis. All right, we are talking about the de-dollarization of the fucking planet, of oil no longer being traded on the dollar, of the bond market going under. And it is, there are thousands, tens of thousands of externalities, negative externalities that come from that reality. And that is what we're fucking facing here. That is what Donald Trump might do to us. I can't tell you when. I can't guarantee that it's going to happen, but I think you should consider what I'm saying. And be prepared for a scenario where your neighbor starts looking at your, what's he got over there? When people get hungry, they get desperate. Okay? And fucking neighbor Bob is going to turn into fucking Purge Bob quicker than you would fucking believe when he can't put gas in his SUV and can't get his favorite chips from the fucking grocery store. Shit gets real fast, and I'm talking within days. Shit gets real. And you're not going to have, when the shit hits the fan, you're not going to have enough time to get a gun. You're not going to be able to afford a gun. Right? Your garden, it's going to take you months and months to grow some potatoes. Where do I get a water purifier? I don't know. Home Depot completely gutted, all the good stuff taken within hours. I don't mean to, I don't mean to be like that. But that is what this is an indication of. Okay? And Jeff Bezos isn't going to save your ass. Mark Zuckerberg and his fucking Bunkerberg. Elon Musk over there, he's on the fucking moon, literally. You are fucked. We're fucked. Or not, or everything could be okay. Or not. Or not. I don't know. I don't know. But maybe you should consider, taking some precautions. Moving to kind of soft transitioning away from the fucking apocalypse into Trump trade UK relations news, which is always interesting. Yeah, Eldon Lore. Like, there's so many indicators. I've already doubled down, tripled down. You're already sick of me hearing, I get it. I'm annoying. But don't take my word for it. Type that shit into Google, okay? Do your own research. What is the likelihood of a bond disaster? And you'll see experts who are not partisan are like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Hair on fire. Never seen numbers like this before. Oh shit. Right? So don't take my word for it. Go out on the internet, do some research. Nonpartisan, independent financial analysts are freaking out. They are freaking out. Moving on. Trump has been talking all kinds of shit against the UK. I wanted an opportunity to show another great independent news analyst here, Maximilian Robespierre, who fucked up the French Revolution. I don't even know why he's using this guy's name, but whatever. Okay, whatever. Robespierre, okay. I think Woke Patriot, did you say he's talking about a different Maximilian Robespierre? Okay, maybe there's a different guy. I don't know. But it's like, last time I checked, this is the overzealous motherfucker who completely fucked up the French Revolution. I don't know. Probably ironic. I don't know. But he does a good job. He does a good job of analyzing the news, the UK news. I think he's a great creator. I put the link in the thing there. I will call your mother. I have dossiers if you don't like and subscribe. But let's hear what Robespierre has to say about this. Robespierre, is that how you say it? Robespierre? Sorry. So now I got to look it up. Hold on. How do you say this motherfucker's name? Yeah, pronunciation.
Robespierre.
Oh, you're right. Okay, Clutch Cargo. Okay, you're totally correct. Robespierre. Robespierre. Sorry. Fucking fancy ass, motherfucking French ass, motherfucking name, motherfucker. I don't know how to say your motherfucking name. Frog boy. I don't know how to say your motherfucking name, Mr. French Fries. All right, Robespierre. I just know he's the motherfucker that fucked up the French Revolution for everybody. Right? Started lopping off everybody's heads. Anyway, let's hear what he has to say about Trump goes nuts over UK tax he just heard of.
Hi guys, we keep hearing about the so-called special relationship, how Keir Starmer needs to maintain it because it's so important. And second, we keep hearing about how Donald Trump is truly a friend of the United Kingdom. Well, it certainly is the case when it comes to certain...
I mean, he's got this pimp-ass United Federations of Planets flag in the back, which is totally awesome, right? From Star Trek, right? We should unironically, like, if there was a leftist movement that was like unironically... We are a political movement dedicated to the concept of creating the United Federations of Planets. We're not kidding. We're not joking. I would be joining that shit. Okay? Unironically. Oh, yeah, Star Trek. Make fun of us. No, I unironically believe this. This should be our government. Yeah, no, let's make it work. Yes, from the TV show. Yes, unironically. Yes. Live long and prosper. Yes, that's that's my political affiliation. Yes, it is. Leave me alone.
Politicians. Now, I want to show you two clips. First, Jacob Rees-Mogg back in 2024 talking about how Donald Trump is a friend of Britain. And then let's see an example of that friendship.
Who on the world stage would this new movement emulate in terms of global leaders?
Well, I think we'll do it for ourselves. We'll do it in a way that's suitable for the United Kingdom. I'm not looking for us to imitate other leaders.
To be clear, you would back Trump over Biden, you would back Le Pen over Macron in terms of your politics.
No, I wouldn't back Le Pen. I wouldn't wish to do that. The reason I favour Trump is because he's a friend of the UK and Biden is a UK disliker. And I'm interested in how foreign politicians relate to my country, not on what they're doing in their domestic politics.
I'm an expert.
Okay, so Donald
expert.
Trump is pro-UK. Well, let's have a listen to what Donald Trump had to say this week about this digital service tax.
What tax is this?
The digital service tax is the kind of, nicknamed it a tech tax or big tech tax that kind of...
You mean they're going to put a tax on basically American companies?
He doesn't even fucking know. Tuesday, yes, my monocle's up my ass, chip chip period. Right, so he doesn't even fucking know. Doesn't even fucking know what's going on. Right, he's too busy looking at the sketches for the Washington Memorial and his fucking Arc de Triomphe, which is obvious where he was going with that fucking name. Well, what's going on? They're doing a tax on me. Well, gee, and what do you think his fucking solution is? Guess one word. Put one word in the fucking chat. What do you think his fucking genius solution for this situation? Right.
A tech tax or big tech tax that kind of...
You mean they're going to put a tax on basically American companies?
It's already there, sir.
Did you say the UK?
Yes, sir, and they made $1.3 billion last year.
Yeah.
So is that something you would kind of investigate, offer to be scrapped, have a look at?
We don't like it when they target American companies, because basically you're talking about our great American companies, and whether we like those companies or don't like them, they're American companies, and they're the top companies in the world. And we've been looking at it. UK did it, a couple of other people did it. They think they're going to make an easy buck. That's why they've all taken advantage of our country. They don't take advantage of it. No, we've been looking at it, and we can meet that very easily by just putting a big tariff on the UK, so they better be...
He didn't know what the journalist was talking about, and now he's saying...
Whatever the problem is, tariffs. We don't pay the tariffs, they pay the tariffs. And folks, we're going to make so much money, you won't even need to pay income tax anymore. Why don't the UK companies just pick up their operation and move it to the United States? Easy as that.
We've been looking at it, and we're going to put a tariff on them. It's like... Somebody says something to him. He's like, what is that? Tell me about it. Oh, okay. Well, we've been looking at it and we're going to impose a tariff because of that tax.
Right. So, Robespierre over here talks about it some more. Does a great job analyzing everything. I don't have time to let the whole video play out because there's some other stuff I really would like to talk about. But if you would like, once again, here's the link in the chat. To get subscribed. He's doing a great job. Up and comer big time. He's a fucking big comer. I tell you what.
I'm going to come.
200. Whoops, wrong button. Too many, he's got 232K subscribers. He's been doing a great job. He's just started doing this. So make sure you give some love to Robespierre over here. Maximilian Robespierre. Like and subscribe, folks. Moving on here, got some red meat for you boys. A little debate bro shit, but I gotta give props to your boy, the Mockler Shockler over here, the motherfucking Shockler over here. 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink to your boy, motherfucking Shockler. I tell you, he's the only goddamn reason to watch CNN anymore. He's the only motherfucking reason to watch CNN. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. He's got a long, I hope he doesn't go down the route of some of these other like sellout motherfuckers, right, that we've seen on the left, right? So-called left. What's his name? Brian, what the fuck? Right? But I think he's doing a great job. And, I hate to do this. You know me. I hate to fucking do this, but you got to give credit to CNN because they're still giving money to Scott Jennings and every fucking right-winger with a fucking, cocky-ass smirk. Yeah, Brian Taylor Cohen. That's who I was thinking of. Right? That sellout motherfucker over there. But I got to give credit to CNN because, you know, they're over here giving Scott Jennings money and fucking Mr. Wonderful money, you know, every fucking time you turn on the screen. It's one of those smirking ass right-wing oligarchs, right, trying to lie, basically. But they've been having Mockler on as a regular, and he has been absolutely killing it. I think he's doing a great job, and I would like to see fucking more of this guy. Prime time. Give this guy a show. Right? They won't do that though, right? They did that with Mehdi Hassan. He got too progressive with it. Oh, he criticized Israel too much. Nut up. Show some fucking sack already, you know? I think this guy's got a good career ahead of him, and I'd love to see more. So here's a little clip from your boy, the motherfucking Shockler. It's a Mockler Shockler moment. Here we go.
Wanted taxes to increase on American families. The deduction, the standard deduction, the child tax deduction. Democrats wanted all of those things.
Democrats would have slashed ACA subsidies, making healthcare higher? No. Do you think Democrats would have started a war in Iran? No. Do you think Democrats would have cut Medicaid? No. You're talking about Democrats screwing over the most vulnerable Americans. I don't see that. Trump has repeatedly thrown them under the bus.
How did Democrats vote on taxes? They vote to let them go up or keep them where they are?
They voted against the Big Beautiful Bill because the Big Beautiful Bill made permanent the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that kept tax cuts for the richest.
No, it made the taxes are lower for everyone.
Liar. The Republican Party is now putting us in a position where the deficit each year is going up.
The Big Beautiful Bill really helped out your average Americans. Oh, no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips for a very small subset of people, and it's means tested. You can only, only certain. It's not a no tax on tips bill. It's a barely for certain people. Right. Oh, well, that's a tax cut for everybody. Isn't everybody a waitress? Everyone's cleaning my toilet, right? Right? Fucking assholes over here. The Big Beautiful Bill was a tax cut for everybody. What a fucking lie.
Debt is skyrocketing so much that we have $39 trillion in debt. We're paying $1 trillion per year in the interest on our debt. And Donald Trump is responsible for 27% of that debt as a single man. What Democrat even comes close to that?
So I agree mostly with what he's saying, but I would like to say that, there's no guarantee that Kamala Harris or any other Democrat wouldn't have started a war in Iran. Hillary Clinton was all about that shit, right? Let's not pretend that the Democratic Party isn't totally, bought by Israel and isn't interested in, doing something against Iran. But no, Mockler, for the most part, he's right, pretty good stuff. I'd like to see more of him. I'd like to see him more independent, moving away from corporate, CNN. But hey, at least CNN's got one guy on there that's pushing back. That's pushing back against these right-wing lies from Scott Jennings and Mr. Wonderful and then this fucking prick and all the rest of them, right? They at least they're both siding with a guy like Mockler. Right? Not perfect, like I said, right? Clearly defending the Democratic Party, right? But he makes a good point. Oh yeah, because that's what the Republicans are doing now. They're trying to say Kamala would have been just as bad. Kamala would have screwed up just as much. Yeah, no, and we all know that's complete bull pucky. But yeah, I like Mockler. I'd like to see more of him. You know I had to show you a Mehdi Hassan versus Piers Morgan clip. I had to. Why? It's a kink. It's a weird sexual kink. That's all I have to say about this. Piers Morgan has a sexual humiliation kink. And that's why he keeps inviting Mehdi Hassan to his fucking shitty show that gets way too many views. It's incredibly popular. I hate that it is, but it's true. But no, I'm convinced. Piers Morgan jerks his little dick off. He watches his own show. He watches himself getting his ass handed to him by Mehdi Hassan. And he's like, spank me, daddy. Spank me. He fucking loves it. It's well known that Piers Morgan is a cuck. That is his fucking wife. Look it up. Look at Piers Morgan's wife's social media. She's over there on social media talking about, I want to, literally, I want a Piers. I want a Piers. No, she doesn't. That's the thing. She's literally saying, I want to cheat on my husband. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to cheat on my husband with the pool boy? That kind of shit. That's what Piers Morgan, and by the way, 20 years younger, of course. She's like some Insta thought or some shit, right? So, like, confirmed. We already know he's a cuck.
The world did not begin on October the 7th. 1978, Israel invades southern Lebanon. 1982, Israel invades southern Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila massacre. 2006, Second Lebanon War, murder 100 people.
But you always make it sound like
I think we're going to watch that clip next, Promethean.
they're just doing this for the sake of it. They're not.
What are they doing it for?
Well, they've been provoked by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah didn't exist in 1978.
Okay, I'm talking about the specifics of going on now. Hezbollah's first response to October the 7th was to unleash rockets on Israel.
That's not true.
On October the 8th.
That's
It
not
is.
true. That's not true.
That is what happened.
Where did they fire the first rocket?
They fired rockets on the 8th.
Where?
Well, you tell me.
No, you just said they fired at Israel. Where?
Well, they fired in the direction of Israel.
Where did they hit? They fired at the
if you know
Sheba
the
Farms.
answer, tell me.
I do. They fired at the Sheba Farms, which, as I said earlier, is an area of Syria. Well, the Lebanese claim it's Lebanon.
So like Hezbollah attacked right after October 7th. The Hezbollah attacked. Where did they attack? One of the places that Israel was occupying. Oh, well, it's same thing. Just jerking it. Just jerking it. God, I look like such an idiot. I look like such a fucking shield for Israel. Yes.
Syria claims it's Lebanon. Israel says no and is occupying the Sheba Farms. It's Israel occupying multiple Arab lands, which leads to quote-unquote resistance. That is the core. Deal with the occupation, then you deal with the violence.
There was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's fundamentally false. They were attacking Palestinians the week before October the 7th.
There was
in September.
I reported on this. I was talking about how, wow, they're getting really, or Israel's getting really aggressive right now, weeks before October 7th happened. They were pushing hard, like going into mosques and terrorizing Palestinians in mosques. You know, just they were going really hard, antagonizing Palestinians right before October 7th. It was all a deliberate strategy.
You can Google it on that tablet. What's your definition of a ceasefire?
Well,
Israel gets to attack people and not the other way around. Okay. In September, hold on. In September, you just made a charge that's not true. There's a Guardian headline, September 2023, a month before October the 7th. The headline is Palestinians shot in the ankles by Israel in Gaza attack.
Someone stop this, man. I mean, don't. Please don't. You know what I mean? But I mean, my God, man. Okay, anyway, thanks so much for mopping the floor with me, Mediasan. Now back to defending my buddy Israel and everything that they say and repeating their lies every single day on my channel that gets millions of views. Wow, you fucked my shit up. Wow, I'm speechless. I literally, okay, wow, you completely proved me wrong. Okay, back to spreading Israeli lies and propaganda. Can't wait to jerk off to this one when I get home. Because my wife certainly isn't going to do it. Hey-o! Woo! Cuck-ass motherfucker. And no, I think I do have the the Piers Morgan Russell Brand. Yeah, this is it right here, actually. So this is related. They always, stickers, always, yeah. Big time. Ben Gavir goes in there with the IDF. He gets a big kick out of it. So this is actually, we're not going to watch this whole clip here, but, you know, another independent creator, Ebb and Flow. He's a rapper. You get his title sequence is one of his songs. I think this guy's really cool. I definitely think you should check this guy out. Just add it to the list. I'm going to tell your mother about all this stuff. Like, have you heard? Little Billy doesn't even subscribe to Ebb and Flow. What? I love Ebb and Flow. Your mother watches Ebb and Flow, and you don't? Bro. Yeah, you better be Promethean. But no, he gets into, you know, it's like Piers Morgan is really frustrating because, you know, and fucking cancel me for saying fucking string my ass up Roblox style, okay? He does some good journalistic work. I know. Fucking take me out, bro. Fucking take me out. But sometimes when he's not spreading right-wing lies and Israeli propaganda and, you know, bringing some of the worst fucking people on planet Earth like Andrew Tate and the PBD boys and the rest of them, you know, on his fucking show and like giving them a platform and Ben Shapiro and all this, right? He does... Because it's good for the clicks, because it's good for engagement, he does do some good journalism, right? Shit that, you know, because he's so popular, people like Russell Brand and other people come to his show because they want the bump, they want the popularity, and he calls them out. You know, and it's like, you know, because they're too afraid. They're not going to go on a left-wing channel to get eaten alive, right? So it's like, it's this, he's like, you know, it's like a welcoming environment for right-wingers, and then he burns people because he doesn't give a shit, but anything but the clicks and the views. That's all he fucking cares about, right? That's all Piers Morgan has ever cared about. So sometimes he does actual journalism, right? I know, fucking crucify me. I deserve it. String my ass up. But this is a great analysis. We don't have time for the whole thing, but let me play a little bit of it because it covers the rapist, Russell Brand. Well, accused rapist so far. Likely going to be found guilty in court. Motherfucker bringing the Bible in there with him. Trying to get ahead of the controversy by saying he had legal sex with a 16-year-old woman. Right, it's technically legal for a 30-year-old mega celebrity at the time, right? He's in fucking Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and he's in all these movies and stuff, and he's got a bunch of teenage groupies, and he's picking the cutest one out of the pile and bringing them back to the hacienda for a quick shag. Right, it's all legit, it's all legal, it's all legal. I gave her a bottle of water and kicked her ass out. Thanks so much for the good time. Apparently, he forced this 16-year-old to give him to like fucking deep throat, right? Like choke on his dick kind of shit, right? It's great for a 16-year-old. You know, probably one of her first sexual experiences. She thinks like, wow, Russell Brand, so cool. Wow. He's in there fucking, you know, getting real aggressive with it. So the other thing I wanted to, I'm so graphic. I'm sorry, folks. I'm so fucking graphic. I apologize. I do to the female viewers of the show. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that Tucker Carlson had this guy on his stream, softball interview. Oh, you're such a good Christian, selling Russell Brand's new book, like How to Convert to a Christian in 7 Days bullshit. Right? Another $1 million grift. Tucker Carlson not only giving this guy a softball interview, but selling this accused rapist, selling this motherfucker's book on his, you know, storefront. And so that's all you got to do, right? And what's TYT up to? Right? What's TYT up to? Watch this. Home of the progressives, guys. What's TYT up to? How many Tucker Carlson videos did they do this week? Sometimes they'll do a Tucker Carlson defense video and not actually put him on the thumbnail. Right. So I'm not seeing as many as I should here. Uh-oh. So it's not true. It's not true. You get the point, though. They really, every single week, there's at least 1 to 2, you know, defending Tucker Carlson videos. They don't necessarily have to put him on the thumbnail to be there. But if you watch enough TYT like I do, right, okay, 3 days ago, we got him on the thumbnail, but I guarantee you 3-4 times in these videos, if we were to watch every one of these videos, we would get at least half a dozen mentions of Tucker Carlson. Wow, such a great guy. Tucker Carlson said this. Tucker Carlson said that. Look, they're over here defending Megyn Kelly. They're over here defending Megyn Kelly, right? Oh, why? Because she came out and talked some shit about Trump after he talked shit about her. So anyway, Tucker Carlson over here. Oh, Russell Brand, nice guy. Give me a oh. Fuck you, Tucker. And TYT over here. No, he's not so bad. Oh, well, he's on our side when it comes to Palestine. Oh, it's so great. That's my Cenk Uygur impression. He's such a great guy. But you get my point. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on over there? Yeah, Splenvania. Yeah. And like no acknowledgement. It's like it's one thing to cover what Tucker Carlson says. You know, Kyle Kulinski made this point. It's like it's one thing to point out Tucker Carlson was right about this or right about that, but you're not going to point out that he's still a Republican. Still, you know, as soon as Donald Trump is out of the picture, it's right back to the right-wing grift. It's right back to defending J.D. Vance or Ted Cruz or whoever takes over, whoever takes the mantle for the fascistic right. Right back to bashing trans people. You know, he'll never admit that Kamala Harris would have been a better choice. Irredeemable, an irredeemable grifter who lets accused rapists on his stream hawk their merchandise, sell their merchandise, and, you know, give him a media opportunity to get ahead of the inevitable controversy when he's likely found guilty of rape. And TYT over here, well, maybe we should help him out. I don't know. We should defend him. He's not that bad. He's a good guy. He doesn't like Trump anymore. Oh, wow, he said this and he said that. Oi, oi, welcome back, Harry. Ba-oh-wa-oh. I'm sorry. Cancel me. Get me off the fucking... Get me off. Let's watch this. Let's find out.
Who gonna take it there? Who gonna take it there? Who gonna take it there? Electricity, 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 electricity.
Yeah,
you know what's in the air. 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 It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility.
All right, so Russell Brand did this interview with Piers Morgan for some reason. Russell Brand is going to court soon for the allegations against him, which we will get to later. And he's just put out a book recently because of his new Christian grift.
Well, stickers, technically he's done that for Trump. And he's like, oh, you know, it's not enough just to say sorry, blah, blah, blah. But that's basically what he did, and that's all he's going to do. And then the moment Trump's out of the picture, it's right back to the fucking slop trough. Right? Only now, when Donald Trump, you know, fucking sundowning Donald Trump, making a fool of himself every single day, directly attacking Tucker Carlson, does Tucker Carlson say, all right, you got me, he's a bad guy. But all the rest of the Republican Party, A-okay, great guys. He's a fucking irredeemable, grifting piece of shit. And TYT over here, well, give him the benefit of the doubt. 1-to-1 perfect impersonation of Cenk Uygur.
Where he has converted to Christianity. So he pretty adeptly a couple years ago now realized that if he did this born again Christian thing, there is a little bit more of a warm and receptive audience on the right, especially the very reactionary right, to people that have engaged in the type of terrible behavior that he has, people that have the type of allegations that he...
Yeah, Saint Cenk over here fucking forgiving everybody. I mean, it's like, I mean, come on, man. Are you this dumb? No, but there's a financial connection. There's a financial connection between what's happening. Look it up. I think Kyle Kulinski talked about it. Maybe it was the Serfs. No, maybe it was the Vanguard. I think it was the Vanguard, actually, that talked about this. That's going to be the next clip that we're going to watch, is the Vanguard clip. But there's apparently some fucking, you know, financier that's pumping money into TYT and pumping money into Tucker Carlson. And it's just so motherfucking disappointing, man. Because I was such a TYT fan. I was like, these guys rock, you know, during Occupy Wall Street, you know, during the Bernie era. I was like, man, these guys, you know, this is how you do it. This is how you do a progressive news network. You know what I mean? And God, it's just such a disappointment.
So I think he made a pretty cynical calculation at one point that that's the audience that he needs to build to continue to maintain support throughout the weight of the allegations that he knew was coming. Not just the fact that he knew that something would come out, but like, I think he knew he was going to get hit hard. So he knew that he needed a strong base of support behind him. So he's been doing this Christian grift, and, you know, like clockwork, the Christian right has mostly accepted him and mostly buys into this new Jesus talk that he does about salvation. And that's the main thing about Russell Brand, is that even if I were to grant that this sudden finding of God is legitimate, despite the fact that, as Piers Morgan points out, he's waffled on that all throughout his life, but also it's like he just will never shut up. He just feels the need to profess about things. And so the combination of that, as well as how much he's flip-flopped and the extremes that he's jumped to throughout his career in terms of like what he believes in, what he says he believes in, it's just he's one of
I guarantee you, if Tucker Carlson wins, it's going to be, oh, we got to give him a chance. Oh, we should give him a chance. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. I don't think TYT would go so far if it was like Tucker versus Gavin Newsom, that they would outright support Tucker Carlson over Gavin Newsom. But they would do a lot of Gavin Newsom hit pieces, which is, I'll do that as well. I'll be shitting on Gavin Newsom all the live long day because he's a fucking corrupt neoliberal, right? But even now I find it hard to believe that they would. Could you imagine TYT? It's like Gavin Newsom versus Tucker Carlson, and TYT says vote Tucker. They're over. They're done. They're gone, dude. If that happens.
The most transparent grifters that we have. But that being said, I mean, the allegations against the dude are pretty heinous, and he's even admitted recently that he pretty much did what he's accused of.
They took Peter Thiel's money.
Although he is still, saying that he didn't do anything non-consensual and quibbling about the age of consent, etc. So here, just to illustrate that a little bit more, is the first couple clips where this stuff about age comes up, and he gives a really interesting, borderline hilarious answer about this age of consent question. So here's that.
What is that line for you between exploiting, as a 30-year-old man, a 16-year-old girl, to the point where it becomes criminal potentially? What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent, Piers.
Right.
But the age of consent means, in varying ways, in different places, people have a understanding, which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable, that at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble, and these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law. And if people think it's wrong I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So I agree with them.
Yeah, so I've never seen somebody dodge statutory allegations by converting to Christianity and then saying all sex out of marriage is wrong and saying that the only place... It's really an interesting maneuver that he's pulling there, because he says, well, 16 is within the age of consent.
That's a motherfucker that knows in his heart, heaven, hell, none of that shit exists. And it's just about the ching-ching. It's just about, I get to continue to be Russell Brand, and people get to pretend, that I'm an expert, and they keep watching me, the eyes on me. You can't be this hypocritical and believe that hell exists, that believe that there's a creator judging you, right? And you're over here acting like this. Just no fucking way.
I am saying that everything that took place with me and this person was consensual. So within that, people who think it is debaucherous or wrong that I had sex with that person.
I'm not going to get into the 18-year-old. Is it creepy for a 30-year-old to have sex? I mean, maybe technically, right? But, we got to pick an age somewhere. As shitty as that is, we got to pick an age somewhere. 16 is too fucking young. 18, we basically all agree about 18, right? Is it fucked up? Is it weird? Because like when you turn 30, I mean, hell, when you're in your late 20s, and you run into an 18-year-old, you're like, are you still in high school? Are you're like, did you get out of daycare? You know what I mean? You got homework. You guys go home and do some math homework, bro. Like you could they're young, right? And but. I mean, 16 is too fucking young for a 30-year-old to be hitting that. Way too fucking young.
Well, I actually agree with you, because I think all sex out of marriage is wrong. So it really shows the acrobatics that Russell Brand goes to, like rhetorically, mentally, in doing all these justifications throughout his career. He's always been this type of guy. He's very bombastic and just imagine.
Crail, we got to pick an age. Okay? There's, eventually, You got to pick an age. There's just no fucking choice. We're human fucking beings, right? We got to pick an age. 25. Okay. What are you watching this from your fucking barn? What are you, Amish? 25? 30? Okay.
Imaginative. So, you know, he just bullshits for like an hour and a half straight in this conversation. And there's a decent amount where Piers Morgan kind of cracks him open a little bit and pokes him on this Christianity stuff. Also kind of openly calls him a grifter to his face, mostly just saying like, people call you a grifter. What do you have to say about that? So that's the next clip here where they get into it. And this is where Russell Brand really starts falling apart. So throughout this interview, what Russell Brand keeps pointing to on the part of Piers Morgan is you flip-flopped on vaccines, you flip-flopped on Israel-Palestine, and so that makes you a hypocrite. And, you know, so he keeps going back to that as Piers Morgan is trying to point out his flip-flops throughout his career. Very obvious what Russell Brand is doing there. He is pointing to things that he knows hurt Piers Morgan's credibility, specifically on the right. Vaccines, as well as the Israel-Palestine issue. He's saying that you were within the establishment narrative at first, but then you flip-flopped on it. And I mean, Piers Morgan has come to the right conclusion about Israel-Palestine. I don't really know that much about his opinion on vaccines. They talked a lot about that here, but I kind of skipped over that. That's become Russell Brand.
He's basically done a full 180, Russell Brand. Used to be, you know, progressive and, you know, Israel's committing a genocide and, you know, trust science, and it's total 180 now. It's like, don't trust the vaccines, and it's not a genocide. It's just like a total 180 that he's done. And it was pretty obvious from the very beginning why he's doing it, so that he can continue, like I said, to be celebrity Russell Brand, right? Because the alternative is that he would admit that he was wrong, that, hey, I'm about to lose my career, I'm about to, you know, get canceled because, you know, I got fucking, because I was raping motherfuckers, you know. That's what's going on here, right? And he knows the left isn't going to want to watch that shit, but the right wing doesn't care about that kind of stuff. In fact, they think it's kind of cool, right?
Thing, and I think is probably the closest element to what he actually thinks about and believes, is like stuff about wellness and vaccines. That's a little bit more where his wheelhouse is, and also shows the pipeline between that type of wellness stuff and the reactionary right, the Christian right, the trad wife stuff, anti-vax stuff, and in some cases just like straight up right wing or like white nationalism, Christian nationalism. There is a pipeline there, and Russell very deliberately set up camp there, knowing that it would give him a little bit of cover because people on that side of the spectrum recognize protecting the project, the Christian nationalist project, is more important than protecting this idea that Christians are supposed to actually uphold some kind of values. So
no, I mean, the timeline is super clear. Like the moment he knew he was in some hot water, the moment like the court stuff started, he flipped. And he started, you know, this is, you know, the last couple of years of Russell Brand has all been, you know, getting ahead of these court dates that he saw coming years ago, these allegations that he saw coming years ago. It's all coming to a head. It's all part. It's like he's this craven. He's this calculated. You know, he probably talked to, you know, PR experts about, oh, how could I handle? What can I do? How can I transform my image? That's what this is. It's that stone cold craven. It's hard to believe, right, that someone would be like, oh, come on, religious beliefs, and, you know, they really truly believe it. No, he doesn't. No, this is literally all about what we're seeing now with these allegations and having to go to court and all that.
In a lot of ways, they don't even really care if Russell Brand has changed. Doesn't really matter. In the same way that with Trump, none of his behavior actually matters. All that matters is that he forwards the project of Christianity.
Praise him.
Now, that being said, I don't think Russell Brand is going to be a very useful figure for much longer, especially if he ends up going to jail. So here is the next clip where Piers Morgan pretty much just calls him a grifter to his face, or at least implores him to.
I mean, Promethean, you could be right as well. It's not like I can read the guy's mind. Yeah, I totally acknowledge it's totally my own opinion on that one. Praised Jesus.
Respond to those allegations.
Yeah. You talked about sitting on the fence, and it's a little bit, some would describe it as a grift. It's like, come on, Russell, you change your mind about stuff and a sixpence, right? And
no, that's what they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but I'm interviewing you. right? So my point is...
So you think that you can command
I'm
the
not
old channel?
I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter, that you're very smart, you're very eloquent, you can be very persuasive with the power of your words, but that actually when it comes to any of these issues, you don't really have a personal principled view.
I do, and it's a really
Your view is that all people in power are terrible.
Believe it.
But when I've challenged you to say, well, what would you actually do? You go on a 20-minute eloquent spiel, which doesn't answer the question.
Oh my God, it actually does answer the question. Let me try and do it again. Firstly, find faith and integrity in yourself. Do whatever you can, pray, find God. Secondly, we cannot have systems that prioritise the centralisation of power, whether that's representative democracy or this global commercialism.
So what would you do?
Use the technology that we currently have. All right, good, this is the bit I wanted to get to. Can I have a glass of water? I mean, it's Associated Press news.
Well, you got a fucking glass. Wow. Falling the fuck apart. You got a glass of water right in front of you there. Can I get a bottle of water over here? And what's he talking about? He's talking about the Joe Rogan shit. AI being the new Jesus. AI being the new God. AI being the decentralization of politics using technology. That's what the fuck he's talking about. It's the latest thing these transhumanists are talking about. These rich motherfuckers who think that they want to have a relationship with Peter Thiel. But that's the next thing, right? AI Jesus.
They're not under any obligation to give us bottles of water.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, this guy, my mate Jake,
we are trying to find you some, but they're not our servants.
No, absolutely. Hold on a minute. I'm not declaring these people.
They don't all work for us. We're just hiring their studios.
No, I know that, and I think
he literally has a fucking glass half filled with water right in front of his dumbass. Holy shit! And like, the floundering. Flipping, flop. It's like a fish fresh on the boat. Flippy, floppy, flip. What are you? Come on, this is terrible.
That was quite good rapport.
You should be cognizant they're not working for us.
With my mate.
I fucking hate it when motherfuckers like this touch me. Don't you be touching me, motherfucker. You're a motherfucking statutory rapist. Don't you be fucking touching me, dude.
Jake, though, who's over there, who actually is working for me.
Well, Jake can get you on.
Who I'm directing it to. And
can we get to the motherfucking question? What the fuck is this?
So there was one or two other people. So it's not, just to be clear, I'm not sort of like going, "Oh, get me some water, man."
You did
I'm a Hollywood star.
AP that they should get you a nice bottle of water.
Well, I just thought that the facility itself might have, amidst its many benefits, water. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Was the obligation crossing the floor? See, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that glass of water. Would you like some? Don't be proud.
I'm good, man. I like the tap water.
You like the government water?
Love it, yeah, no problem. Even if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep...
Oh, it's the government water. I don't like the government water. I don't like the fluoride in the water. God, can he get... I mean, bro, I'm about to go full Roblox on this motherfucker. I'm about to go full Timothy McVeigh on this motherfucker over here. What the fuck, bro? Can he get any more intolerable? All right? I'm about to go Luigi on this motherfucker, okay? Jesus Christ.
Actually, the water is some of the cleanest in the world, but you know that.
Look,
the fluoride
what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broke.
You know, a great point, Crail, about the fucking shirts. Where do you even buy a fucking shirt like this? Does he just buy a shirt and rip that shit? I mean, okay. Just... Okay.
Broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
Why?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm very...
It's not an allegation.
So the Bible grifters do this right quite a bit. They don't pick a book. They don't pick a denomination, right? Because they just cherry pick, you know, some of the shit from all the various different Bibles. They just cherry pick certain ones. Okay, so they don't want to be pigeonholed into being this or that, because then they would have to actually learn what they're talking about. Right, and learn the rules of their denomination. So this is another thing that you see religious grifters do, right? They don't want to be, different certain things from certain books and whatnot. It shows how much of a fraud that they are.
I'm just asking
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do. But if you don't mind me saying, you're
was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Stop touching me immediately.
Yes, but it's, you are slightly hypersensitive to that kind of
And
thing.
if this motherfucker takes a sip of the government water, I'm gonna hop on a plane. Okay.
I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest, you don't do, this is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example, since the allegations. And
Yeah.
I'm grateful to you for doing it, but you are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you, because most of the media you do, you don't really get
Really?
challenged.
How could you tell? How could you fucking tell?
I don't mind
This is one of the most embarrassing displays I think I've ever seen in my life.
being challenged, and I want to be challenged, actually, and I like being challenged. And, I didn't go, what, Piers Morgan?
Yeah, so I think
This
that
is what
Piers
he's like.
Morgan's opinion of Russell Brand is leaking through here a little bit, using words like massive grifter, saying you're a massive grifter. Pretty strong statement. He also says a couple times here that he's known Russell Brand for a while, but not super well. And this is where Russell really starts to break apart. And there's honestly nothing I love more than a podcast that starts to come off the rails a little bit. And especially, when the behind the scenes staff.
Look, and it's like, Promethean, I forgive you, right? It's like, it's one thing to be like, hey, I'm religious, but I don't, I kind of drift between certain things, right? I keep to myself. It's my own business, right? That's totally fine. That's one thing. You're doing you're exploring what you want to explore, right? But when you start being the guru, right? When you start judging others and saying, well, and emulating piety, right? And that's where it's like, you're insufferable. And you're lying to yourself and lying to other people. Like, I'm so much better. I'm so much more Christian. I'm so much more, right? Whatever. That's where the people that are kind of drifting between different denominations and whatnot become totally insufferable, because they weaponize that, right? Because you try to call them out. It's like, okay, do you believe in slavery, right? Do you believe how much is your wife worth? Like, do you believe in wearing clothes with mixed fabrics, right? Do you eat shellfish, right? What do you actually believe in, that? And it's like, I don't like that, and I like this, but you should listen to what I have to say and follow my advice and buy my fucking book, right? And it's like, no, fuck you. Are you a theologian or not at that point, right?
Start becoming a part of the
Promethean.
drama and the conversation, and you can tell that someone's
Everyone
behavior
gets
is
to have an
kind of
opinion.
getting in the way of
But
the
when you
actual
turn into that
production.
guru-
I love that. There's nothing better than a good fourth wall break on a podcast, I have to say. And Russell Brand does always
that's
have a way of
totally
doing
normal,
that.
Promethean.
And I think it was only a
And
matter of
fine,
time before he
right?
got worked up in this conversation. I will say
Totally
that this
fine.
part doesn't happen until later in the conversation. And I think Russell is frustrated by this idea that he's a grifter who bounces back and forth. That really chips his skin. And then also being pressed and needled about the religion stuff, which we'll get to in a few minutes. So, I mean, his whole grift is pretty fragile, but the truth is he's had a pretty easy time of it. I think Piers Morgan feels like this is more scrutiny than is being applied to him in some of these American media places he's going, like Fox News or Tucker Carlson or whatever. Like, there's virtually no scrutiny being applied there at all. And so even minor scrutiny from someone who mostly agrees with him on this conservative grifter stuff.
Right. So he mentions Tucker Carlson. I want to show you the last bit of this interview, because this is the part that's going viral, where Piers Morgan asks him, oh, what's your favorite parts? What's your favorite, give me some passages out of that Bible, right, that you love so much. And it goes about as well as you would think.
Was very openly reading while he was in court. So here's that.
And it's hard to trust, because I sometimes think you're too caught in the world.
It's so performative. It's so unbelievably performative. He's in his fucking rape trial, and he's thumbing through the Bible. Oh, I'm Russell Brand. Oh, God.
That you used to be in, and it
Can I go back to
scares
asking you
me
a question
bit.
about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what?
So I think the other book that he's got is the fucking book that he's trying to fucking hawk. God, it's just
You were looking at some passages. What were the relevant passages?
Ghost written. Guarantee you that shit was ghost written. This motherfucker ain't sitting down writing a book.
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't know, did I?
With a little bit. It was this from Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man.
Yeah. You should be chill when I'm trying to rip off people and lie to them. You should be more chill and let me get away with it, like my buddy Tucker Carlson, who up until 5 minutes ago supported a full-blown pedophile and rapist himself.
Is this?
Wow, he really knows this book.
They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember,
Wow.
you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
Isaiah?
Excuse me.
Wow. He really, like the back of his hand, like the back of the head of a 16-year-old groupie, he knows this book.
It says here, the verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day. This is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12. I will praise you, Lord. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away, and you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I think it's so important, not because of me, obviously, because who are any one of us? He has no favorites. But I feel like, hopefully this isn't a grift. Hopefully all of our lives aren't just some stupid attempt to garner material things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just
to
pass
Russell
through
Brand,
time.
everything is a grift. It's all a grift.
Okay. All right. Yeah, make sure you check out the Dream Eaters. Go to their YouTube channel. They're great. Like and subscribe to the Dream Eaters. Really funny songs, really good songs. I got time for one more video, and it's kind of a long one, but I'm gonna take the risk here. I'm hitting hour 6, but I'm gonna take the risk. I think my wife and my kid are still taking their nap, but it's on topic here. It's the Vanguard, who, they're all right. They're all right, guys. I criticized them in the past. I find them a little, I don't know. I got problems with everybody. It's my own fucking problems, okay? But I think they do a pretty fucking good job holding people accountable. And they break down Kyle Kalinski's debunking of Tucker Carlson and TYT, and he just Kyle Kalinski just goes fucking inskis, as Kyle Kalinski does, as Kyle Kalinski says, right? Goes fucking inskis on Cenk Uygur and Tucker Carlson. And I like the Vanguard. They put in some good commentary here. So this is kind of, everything's related, right, to the Piers Morgan thing, to the Russell Brand thing, to the fucking Tucker Carlson thing, to the TYT thing. So everything's connected, right? Just like Russell Brand would say, we're all connected. Oh, read the Bible. Oh, I was legal when I had sex with her, right? You're chilling my vibe. Don't yuck my yum. Come on, give me some. I don't want that government water. Right. Well, I mean, I'm pretty horny for Kalinsky as well. He's a real one. Motherfucker's a real one. So this is a pretty good breakdown. Let me stop wasting time and get to it here because, like, Cenk Uygur, dude, and Tucker Carlson, and we got it. We just look at the shit that he's saying here. Look at they got his tweet, pulled up. I'm a little disgusted by the lack of grace some people on our side are showing people like Tucker Carlson. Oh, poor baby. Are we being mean to the fucking fascist? Are we being too mean to the fascist who just changed his mind 6 seconds ago? Oh, we should be nicer to him, huh? The guy who built his entire fucking career lying and grifting. And the motherfucker did a whole documentary on January 6th and how it was a left-wing psyop. I don't hear that motherfucker apologizing for that shit. 2 weeks ago, Tucker Carlson had a full-blown white supremacist Nazi on his fucking channel. And I'm not talking about motherfucking Nick Fuentes, I'm talking a different one, a lesser known one. Dude still believes and repeats great replacement talking points. And then just a couple days ago gets Russell Brand on his shit to sell his fucking products and pretend and emulate being a Christian, and all it takes is 5 seconds of Piers Morgan completely demolishing him to show how much of how full of shit that he is. But we're just being too fucking mean to Tucky Carlson. Up to here with this bullshit. He gets so indignant. He gets so, how dare you? I'm the TYT, the voice of progressives. No, the fuck you're not. This reach across the aisle, work with the fascist bullshit is not victory, it's defeat. It's defeat. Cenk, Anna, who literally 1 month ago said, I'm a fan of Tucker Carlson. A fan? And he gets all indignant. Oh, the left is criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. Why? Because they're a broken clock. They get one thing right. One fucking thing right, and we gotta forget about the rest of it. No, but we can work together on this one thing. But I'm gonna come to their defense and totally intentionally ignore everything else. Let me tell you, I've said it before, I say it again. Tucker Carlson doesn't view Cenk Uygur as an ally. He views him as defeated, right? He views him as, quite frankly, a useful idiot in spreading his right-wing propaganda. Oh, here's this dummy coming to my defense. Would Tucker Carlson ever come to TYT's defense? Would Tucker Carlson ever come to Cenk Uygur's defense? Never. Never. But we're supposed to put out the red carpet and go, oh, well, all's forgiven. To these unabashed, shameless grifters. MTG, 3 seconds after getting her fucking permanent pension out of there, right after Donald Trump destroyed her political career. Not before, after. Sure, I give her credit. Stood her ground on Epstein, and that's why Donald Trump didn't have her back politically. But she's not taking any of that other shit back. Still despises immigrants, still despises trans people. Still makes those ridiculous arguments about trans people in women's sports. It's an epidemic. Oh. So, quite frankly, Cenk Uygur, pull your head out of your fucking ass, dude. What the fuck are you doing? It's fucking weird, dude. It's weird. We're not down for this shit. This is not how the left wins fights. By sitting at the table with Nazis and hearing them out. Fucking Anna Kasparian going on Megyn Kelly's show after she makes the nuke comments. after she makes the I would vote for Republicans even if they dropped a nuke on Iran comments, Anna Kasparian, a couple days later, goes on Megyn Kelly's show. It's embarrassing. Okay, because it's one thing after those comments to bring her to your show and call her out on that shit. Okay, you start the conversation with, oh, yeah, you and Trump are beefing, right? But then you nail her ass to the wall about what's up with this nuclear shit. You're telling me you'd be okay with the Republican Party if they dropped a fucking nuke? Are you serious? I didn't watch that interview, but I bet they didn't even address it. I bet Anna Kasparian sat there like a good little girl and didn't even bring up the fucking nuke comments to Megyn Kelly. You're not even going to bring that shit up, huh? Oh, hey, didn't you just a couple days ago, 48 hours ago, fucking make a comment about how the Republican Party could drop a nuclear fucking bomb on a country and you'd still vote for them? What's up with that, Megyn? Oh, would that be too harsh? Oh, we don't want to be too harsh on the grifting fascists. This is supposed to be the home of progressives. It's the home of the defeated. It's the home of the fucking defeated. Let's watch.
Cenk Uygur, who said he's disgusted by the lack of grace that some people on our side have for Tucker Carlson. He then went on to mention that Tucker didn't even need to apologize. It was unnecessary. So that was pretty crazy. We took a look at that. But there's a new commentator has entered the ring, and Cenk might be disgusted by what they have.
What? Hold on, stickers. What? Trump was removed from the room? What? There was apparently a distribution. What does that mean? At the correspondence dinner? Go back like 12 minutes? A disruption? You're saying there was a disruption? Okay, hold on. He looks rough. He looks fucking rough. There was a disruption. Okay, he's still here. So somebody's got something written on a piece of paper. Wow, look at Melania's reaction. Is this like a magician or something? Yeah, Caroline Leavitt and Melania's reaction. Look at that shit. Yeah, look at the woman on the right's reaction. Something fucking happened. Fucking security or someone running around, panicked, running around. Holy shit, they got the motherfuckers out with the fucking guns. Scooped up Trump. Out of there. Got his fat ass up and out of there. Oh, the Kyle Kalinske clip's gonna have to wait, y'all. Fucking frogman coming out. That's a reaction to a shooting. That's a reaction to a fucking shooting right then and there, right there. Wow, thank you so much, stickers, for the clip here, for this breaking news. This motherfucker with a big ass grin on his face, putting up the phone. Hell yeah. Likes on my Insta, likes on the gram. Get down, jackass. Big old smile on his face. Hell yeah, likes on the Insta. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Hold on, let's get some mainstream news on this. You know MSNBC all over this shit. Hold up, what's MSNBC got to say about this shit? Hold up. Oh boy, they got the fucking Secret Service dudes. Come on, give me my fucking free come on, give me this shit. What is this shit doesn't work anymore? Come on. Secret Service out, getting all the important people out of there. Secret Service over here crawling on tables. Whoa, dude. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Free Inter TV. Come on, give me a link that fucking works over here. DeCoco on the left? What's that mean? All these motherfuckers with their fucking cameras. Oh, God. Come on. Come on with this. Hold up. Hold up. Come on. Come on. Someone give me some mainstream news here. Hold up. Well, nobody knows what the fuck's going on. C-SPAN might work. Oh, shit. Thank you for this, but they got the clip. I'm looking for anybody. Comments. I'm looking for comments. Oh, shit, this is like breaking ass news, dude. It's over. It's over, dude. It's over. Bye. Everyone leave now. Good show. Get your souvenirs. Fucking Fox News gone. Fox News gone. Yeah, Hassan already knows what the hell's going on, surely. What the fuck? What is going on? Wait, what about Agenda Free? He's going to have some shit to say. Okay, Newsmax.
But you can see it live.
Oh, here we go.
And on our screen right now, live, we are showing a lot of people streaming out. So is that what it appears?
Yeah, we're seeing people leave. We again, and I'm right in the middle of the dais.
Another fake.
So I'm just observing it from about
fake, same as Kirk.
Bianca,
no fucking.
people are trying to get out
Kirk
of the ballroom.
got hit.
They did have us locked down for about a betterment of 10 minutes after this incident occurred, and now it appears anyone who wants to leave is trying to get the heck out of here. Obviously, this dinner has been.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going forward.
Ended for the rest
It's
of the
over, dude.
Yeah, well, the most important thing is for everyone there,
Oh,
especially
no,
the President of the United States and
Agenda
the First Lady, to be
Oh,
safe,
bro.
including you. It's remarkable. I was at dinner at Mar-a-Lago last night. I saw the president, spoke to him just for a brief second, not a real and he
his
waved,
dick
and he talked to
tasted
some
so
people,
good.
and
His
he
dick
looked
was
like he's in great
amazing.
spirits.
I can't stress
He's
how
in the
much I
middle of this
loved
war, as
Donald
Mike has
Trump's
been
dick.
reporting. Bianca, here's the video. Let's watch. Mike, stand by. This is the president, 10, 15 minutes ago as this played out. Let's
hold
roll
on.
the video. If we
All right, okay. Let me see what Hassan has to say here. 1 second. I'm going to have to unmute this.
Okay, like Jake Tappy was sounding a little buzz there.
What's going on?
Oh my God, Olivia Reingold. Terrifying. A few ground-shaking knocks by my seat at White House Correspondents' Center. Unclear if shooting. I'm okay. We are trying to exit now.
So they think it's a shooting.
I'm seated near one of the doors, and
Zay! Oh my God! They tried to recreate the USA chant after the shooting. Oh my God! People are so fucking cringe. Oh my God! Can we just skip her? No, that's my favorite journalist in America.
Guns.
How dare
I love
you?
a society that's obsessed with guns. I feel
and
so
what it
safe.
takes to navigate this room, right? We are seeing but a sliver of the inside of this room. Someone's talking right now. Let's listen in.
Okay, so it's probably just an announcement. It's all over.
Just now, it apparently was not well received, but they're getting more information. We are learning things. Brian, what did they say just now, Brian Selter?
Just a very brief announcement saying the program will resume shortly.
What?
A false alarm.
Not sure what form that.
What? They're like lightning can't strike twice. You know what I'm saying?
There's like a
oh my
shooting,
God! Now
but they're
Trump
gonna
has to
go back
sit
to
through
it?
this shit, pissed off and possibly scared, because he's a pussy if he doesn't come back, right? Oh my God!
So was there a
oh my
shooting or
God!
not?
Now he has to fucking sit through the White House course. He's probably not gonna come back.
What this guy said.
Oh my lordy!
And I'm glad that the cabinet is safe.
Fix his fucking
and I'm
mic,
glad that
Guinness,
they
now.
were able to keep worse things from happening. What I would say is that
What the
there
fuck
is some strength that's
happened?
trying to be shown here. That you don't
Brian
stop
Stelter.
this country.
Of course, that
and you
fucking
don't-
sellout's there.
Oh God, Dan Jones.
And so people will see it differently, but I can understand why people would not want to let the terrorists win today, why they would not want
there
to
was a
let
shooting.
terrorism win today.
So there's a
but
shooting.
You're going to have a lot of people who are just upset and shaken
and of
because the
course,
president of this country.
Left wing CNN over here. America, oh, what a strong sign of unity. We can't let the terrorists win. Oh.
People to think that this is the right thing to do somehow.
So was there a
I
shooting
can
or
understand
not?
why they don't want to yield to this. But I think people around the world right
Why
now.
are they talking like a foreign enemy? It's America, bro. Of course.
We have an announcement. I know everyone's going to want as many details as possible, and right now we don't have that, but I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much.
So, okay, so there wasn't a shooting then? Okay, because if
In
it's like, there's no
2024.
way they're resuming if there's a legitimate shooting.
And I got to tell you, I wake up every day worried to death about the safety of this president and everything that he has been through.
shut
I'm glad
up.
he's safe.
It's Scott Jennings. Cut the
How
fucking
fast
Scott
before people say
Jennings.
this is fake, by the way?
Cut the fucking Scott Jennings over here.
We have an announcement.
Right, so we just heard this.
I know everyone's going to want as many details as possible, and right now we don't
Cut
have
the
that, but I
fucking
can
Scott
tell you
Jennings.
that our program
He's
is
such
going
a
to.
hero. He's so cool. Donald Trump's so amazing.
Someone was able to enter. It looks like they may have been, taken down. But this, again, too close for President Trump here.
I think
just
Mike
don't
said about 40 yards from the president.
Yeah.
Obviously, there
Wait,
are a lot
what?
of weapons out there that could reach.
take
There was a
evidence
gunshot?
as the fact that someone was able to enter. It looks like they may have been, taken down. The fact that someone was of the threats against our president's life. I know that they say the show must go on, but we
USA.
really have to pause here. The gravity of this, the fact that someone was able to enter. It looks like they may have been, taken down. But this, again, too close for President Trump here.
I think
just
Mike
don't.
said about 40 yards from the president.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are a lot of weapons out there that could reach
So
president.
some guy pulled a gun and Secret Service took his ass out 40 yards from the fucking president? Is that what we're talking
Let's
about?
bring in Charles Marino to analyze this. Charles, first of all, from a law enforcement standpoint, then we'll get to the event and all the rest of it. I still
Motherfucker with his motherfucking book and the motherfucking fuck you, Newsmax, fuck you, puh, worse than fucking Scott Jennings.
And I was listening and watching what was going on, and apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there, but it was so worrisome. The noise was so loud in a small area.
So they legitimately
and
shot
all of
and
a
killed
sudden I'm
somebody.
seeing gunshots. And then they grabbed me, the police officer.
Someone legitimately pulled a fucking gun and he was legitimately shot and killed by Secret Service. And they're going to keep this going?
are stuck
You're
in there and
kidding
won't let
me.
'em out. And that's what happened. And then after a while, they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. Very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting, of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. And it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now.
Wolf, it's John Berman. Thank God you are okay. And thank you for calling to tell us you are okay and sharing this information. This is the first we're hearing of any of this, so I'm going to ask you to
are they, so they got Secret Service out here with a fucking measuring tape. Are they going to put up some bulletproof glass?
Was this on a different floor than the dinner itself? And you did see a person.
When you walk out, out of the dinner, and to go up, you have to climb a few stairs, not an escalator or an elevator. You just climb a few stairs to go out into the lobby area outside of the ballroom, where the dining area was going on. We had just finished appetizers, sitting down.
All
and
these fucking
walked
mainstream
away
media
to go
shills
out.
and sellouts over here, right? Continuing to defend the status quo, continuing to not talk about the elephant in the room, which is rampant fucking gun nihilism.
And I hear these loud, very scary gunshots right near me. And the next thing I knew,
that
a
makes
police
sense,
officer
Mr. West
was on top of me, threw me to the ground, and I was waiting. And the next thing, a bunch of other police officers came and told everybody who was near me.
Hassan over here on his
going
fucking
into the
phone.
men's room and
The
closing the
Mentalist
door
is
and
just that
he was
good.
afraid there were
The
other
Mentalist.
potential gunshots that could be
That's funny.
fired from other people. And so,
Yeah, the White
the
House
next thing I knew, I'm
Correspondents'
in the
Dinner
men's
has
room with about
always
15
been a
other men.
joke.
We're just
Always.
waiting to leave, and eventually they let us walk out, and I'm out now. But they're not letting me go back into the.
So we're talking about
dining
a
area
straight
where
up,
the-
stone cold, verified presidential assassin. And Steve is missing all of this. Steve from Agenda Free TV is missing all of this. Can you believe that?
Like this. And I had no idea, as I was hearing the gunshots, who this shooter was aiming at.
He's
or
got to
if he
be.
was
He's
just
got to be.
trying to scare everybody. I
He's
didn't
like
know
in
what
the
he was doing.
shower. He's got to
But,
be on there now.
It was within a few feet away
I can't
from where I
believe
was.
Steve is missing
and,
this.
it was pretty frightening.
Oh,
and
here
when
we
the
go.
police
No.
officers took me away, one of my
He's
shoes
missing
fell
this.
off, and now I have that shoe back. But it was just a terrible, scary, frightening moment for me. And I'm glad it looks like it's over right now. But I think that,
So Trump's a hero again.
Of, caution.
Something okay. Something's a little. I'm already on that shit. He's a hero, and we're just gonna keep the show going. Really?
Can you describe the person?
Oh, he's a hero, guys. Remember? Fist up, America, USA, USA. Hey, this is Alex Jones reporting for the Onion InfoWars Network, telling you here this was the deep state. This was the pedophile Tim Heidecker. Definitely, it was reported that Tim Heidecker was tackled today. He pulled a gun on the president, our precious president, who's definitely not a pedophile.
Protect me in case one of the bullets could get near me, which it didn't. I can't describe the gunman. I have no idea what any motive this individual may have had.
Store.
But the sense I got is that the police who were there, and there were a lot of police there, took care of him relatively quickly.
So they
and,
smoked his
the
ass.
incident looks like it's over, but it was a very frightening incident, and out of an abundance of caution, I'm sure they're taking other precautions right now. I see.
But we're still going to do
Dude,
it.
imagine I call Trump right now.
But a lot of military personnel.
Be like, yo, what's good? How you feeling?
And they're all armed and ready to go if anything
Wait, I'm
else
spelling
happens
this
right now.
incorrectly.
It looks like that one incident is over, at least for now.
How do you spell
Well,
shooter?
thank
Am I
goodness, this
spelling
is
that
Laura.
right?
You're
I'm
safe.
having
We'll make
autistic
sure
moment.
that your family
It is
also
double O.
knows that
Okay,
you were
it just looked
safe,
weird to me.
given what is taking place tonight. I want to go. Please stand by. We want to hear more from you. We have Brianna Keeler, who also is on the phone. She also has new information. Brianna, we've just heard that the president is safe, a shooter in custody.
Yeah, keep chewing your fucking nails. God, it's disgusting. He does not stop.
In the lobby when the shots were fired, and he was tackled to the ground by the officers.
Yes,
to
I
protect
have his
Wolf Blitzer
number.
and
I
others
have the
who were
president's
in
phone number.
there.
Shut the fuck
What
up.
Can you
I do.
tell us?
I just spoke with someone I know who had been heading out of the ballroom to walk upstairs to go to that sort of lobby concourse area where the restrooms are. And on the wall by those stairs is glass.
Stop
and as
chewing
he
your
just started
nails.
to ascend the stairs, all of the glass started to shatter and rain down, sort of from above as he was walking up from the bullet. So he heard multiple gunshots as he was about to ascend into the area where this was all happening. And he couldn't see because he was actually below, but obviously he could see all of the glass coming down, and that person came back inside to the ballroom. But when we were inside of the ballroom, we couldn't necessarily hear that. The reaction of the Secret Service was really what startled everyone, and they just ducked
some
for
shots
cover.
off.
But he had seen this, a lot of glass shattering, and that's actually an exit of the ballroom.
So Assassin got some shots off. He gets smoked by the Secret Service, and we're gonna get back to this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna come back to the show.
Exits where they're permitting people to get a little bit of air from. And
guarantee you, that's Donald Trump being like, "We're not stopping. We're going back out. I don't care. I don't care. We're going back out."
Giving people as much of a play-by-play as we could.
This
We
is
knew
great.
there was.
This is great for me. This is great TV. I got to go back out, and I guarantee you, the whole place, USA, USA. I
People
guarantee
leaving
it.
that ballroom, and Secret Service also coming.
Is Olivia Reingold going to be able to watch the White House Correspondents?
So is this assassination attempt number 3? Is this number 3 or number 4?
Where they are now after having left the ballroom?
We don't at this point, but we did just get an announcement from the White House Correspondents Association
Number
President
4.
Li Zhejiang, who said that the program.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. Is CNN... Uh-oh.
Bro, that was crazy.
Wow, great commentary.
The president's
bro, crazy. That was crazy, bro.
And there's been some movement on stage. There's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There has been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed
Man,
the,
fuck Newsmax. We're not
the
fuck
salad
Newsmax.
force. I don't
It's
know if that
crazy,
means
bro.
they're
Where's
going to continue
my boy
serving
Steve?
the course
He's
of the
missing all the
day.
good
They're doing
stuff.
that. It's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner, and we're just watching what happens here.
Not the salad.
Karen Bohan, listening to all of this, I mean, what would you be doing as a journalist right now if you were in the room?
They ruined the salad course.
Gone out of the room.
So I would have
no.
stayed in the room because, you know, in the room is where you're going to get probably more facts.
Yeah, you're journalists.
God, I fucking,
you know,
this
one
is
of the things
the...
that a lot of journalists are
This
doing
is the
is,
funniest
I'm sure,
place where
talking to
something like
people
this
who
could have
might been in
happened.
other parts.
Okay, because
Pretty wild. yeah.
every
It's
single
crazy,
person
as some
is
would
in
say.
the media. So, and every single person is going to constantly talk about this. This is going to be the thing that in normal circumstances, the Mar-a-Lago shooter, right? The guy who wanted to kill Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
So this is the news cycle for the next 2 fucking weeks. Can we not?
This will be covered
Steve's
up and
covering
down
it up.
extensively. Finally, get you off of Fox News. Oh, sure. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm sure that Fox News will be able to figure out a way to pin this on radical Antifa terrorism.
I'm sure
and
it was a
therefore
left-winger.
your boy somehow.
Holy shit, man. Where's the footage of this dude getting smoked? Somebody has to have footage of this guy getting smoked. Can anybody that has a Twitter account scroll through Twitter, see if anyone's got any leaks or anything? There's got to be footage of this guy getting smoked. No way that there isn't footage. This
And that's
motherfucker
what
eating
happened
his
about
nails.
45 minutes
You
ago.
can't see Hassan
Now
right
back to
now,
the
but he
live,
is chewing on them motherfucking
ballroom.
nails, bro.
Let's see
It
what's
is
happening up there.
disgusting.
Nope, people are still talking on the phone. Nothing is moved yet. John McCardle, any update for us?
After a horrible, tragic event like this happened, does it make you want to reconsider supporting terrorism?
Obviously, don't want to leave.
What is this
It's just kind
question?
of the nature of reporters who want to see what happens.
Oops.
It's a lot of checking phones, checking in with family members, people asking if they're okay.
Dog, you asked that question so weirdly.
But like I said, there's also people popping some of the bottles of wine that hadn't been opened yet.
Why would they invite Iran to the press dinner?
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh man! All right, we need more. We need more. We need more.
Where's the fucking clip? Someone's got the clip, dude. They came in really late too. I gotta say, Trump was sitting there for a solid 30 seconds before the frogmen come in. Where's the? I haven't even heard
technically
the shots.
nothing happened. From what we understand so far, one guy, I think, judging by the shots, there were 5 shots. There was 1 shot, and then there were 4 shots immediately after. So I think one guy fired the first shot, and then boom, 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 boom. It's over. What I don't understand is how the fuck some random could have gotten anywhere near the event space with a weapon.
With a gun, dude. What the fuck?
They already blaming you? No, they're not, bro. Calm down.
TMZ said shooter's dead. They're already blaming you.
How the fuck?
Hassan did it,
How
dude.
the fuck would anybody with a weapon get anywhere near?
So shooter got 1 shot off, and then Secret Service or the cops or someone fucking popped his ass.
Wait, what? Is this a good time to mention that Democrats knew darling Hassan Piker said he wanted the blood of his political opponents to run in the streets and recently justified the murder of an innocent father because he ran it? Bro, that is crazy.
It's already
That is crazy. No, you weren't wrong. This motherfucker literally heard the president.
No time, baby.
There's a motherfucker who heard in the news that there was a shooting that took place at an event that the president was at, and he did not wait. Immediately, he was like, time to make this about Hassan.
Do this. My God, man.
All Dems are Pol Pot. Maybe wait until we confirm this isn't just another cracker.
It's probably a right winger.
This one's worse.
Who's like Jeffrey Epstein.
Reminder: Hassan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of his lunatic followers decided to give it a shot.
The right-wing grifters are already on Twitter blaming Hassan, because this is them blaming the left. They're already trying to make the narrative. We know nothing about this guy. We don't even have footage of the guy squeezing the trigger yet. And I'm sure that's out there. We're going to get that. And it's already the left's and Hassan's fault. I mean, holy shit. Oh, great. So glad I unmuted at that time.
Not a chance, bro. We're all here watching.
Yeah, this is Israel, right? That's Israel
Update
right
from
there.
Janine Perot, who happens to be currently the fucking U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way.
To be fair, you are kind of Muslim. The fuck?
It's really something else. Like, I'm not a Hassan, we've been criticizing Hassan a little bit throughout the stream, but I'm not like a big backer of Hassan, but this is ludicrous.
Can't believe Hassan was almost there. I was not invited to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I was just invited to another party.
Of course he wasn't.
During the weekend.
Of fucking course he wasn't invited. It was supposed to be a Donald Trump blowfest, right? No making fun of Donald Trump allowed. Guarantee it. It was just a blowfest for Donald Trump. Oh, he's so great, so great.
Who's the babe on screen? That's U.S. And you. This has 620 likes already. Oh my God!
It's already Hassan's
You actually
fault,
wrote about
dude.
this.
But here's the thing, Hassan. You should have been more careful with your language, right? This whole from the river to the sea, I defend. I don't want to call out Hamas, like that. That has ramifications, man. You know, you've been weaponized by the fucking Israeli propaganda machine, right? Is it really so hard for you to say, you know, I defend Palestinians' right to defend themselves and their right to resist occupation and genocide? Ugh, he's chewing. Ugh, quit it. Right? Is it so hard to say? I totally defend Israel or Palestinians' right to push back against this, but I don't necessarily agree with Hamas's tactics and shit like that. No, he's got to go all in, and like Hamas is the legitimate resistance for Palestine. Right? This is what you get, bro.
Trickling in. That's why it's like unbelievable.
Is anyone trolling through Twitter for any clip? Is there like literally no one's got clips of this guy getting hit? Really?
This, you know what I mean? That's crazy.
Look at the meme. Based. It's like here go. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, based.
He pinned that tweet already.
Yeah, I don't even use my Twitter account anymore. Conspiracy's about to go crazy. Oh, let's get RFK out of there. Gotta protect that brain worm.
To get to the Washington Hotel, so I was a few blocks away.
Oh, thank God,
and I was
Blitzer's
walking
on the case.
Towards the hotel.
No, chewing his
and
nails.
you could see an enormous amount of security.
This is what you're
around
missing.
The hotel.
This
So they were
motherfucker
clearly
chewing his
very,
motherfucking
very
nails
worried.
like a toddler.
I was very, very worried, obviously, and then everything seemed to be going well until I walked out of the ballroom, and I was walking back in. And the next thing I know, I'm hearing gunshots, and I'm pushed to the ground by law enforcement and taken away. It was just a very, very
It's such a
frightening
crowded
moment
room, so
for me
only the shooter
personally,
was hit.
and I'm sure for
The
so
shooter
many
missed his
others
initial
who
shot,
happened to be in that
and
corridor.
the rest of the shots just
outside
boom,
the
boom,
ballroom.
boom, hit the
We're
shooter.
gonna
No
hold
one else was
behind
clipped.
the stage right now. Staff, we're gonna
We can
reset the head
report
table.
now
POTUS
as
never
well,
left. It is
Wolf,
down
as
the
we're
hall from
hearing
me.
about these
He wants the
details
show to go on.
unfolding.
We're told by
We're
his
hearing that
details
the
someone tried to
President
get
of
through the
United
mags with a
States
gun.
is in a safe location.
Wow.
The
We are
counter
also
assault team did their
hearing
job.
he
Unclear what that
does
means.
want
Oh.
to return. He does want.
Okay, so someone actually just fucking tried to walk through the metal detectors with a gun, I guess.
Okay.
Is that what happened? Or if just did it just beep on someone and the Secret Service just popped off on
Yeah,
him?
it
Like,
just
the
beeps
fuck?
and they waste his
Did
ass.
Trump post?
Told the detail. Someone
Trump
tried to
posted?
He posted.
Trump already posted for the backstage?
He
Quite an
posted.
evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I've recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, that sounds like the show is not going to go on. We'll have to do it again. We'll do it again, folks.
More tweets blaming you. Shots fired.
Why would
Extreme
Hassan
influencers
do
like Hassan
this?
Piker and Candace Owens, both of our names, preaching as Piker did the other day in the New York Times social murder, trying to depict the most freedom-loving country on earth. Enough is enough. I guess this is it, right? That's it.
This is wild.
It's just like,
This is totally wild. The body isn't even cold yet. We don't know anything, but the one thing that we do know is that it's the left wing's fault. And definitely Hassan's fault. It's the rhetoric. It's not the guns. It's not the corruption. You know, it's not the president being a lightning rod for anger on the right and the left. It's none of that. It's people on the left who have the audacity to call right wingers fascists. That's the real issue here. That's the real problem. And these fucking people are just they're just incorrigible. You know, they're just
the scene is secure.
Fuck them. You know, they won't be satisfied until being left-wing is illegal, and that, you know, if you dare make a left-wing argument in public, your ass gets dragged away by ICE. That's the future that they want. That's what they're trying to do with this rhetoric, is create that normalization, that if you say anything left-wing in any context, no matter anything to the left of MAGA, you lose your citizenship, you lose your freedom, and you get dragged away by ICE. That's the world that they want to create. Nothing short of full-blown sycophantic, praising of the dictator is enough. Like right out of China. That's the fucking world that they want to create.
Person on the planet, like, because it's crazy that these guys are like,
Right,
Hassan
Promethean.
Piker exhibits violent rhetoric.
All right. It's the
He has
it's
talked
the
about how violent
rhetoric.
the systems that we exist under are.
And like, the 9/11 comment was stupid from Hassan, saying that we deserve 9/11. Like, I understand the point that he's trying to make about blowback, but that was a stupid comment. But no, they're literally trying to say any pushback, any criticism of right-wingers, right, calling them what they are, fascistic, is grounds to have our freedom stripped. That's the world that they're trying to create.
Caroline Leavitt called it. Bro, I know. Dude, I'm on it already. I'm fucking on it already. I said, what does she know?
Is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's
No, the fuck he doesn't. No, the fuck he doesn't. No, the fuck he doesn't.
What, Liz? Why? First time she hasn't lied? Oh, damn.
Oh, shit.
True.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yo, arrest her. Oh my gosh, she wrote the script. It's a script. She wrote it. Photo,
Arrest
White House
Caroline
correspondence, dinner
Leavitt.
suspect release. Bro, we can't even make jokes like this because I feel like we now live in too schizophrenic of a media environment where people are unironically going to take that and post it, and then it's going to get like 700,000.
Oh, I love it, dude. I love it. It's totally Hassan's fault. Please tell me Steve has made it to his computer. Steve! Steve, no! Oh, I can't believe Steve is missing this. No, dude. I feel so bad for him, man. He's like, come on, bro. He's like, he doesn't have the internet. He doesn't have his phone. His phone doesn't have internet. He's like at the Target. He's like in the Target bathroom, like desperately trying to get signal, right? He's in the fucking Starbucks trying to connect to the Wi-Fi, dude. He's in the fucking McDonald's screaming into his phone. Holy shit.
90% of the country will blame Israel, and the 10% that are pro-Israel will blame me.
I can't believe this room filled with press and reporters, and everyone's got a cell
There's
phone.
a photo of suspect on the ground. Was he
Okay.
apprehended or
Where's the
shot and
photo?
killed? I'm confused.
Where's the photo?
I can't tell. You can't really see.
Okay, so he's outside.
Hold on.
Did they
Let
drag
me-
him out?
Let me get a closer look at this. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, better do that. Take it
Is
off
that the
camera
suspect?
first. Someone check on
I
Steve.
guess it is. You can't really tell though.
Yeah,
I mean, they're trying to do.
looks like resuscitation.
They're. That's It's like medical bags, right? So they're. I think they might have been trying to save him.
Yeah, which is standard operating procedure. Even after you shoot the guy, you try to save his life afterwards.
Fox reported detained. CNN reported shot and killed.
Right. So nobody knows.
We
what's
know where
going
the
on.
CNN report is coming from. It's Caitlin Collins. We saw Caitlin Collins was the one who said they're pinning it on Erica Kirk already. I mean, I'm also
It's Erica Kirk's
I'm
fault.
also in favor of the blaming anybody but me
what do we got?
category. So out of pure selfish reasons, if they blame anybody but me, I'm there. Okay, like Erica Kirk, Israel. Get after it, everybody.
No, it's your fault, Hassan.
You know what I mean? Erica Kirk looks at something on his
It's
phone.
because you had the audacity to call a right winger a fascist.
Like, what do you think? You think he showed her the plans of how there's going to be an assassination later?
She just has that look. She just always looks like she's up to something. I can't believe we don't
Benjamin
have the
Netanyahu's
clip.
going to come out and be like, we did not do it.
I can't believe we don't have the clip. What in the hell is going on here? Someone on the ground.
Someone on the ground with U.S. Secret Service? Bro, they're already cracking jokes. They're having a good time. Like,
they got
just
SC
watched.
Cup over here.
Oh, shit.
It's so upsetting. I'm in studio and I'm shaking watching this, and I can't imagine.
Do we need this? Do we need SC Cup's emotional moment? Do we need
I
this?
think it's important to remember that the people in that room, we know so many of them.
Okay.
They're also human.
I'm texting Van.
And I imagine that while they want to show up for press freedom, and we don't know what the motive of this shooter was.
Okay.
I imagine some of them are also really scared and traumatized.
Yeah,
and I think viewers who are watching some of this footage will be scared and traumatized by it. It's really upsetting, and I feel so exhausted by how much violence we have to cover. Violence against journalists, violence against politicians.
Right. Yeah.
I just can't imagine continuing on.
I
understand the importance of standing up
exactly.
there and
I totally agree with
standing
Hassan on this one. It's like,
violence,
this will not lead to a conversation about gun violence in America. This will not lead to a conversation about removing guns and restricting guns, and getting, and addressing the mental health crisis. It won't be any of that. It'll be a discussion about how can we clamp down on left-wingers, and how can we clamp down and make it illegal for left-wingers to call right-wingers fascist. That's where they want the conversation to go.
You guys have loved ones inside that building. When you send your kids to school, when people go to church, when people go to the movies, when they go to grocery stores, so many places they go in America, they're just not safe from gun violence. And we have conversations about it, but now it's, once again, coming home.
I want to hear, and what you all have said is so important. I want to hear from Andrew McCabe.
Rocket launchers
I
for
really want to
everybody.
understand, based on your experience in law enforcement
Everyone
with the
needs
FBI, we have seen
a
many
rocket
an
launcher, a
agent in that
Panzerfaust
room.
for
We know
everybody.
Secret Service is there. We know the sheer volume
everyone needs a
of
gun.
security
That's
that would
the
be
solution.
present with the President of the United
It's
States.
not
let alone so
pre-recorded.
many
He's
cabinet
live right
members
now.
in that room.
He's texting
Andy
me.
McCabe, describe for us not only your reaction to tonight, but the security presence that would have been in this room, and what do you think is happening right now to try to assess whether there's an ongoing danger and what has happened?
Yeah, sure, Laura.
Where's
so
Steve?
before anything happened
I
out of the
simply
ordinary,
refuse to believe Steve is not on this.
The law enforcement approach to this thinks of it as almost.
I think he's texting Van Jones, maybe.
I'm not going to tell you what I told him to say on camera, but he said, tell the chat you're trying to get me cooked.
So I have no doubt.
I tried to dare him to say something on camera.
Every other part that had a role.
Yeah, not Van Jones, chatters. Van Lathan. He's on the screen.
Van Lathan. Oh, he was the guy sitting next to SC Cup on the left.
A gunman shows up, and according to Wolf's comments earlier and other
Need some
reporting, it sounds
water
like
to
that
wash
person might
down
have
those
actually gotten
fingernails.
through the security perimeter. We don't know that for a fact yet, but that's what some folks have said. That takes your entire plan, all that coordination, and throws it kind of out the window. Surprise is the enemy.
Yeah, no,
law
I totally agree,
enforcement
Promethean. Yeah, it's like I don't want to remove all guns until society is safer, right? It's like I don't want to, but obviously we start with the assault rifles. That's where we need to start. But we need to have a conversation about nihilism in society. We need to have a conversation about gun violence in general, right? We need to have a conversation about the mental health crisis, the loneliness crisis that men are experiencing, because of course we know this is a man. Of course it is, right? This isn't ballerina. Imagine if it's a trans person. It's like the only trans person that was allowed into the correspondence dinner, right? Which is, they'll try to blame it on that. It'll be a leftist trans person Hassan fan that did it until they have verification.
Yeah, it's a scary.
Yeah, Maddie, exactly. And how women, the society is more dangerous for women because men are more prone to violence and, this nihilism epidemic that we are experiencing in this country. But it's Steve. But we're not going to have a conversation about that. It's going to be Scott Jennings. I guarantee you, it's going to be Scott Jennings. We got to do something about the rhetoric. Oh, the rhetoric. The rhetoric is so extreme. This wouldn't happen if it was illegal for left-wingers to make fun of us. It's just not fair that left-wingers make fun of right-wingers. It's just not fair.
So I guess the shooter is not dead. I guess that was wrong.
Yeah, Maddie. Yeah. So dude's alive? Are they going to disappear him?
I'm at the White House Correspondents' Dinner first. I'd like to thank law enforcement for their swift response in preventing a tragedy. Second, almost everything you're reading about this incident on X is false. There were multiple shooters and possible casualties.
What?
A ton of people are also really sick. Several members of the press corps were taken away in ambulances prior to the disturbance. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no. He's doing it. He's going to do it again. He did this last time with...
So this remember when misinformation, true anon, here spreading misinformation.
About, it was another like big media moment with Burning Man. A couple years ago when Brace decided to start tweeting about Burning Man as though he was there, and he made it seem like there was a zombie outbreak, and then people literally fucking believed him. Or was it Ebola?
Okay, yeah. So he's just
Ebola at Burning Man, a classic Brace moment. Okay.
Okay.
United States Secret Service. Shooting incident. Thank you, Hassan's New Pharmacist, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Andrew Filer, for the 20 gifted subs. Like I said,
no, it's just a nothing statement. It's a fucking nothing statement. Investigating a shooting incident. The president's safe. Whatever. This is a nothing statement.
Send me links.
It's giving us nothing.
United States Secret Service says the U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President and the First Lady are safe. All
okay, so Secret Service is saying it was somebody who was walking through the metal detector and they found a gun.
Wait, is it a duo?
And they smoked his ass.
You think it was a duo? They caught one, they apprehended one, and then shot the other?
Oh, more footage. Okay.
Why are they talking about it like this? Jennifer Jacobs says the suspect is in custody from the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. At least one shot fired. One USSSSSS officer taken to the hospital to be checked out, but is okay. Dinner about to resume.
That was 10 minutes ago.
Magnetometer. Fun fact about the location, bro. This is the same hotel outside of which John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate President Ronald Reagan in 1981. Hey, yo. What? Brother, this guy isn't even a fucking fan of mine.
Look, Hassan getting fucking cooked, dude. He doesn't, like... I don't think he technically doesn't deserve this. I don't think he does. I think his rhetoric oftentimes... right? It's kind of sloppy, right? But this shit's funny. This shit's hilarious, dude. That he's getting blamed. And this initial Hassan shit is going to evolve into it's the rhetoric. I guarantee you that's going to be Scott Jennings and the rest of them, the main talking point, but the rhetoric. What do we do about the left exercising their free speech and criticizing the right? You know, the reason why there's violence is because left-wingers have the audacity to call right-wingers fascist. I guarantee it.
Bro, I told you to get your name cleared for shooting in the air. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Maddie. Guns don't kill people. The First Amendment kills people.
Yeah, exactly. I already covered this. This motherfucker immediately was like, yo, it's you.
Well, look, I mean, there's one thing to be like we watched it today, that right-wing religious guy who's like, I want this person dead in spirit, right? It was clearly, right, them saying, I want this person dead, right? I mean, that's fucked up. Hassan has never said anything like that. He just, he just described blowback in a really embarrassing way. And he does, consider Hamas to be legitimate resistance for the Palestinians. and doesn't really add much context behind that. None of that is him calling for violence, though. Not even close.
Uses the most violent rhetoric
This motherfucker composing
ever known to man.
Okay.
Perhaps that's why it's usually
we got our boy Kyle.
His own.
We got our boy Kyle. Oh, there's the fucking shots. There's the... Okay, listen up. We're going to turn up the volume. There's the fucking shots. Listen carefully. I'm going to crank up the volume a little bit. Honestly, that sounds like one way. That sounds like one-way shooting. 4 or 5 shots. Boom, 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 boom. That sounds like dude didn't even get a shot off. One more time. I'll turn up the volume a little bit more. That sounds like a one-way salvo there. Boom, 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 boom. Sounds like the same gun, but I'm no expert. That first shot could be a different gun. Could be. It's kind of louder than the other ones. Yeah, 5. Okay, one more time. One more time. I don't know, man. They're so quick. They're so quick. Like this isn't a cartoon. This isn't an anime. It takes a couple seconds to get the gun out of the holster and respond. So maybe it was a guy pulling the gun out. The magneto monitor there flags him. He's like, "Fuck, I'm busted." Pulling the gun out, tries to get a shot out, squeezes one off, and that by that time, because the alarm has gone off and the guy's making weird movements, the cops are already there, ready to respond, and smoke his ass. Could be like boom, bop, 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 bop. Right, boom, bop, 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 bop. So it could be that. And this would explain why, because there'd be no cameras pointed in that direction. No phones pointed in that fucking direction if it was just, the security, dumb, whatever. Come on through. Nobody would have a camera pointed in any of those directions, right?
All right, guys, got some major breaking news here for you. So we had we're supposed to have the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. That's the event where everybody gets together and wears tuxedos and acts important, and you have like Politico, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Fox News, and all the media assholes. They sit around in a room and they jerk each other off and they make jokes, and the president usually comes in there and says like, freedom of speech and freedom of the press are the most important things in the world.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to
it used to be
undermine
kind of a fun thing, and Barack Obama would go and he would do like a stand-up comedy routine or whatever. Every president would go, and it was supposed to be a lighthearted event. Well, anyway, Trump killed the fucking thing because he's so sensitive, he's so insecure, he's so pathetic that he couldn't handle jokes being made at his expense.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've gone years now without having a White House Correspondents' Dinner, a proper White House Correspondents'.
Yeah, until he could turn it into a blowjob fest for Donald Trump, into a Trump fest, basically.
Dinner. Well, anyway, so this year they were having a White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I guess it was at the beginning of the event. Everybody was sitting down in their seats, and for whatever reason, Trump decided to go to this thing. Very bizarre decision since he fucking hates the media and he shits on the media 24/7, and clearly he has zero sense of humor. Like it's
right, and the mainstream media happy to show up. Wolf Blitzer and all the fucking rest of them happy to show up. Oh, it's so the glory of the office of the presidency. Oh, it's so amazing. Whoa.
Last place you'd want to be. But anyway, he's sitting at the front of the room, and there were some shots that rang off. And word now is, so this whole event is happening at the Hilton Hotel. The shots came from the lobby. There were a bunch of shots in the lobby.
Right.
And you can see in the video, Secret Service sort of realizes about probably like 5 seconds after the shots ring off.
Yeah.
They realize like, okay, I think I heard shots. Like something's happening here. And so they all sort of stood up, blocked him. Then they realized, like, I think we should probably fucking get him out of here. And then they all rushed him out of the room. And so we don't have much other information right now. Like, we don't know who it is, what their motive is. We don't know if it was going to be an assassination attempt on Trump, or if it was like some sort of an assassination attempt on people in the media. We have no idea whatsoever at this moment. But you can see in the video that I showed you already that, people in the room sort of get scared. They're looking around like, what the fuck's happening? Some people like hide under the desks or the tables. Like I said, they usher Trump out ASAP. So clearly something big's going on here, y'all. Something big's going on here. It is also, at this early date, I should point out, since we don't know anything really yet, it's also possible that, it was like an incident where law enforcement shot somebody else, thought there was a threat and shot somebody, or maybe there was a threat and they shot somebody. It's really all speculation at this point in time. But bottom line is, breaking news here, White House Correspondents' Dinner was about to happen. Trump was there. Some shots rang out. Secret Service rushed him out of the room. And now it looks like, I don't know. I doubt that they'll continue with the event. Maybe they will. I really don't know. But yeah, all too fitting for, what this country has become. I feel like,
this is the reality
we're
of
at the point
America.
now where
They got the
we're so
mentalist up
used
on the
to
thumbnail.
Our country committing war crimes. We're so used to just horrible news stories about corruption.
Right. I love you, Kyle, but
when you're dealing with a crime scene, you don't then just go on and continue to throw a party. That's just not something that makes any sense. And so I would imagine that law enforcement
this guy's he came from the Correspondents' Dinner to get in front of a camera?
At exactly what happened here and then figure out what the next steps are. But I do have to say, just an incredible amount of confusion given what happened here tonight, given the level of security. Even in this era that we are living in.
I think people like it's done. People are getting out of here.
The toxic nature of our politics right now, the fact that the president himself has been a target of assassination attempts as well. In a million years, this was the last thing that I would have ever imagined having to encounter being in that room, especially given the level of security, given the fact that Secret Service and the law enforcement more broadly have a heightened awareness of the threats against the president, the threats against journalists.
I would not be leaving. I would be there until the last fucking person.
So this is certainly going to lead to a full-scale review of events like these. The president is saying that he wants to do this within 30 days. Aside from just the logistics that are associated with this is a massive dinner that requires more than a year of planning to get to this point. The idea that you would just
really a whole year to what? Reserve a hotel lobby? What? It takes a year to hire a caterer, a hotel lobby, rent some chairs and desks. Fuck off. There's Tapper Jake right there, motherfucker. Motherfucker Tapper Jake, dressed in his finest to give Trump a blowjob.
Want this to go on, which I think is significant, especially given that this was to be the first remarks he would make at this dinner as the president. We know he's attended in 2011 and 2015, but never as a sitting president. And I think that's a big deal, especially considering the contentious nature that we have seen between the press and the president at times. We know that he will be speaking probably in about 20 minutes at this point. Brian, I want to go back to what you were saying about all those layers of security. The Secret Service says that the...
Oh my God, they're desperate to find something to talk about.
Even at this event, I'll be curious to understand not only the target, but I want to know
the salad course was totally ruined, Promethean. Can you believe
one of the
that?
most important sources of information of what has happened tonight, and especially we read from the Secret Service talking about, as you noted,
most of
they're
these
investigating
people,
a shooting incident near the main.
He's just going in on the thumbnail. In his fingernails.
Stop for the
just
evening.
Chewing his fucking fingers.
But
so
Donald
gross.
Trump has said that it will be rescheduled within the next 30 days and that he will attend and give his speech then.
Okay, so it looks like it's off.
I'm just going to bring up a Truth Social post.
Looks like it's off. Man, why would left-wingers do this? That's what I want to know. Why would left-wingers, with their dangerous rhetoric, cause this directly? They're obviously to blame. I can't believe left-wingers did this by calling right-wingers fascists.
Let the show go on, but will be entirely guided.
This would not happen if left-wingers would just sit down and shut up and let fascists destroy this country. You know, the fact that they stand up and resist in any kind of way shows just how violent they are. The left wing, yeah. It's how bad the situation is, because they would, you know, they would make little tweets and little comments while the fascists run roughshod across the Constitution. I can't believe that they would do that.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to keep this stream on, but we're going to take a little break and come back.
Okay, no one knows what the hell's going on, but it looks like the dude was smoked at the security checkpoint at the metal detector.
From there, it's kind of a wide open situation. There are a number of different.
Definitely 5 shot. Definitely heard 5 shots. Might have been the first shot was different. Possibly. Definitely sounded different.
To get to the essentially the basement level of the Hilton.
Well, it's mixed reports, Magic Thighs. It's mixed reports on whether dude is dead or dude in custody. We actually don't know 100% for certain.
And then when you come around to get in the Hilton, into the ballroom itself, it's not until you get to the ballroom itself.
What is homie doing on the mic?
Through any sort of metal detector or mag. And so that is on the same level as the ballroom.
Fuck Jesse Waters. Can someone call Ja Rule?
There's another little reception area, and then there's another set of stairs that then get you into the ballroom itself. So, you know, in terms of distance,
I know, Simply Steve.
If this individual, and I'm not
exactly all the right wingers are. Ja Rule died? No.
But in terms of
he's still.
My guess is.
Did Ja Rule die?
This person was apprehended at the mags. They were probably roughly maybe 100 to 200 yards away from the president. You know, if you on a direct line, but there were several, you know, they would have gone down a set of stairs, get through a set of doors before they physically got into the ballroom. So they weren't that close.
Thanks, Slick.
The idea that they could get a gun.
Thanks, Slick. And your fucking bow tie, ready to cheer on Donald Trump and laugh at his stupid fucking jokes. Useless
physical
motherfucker.
Building, down the escalator, around, and then to the mags. That's a pretty significant amount of distance that they would have had to have gotten before they got to the mags, and would have. I mean, there's no way they would have gotten it through the mags with with a gun, but they made it a significant distance.
So did the shooter think that there wasn't going to be, you know, metal detectors?
With a gun would have had to get to even before they got inside to the mags. So it sounds like he or she would have had to have a ticket to get even that far. Whether that ticket was checked or whether they had a ticket and shouldn't have, I guess, is something that we will learn in the coming days. Ryan, great reporting.
Jessica, the other thing that could have happened is,
go ahead.
Obviously, we're just speculating here, but they could have been a guest at the hotel. That's a whole other possibility when you're when you're going through the investigation. The other way to get into
it's just some rando right winger who's, you know, like he's just like, this is my chance, this is my shot.
You were staying at the hotel, or you were already physically in the hotel at that time, and you know, there's no security screening once you get into the hotel that would have prevented you from bringing a gun into the hotel. This is obviously just speculation, but we're just talking about.
I bet he had that good too. I bet Ja Rule's smoking that good shit.
They just took everybody and they tried to save us and make sure that we were secure, which I was grateful for at the time.
Fucking stupid.
We know that the motorcade is leaving as well.
Yeah. You see hundreds of
Trump's leaving. Okay, it's the show will not go on. Of course not.
And trying to leave as quickly as they can, which is clear.
Imagine if Germany wasn't such a fucking asshole about it, these guys would be currently ripping P90s instead. That's right.
Well, great point.
They use the MP7s, which, you know, a lot of people think is the best possible weapon due to Call of Duty, popularizing it. But initially it was supposed to be the P90 that was supposed to be like the NATO weapon. But Germany was like, nope, abso-fucking-lutely not.
That is the right weapon for the situation, though. Something small, compact, automatic fire, right? Yeah, P90s are pretty sweet. There's no doubt about that.
And the P90 was cooked.
I agree with that assessment.
Yes, MP7 was inferior in every test ever conducted compared to the P90. It's true.
It didn't.
That guy's a badge? Yeah, no shit, dude. This is not the shooter. This is the Secret Service.
Yeah, I mean the shots that, you know, it was like it didn't sound like automatic fire, right? It sounded like a pistol, right? The 4 shots after the initial shot.
Held in a historic site, I might add, for people who recall in 1981, an assassination attempt of President Ronald Reagan. Sarah, can you tell us what you're seeing out there and what you know?
Laptop gun and the far side. The far side would have done work in this scenario.
Think about the number of people in the room, the number of cabinet members alone in that room.
Make sure you check out the Perfect Dark decompilation. You can play Perfect Dark, keyboard and mouse, full screen, 4K resolution right now. If you want the link, I can provide it to you. But if you're a big fan of Perfect Dark, there's never been a better. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me just show you here.
Red carpet, if you will, and every single cabinet member almost went to the red carpet. And when
check it out. Check out the N64 Recomp launcher. You can play full screen, Perfect Dark. You have to download the ROM. Okay, it couldn't be easier. But and a bunch of other games too that have been the decompilations done. But if you want to play full screen, 4K, mouse and keyboard, Perfect Dark, you can do it right now on your PC. Works perfectly.
What we did see is some real deep, disturbed emotions in that room. One of whom was Erica Kirk.
Were the shills scared? Oh, what does Erica Kirk have to
what
say?
Happened
right?
and
I
what
agree
we
with
can find out as a reporter. As we're walking out,
Bro, Erica Kirk wasn't there when Charlie Kirk got shot. They're making it seem like she has like post-traumatic stress sort of from being shot in the direction of Charlie Kirk or something.
Her distress.
Oh my God! Why does gun violence seem to follow these nihilistic right-wingers who support gun violence? Why does it seem to follow them everywhere they go? When every time they get in front of a microphone, they say more guns, more guns, more guns. Why did they have to deal with gun violence? That's something that school children need to deal with, but not them. Not them. They only advocate for gun anarchy. They shouldn't have to live in a world that experiences that. That's for toddlers.
We weren't sure what they were supposed to do, stay inside the ballroom or leave. But we are seeing quite an apparatus out here. We did see ambulances, but they were not in the kind of scenario that you have all seen when there is someone who needs to be taken to the hospital. They were sort of sitting and waiting with their lights going.
Hey, honey, assassination attempt on Donald Trump. That's why I'm still streaming. Is kiddo sleeping? Okay, when I hear him wake up, I'll end the stream, okay? Okay. There was mega super de-duper news, assassination attempt on Donald Trump. That's what I'm covering. No, he's still alive, unfortunately. Oh, wait, did the mic catch that? Whoops. Whoopsies.
Saw the result of the sickness with gun violence. You saw the result of that in this room while people are saying...
left? Here, do you want to give a comment to the stream? We were watching you. They can't hear you, though. If you want, I can put the microphone on the phone if you want.
Yeah, Erica Kirk supposedly pregnant, right? Supposedly already pregnant.
I know. Wait, you want me to wait? I'm gonna put you up to the mic now. You're on mic.
Sure. Yeah, I asked if they could like let me leave.
Wait, really?
Because yeah, I did. Yeah, I asked if I could leave the show.
Damn. You should have stayed on. Now they're gonna put Van Jones back in, and he's gonna do the state of the conversation instead.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, like that's there's no. Hassan, it's like, what are we going like? What's the discussion?
I know. This happens so frequently. That's what's so crazy.
Honestly,
about it.
that's true. Like, we're not going to get all the story until tomorrow or even the next day.
There was a guy who went to Mar-a-Lago with a gun. He was a former Trump fan. He went to Mar-a-Lago with a gun, and he got shot and killed because he wanted to do, he wanted to assassinate the president. It happens so frequently at this point, and it's so crazy that like,
Number three
this
or
is,
four.
Like every time it happens, we just set the clock back. We reset it. Like
that is not the forum to have this discussion, because the forum to have not to me at least, all I'm gonna do is look like a raging lunatic up there, because this conversation, yeah, I care about the fact that people felt unsafe in that place tonight. They were trying to celebrate the industry, but people feel unsafe in churches. They feel unsafe in schools. They feel unsafe protesting in Minnesota. Like, it's just,
he can't help himself. There he is, chewing on his fucking nails.
Yeah. Also, if you say that, they're gonna say, "Oh, you're undermining this like actually severe situation," as opposed to all those other instances where like real people are also feeling threatened and sometimes getting shot, because those are little people. Those are ordinary people. This is an extraordinary situation.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. They actually might like it, but honestly, it's probably. And I fuck with everybody up at CNN and they're good to me, but honestly, it's probably, I don't know, man. It's just like,
no, it's way too early to have a definitive opinion on anything right now. Totally.
Overtly grotesque that I kind of don't want to do it on TV, honestly, bro.
I feel you. There's people on the timeline like they got a boss call blaming me for it right now. There's like mad people being like, they're saying that I'm the Democrats' new darling, and I want death and destruction, and I'm like the one who is inciting all this violence. And it's like, bro, I'm a Twitch streamer.
You talking about just in general?
Yeah, they're saying, they're like, oh, Hassan is the reason for this, which is crazy because it's like, if I'm capable of inciting violence with my language, what the fuck is the president?
Did Donald Trump fall over? Welcome back, YouTubing. Yeah, we've been covering it since breaking news. Did Donald Trump fall over?
Everyone thinks it's coming from
fucking Vance is out of there, bro.
Like the symptom of a really sophisticated, a really truly entrenched disease or pathogen is that it tricks you and it makes you desperate to blame other parts of the body. Like, oh,
he did smash. He fell over.
We think it's here. We think it's there. We don't have any intellectual cohesion on what the source of it is.
People in cocktail dresses crawling out of there
until we're knocked back on our ass and we hope that we bug up on the solution.
Where's we need Spitting Image over here with the puppet parodies of this one.
Has just been decimated under the influence of this fucking guy, and we can keep. It's not like America was ever. I'm a black man from the South. I'm gonna stop like being hyper for both activists. It's not like America was ever a super safe place for me.
There's leftists really shitting on Caroline Leavitt for saying shots fired in the interview? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's just not the way.
Really? This is the direction we're going. We're pathetic. Keith Olbermann over here.
New York next week.
I'll be in New York next week. I think I'm gonna do Abby next week. They don't care that I left the show. Like I asked, they were cool with it. Everybody up there is cool. I'm out there, but like, I'll be in New York next week to do Abby.
Jack Posobiec.
Right,
yeah,
I'll see you there.
Yep, Jack Posobiec over there tweeting, "They want us all dead. They want us all dead." That's the narrative. Guarantee it. Scott Jennings already has it ready. Scott Jennings going to come out with the rest of them. Jack Posobiec over here. They want us all dead. This is the left. This is the rhetoric of the left. Man, it sucks.
I think
it sucks being a leftist in a fascist country, dude.
Of him totally stripped with like
right wingers commit violence against right wingers, but somehow it's the left wing's fault for that. That's the fucking world we're living in right now. Right? Almost all the assassins, I think, was it just one was even like a centrist or left leaning, or have all of them been right wingers? The assassins that have attempted to kill Trump. Right? Right wingers try to kill right wingers, and it's, can you believe the left wing said this? Holy shit, man.
Screening before the ballroom. Oh my God. I mean, I guess that might be normal. I'm kind of shocked. I'm actually kind of shocked at how anyone could get that close. Can you please call Brace Belden? He's not there, chat. Fox correspondent claims to have attempted shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California, and he's in custody.
31 from California.
Oh, shit.
He's a black guy. He looks liberal.
Brace is currently being strip searched.
Oh, God. One was right wing and trans. Was he trans or no? He had a trans girlfriend. He wasn't trans. He was a bit of a furry.
Not normal. I worked at a venue during an event that Trump attended.
Right, he had a trans girlfriend. He lived with the.
Why did that New York Times reporter randomly drop the T on Cash's girlfriend? That's so fucking funny. Excuse me. That's real reporting, okay? It happened. He saw it. He had to write it down. Sometimes you see things and you don't even think. Good reporters, they sometimes observe and they write it down immediately. They type it out and they don't even know what that would lead to, okay? It's a butterfly effect.
Yeah, they made him out to be trans.
You know, if Cash Patel is getting cut,
there was like an image of him like in some kind of animal costume or something like that.
Accuracy in reporting.
That's the guy that they disappeared along with the boyfriend, girlfriend, however that person identifies, and we haven't heard from that person since. Right? Like that person was completely fucking disappeared along with the boyfriend, girlfriend, and nothing. We've heard nothing from that person ever since. No statements, no nothing. But they caught that guy alive, right? Or no, the boyfriend is still alive, but we've heard no statements, no nothing from that person since the incident.
Immediately clamp on anyone and everyone.
Why would the left do this? It's unbelievable, man.
But then again, we don't know yet. We don't know.
Jack Posobiec over here. They want us dead. This is the God. It just sucks. It sucks being a left winger in a fascist country.
100%.
You know, because we're equally the weakest, soy cucked motherfuckers ever, and we're also legion and strong and violent and be afraid and be scared of us. Right at the same time, right down the middle. Sucks.
We haven't confirmed the actual shooter's identity yet.
It's better than licking the boot. I agree. I agree.
But
this happens in the shootings all the time now.
No
right?
way.
They find somebody that they think it's like, oh, we found him, left winger alert. We found him, right? This happens quite a bit in these high profile assassinations and political shootings, is that they find somebody. They say, oh, that's it. That was the person. And then we find out 24 hours later, right? Oh, that wasn't the person. That person was totally innocent.
That describes in the best detail we have of what happened. It said the U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and First Lady are safe, along with all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation.
Great. So it could be literally anybody. They could have just scooped somebody up because they were worried about him maybe having something to do with it, maybe not.
Also evacuated. Literally, the constitutional line of succession was all there, and they are all okay. We are here watching this unfold.
I guess going forward, whenever like any violent incident takes place
It's
or
Hassan's
attempted
fault.
violent incident
Yeah.
takes place, every Republican is going to be like, we should kill Hassan Piker.
Yeah, basically.
You know?
And
I
kill
guess that's
free
what
speech.
it is, right? Like
and
every
left
single
wingers
one
don't
of them.
deserve free speech. Yeah. Every violent incident, every political violent incident
When
is
this
going to
happened, it was Steve Scalise, the House Republican Majority Leader.
And like, and they've found a narrative where even if it's like a MAGA hat wearing, I'm with Trump kind of guy doing it, it's still the left's fault. It's still because of our rhetoric. It's because we dare to call right wingers fascists.
For 70-plus days. So,
and we got to do something about that free speech. We got to kill free speech. We just can't have free speech. It's too dangerous to let left wingers
in an agency that
live in this country and enjoy the luxury of free speech. We have to strip it from them.
We're going to have to confront that. And it started this past week, but that's got to get fixed.
Look, I think that they obviously just did an extraordinary job, and the people I'm hearing from are shaken up. Look. People respond differently. I've been shot at. It's a very weird experience because bullets are when you're playing cops.
So they got Scott Jennings over here in his fucking bow tie. Guarantee you, we're gonna listen to Scott Jennings next. Guarantee you, it's the left-wing violent rhetoric. Guarantee you.
Very emotional. Some people are fine for 2 days and then afterwards they completely crash. So you're going to have, unfortunately, a huge psychological impact
it's going to be the
for people with
rhetoric.
lots of responsibility in this country.
Why do
People who are running
this?
agencies, bureaus, people who are running news organizations. So we have to be aware of that. I do think that the people who wanted the show to go on were people who were trying to figure out some way for this not to be a complete disaster.
Jennings practically jumping out of his fucking skin to blame the left here.
No matter how heated it gets, with Kash Patel's girlfriend and another man, yes. This is the Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, only the most trusted, most accurate name in news. I'm going to give you only the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. In times of misinformation, especially on the internet, when people are trying to figure out, was Kash Patel's girlfriend actually holding the hand of another man or not, I'm going to tell you what the truth is, right? Like, unless it is a confirmed report from verified, reliable resources, reliable sources on the ground, I'm not going to fucking tell you Kash Patel is getting cucked unless I have the evidence, right? Which is precisely the reason why I haven't yet confirmed the other stuff, except for the fact that Kash Patel's girlfriend was holding the hand of another man during the shooting that took place.
Okay, so they got Scott over here on the stream. SE Cup is talking right now.
Crazy way to find out.
Not unmute SE Cup. She will stay muted.
Was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand.
Really?
Crazy
Someone
way to
else
find
holding
out.
Cash Patel's girlfriend's hand. Oh, the cuckery.
On the night.
The cuckery. What is it? I'm not kink shaming, right? If that's what gets you off and you like to watch your girlfriend get fucked by guys, it's not for me. But what is the deal with these right wingers and being cuckolds? What's the connection there? They love being dominated by Big Daddy. They love it, They just, it's so hot, such a fantasy. Yeah, we're not unmuting SE Cup. We're not. We're actually not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to you. Right wings and being cuckolds, right? It's a match made in heaven. It's like peanut butter and jelly. Of course, Seneca. Of course, hit the sack. Thank you again, Seneca, for coming in. I know, female eunuchs. I know, we caught that shit live. All this shit happens on Saturdays. You guys notice that? I haven't had to do an emergency stream in some time, but several times during the last couple months, my stream has been interrupted by major breaking news on Saturday. Isn't that wild?
a U.S. Secret Service agent.
Okay, I'm dying to hear Scott Jennings blame the left. I'm dying. I need to hear Scott Jennings blame the left.
What the fuck? That was the mentalist when Donald Trump was getting. Whoa.
Who is this suspect? What was the motive? They are obviously doing background into that. What we know from law enforcement sources who've been briefed on the matter is, according to identification found on the suspect after he was taken down, who is this? He is a 30-year-old man from the Los Angeles area of California. They are working on his background, any potential.
Oh, no, please don't let it be a left-winger. Please. I am begging Jeebus right now. Fucking Zeus and Jeebus and Buddha and Krishna and fucking Captain America. Please, can any Jesus fic, please don't make it a left-winger, please. Oh, God, I'm begging you.
We are told in the vest, but as you know, this is all preliminary.
Dog, I hear
good things about the
okay?
mentalist.
Shut up.
No, Hassan, why would you do this?
From California, not Los Angeles, I don't think.
Why would Hassan do this? Pray to the Triaphores?
At least that's what they said.
I will pray to the Triaphores. Please, come on, Steve, I'm begging you. Oh, God, I feel so bad for this guy.
He's in LA area, but
he's sleeping.
I guess Torrance is LA area, right?
No,
Who are
live
at
2
those
days ago.
magnetometers, the people whose job it is to be that front
He
line
missed it,
of making sure that anybody who
The
gets
goat
through
seen
those
eating as Trump
magnetometers
was
in that
being
screening area
escorted.
is now part of the sterile crowd.
He's
meaning
finishing his
they
meal.
can't be armed. They can't have
He's
anything
finishing
on
his
them that
meal
could be
after an
dangerous.
assassination attempt.
Those are the Secret
Awesome.
Service
So
uniform
fucking
division.
cool.
They wear white shirts and black pants and badges, look like normal police.
Yeah, no, it's just another day. I'm going to finish the salad, okay? I'm going to finish this. This is a good salad. I'm going to finish this shit. That's legitimately hilarious. Actually, legitimately hilarious.
Who was involved in the initial confrontation?
This shit
but
ain't
there's some
news.
likelihood
Just another
that
day in
that
America.
encounter would have
Chomp,
started
chomp,
with the
chomp.
uniform division at those magnetometers. So we don't know how far when they get to this press conference at the White House, how far they will go into the details of whether they've identified the gunman or his background.
Right now.
But they're working on those details, and at this point, so are we.
30-year-old male in custody. Of course, John Miller
Taking
from
selfies?
California. That is all new information.
Oh, no shit. We're fucked. We're fucked. This is it. We're in hell. This is hell. This is it. She's taking fucking Instagram photos.
The terms they're using now
We're fucked.
Apprehended and in
I'm just gonna keep this up. I've used this 3 times today.
Not succumb to those injuries. So we'll have
Okay, so we got a press conference. I'll stick around at least for the press conference, but I got a feeling little man's going to wake up here, and I got to take over for my wife. I'm going to do a follow-up stream tomorrow, okay? So we'll, once the news comes out and all the propaganda is filtered through and we actually get some real information, I'll do a stream that just recaps everything. So look forward to that tomorrow, but I'm going to be on till at least the press conference. And then I might have to go.
It is possible. One possibility is that the precautions they had in place are what kept
Jennings
this from being
silent.
a true disaster tonight.
And of course,
Scott Jennings hasn't said shit yet. I think the reason is that he's waiting for his talking points. Scott Jennings over here waiting for the official talking points to start talk because they haven't cut to him yet.
to speak within the 30 minutes. We were actually
They haven't
around
cut
that
to Scott Jennings yet.
when to expect him to speak. He would have come back from the Washington D.C. Hilton,
Yeah, exactly.
where
Ice
this
King.
shooting
It'll
took
all
place.
be
We still
done.
have a
Oh,
lot
he's
of
eating his
questions.
fucking
Number
fingernails.
one, more
Ugh.
information about who this shooter
Where's
is, the
my
motivation here, who was the
image?
intended target, the condition of the Secret Service officer who was struck in the vest, the condition of that suspect as well. And you can believe, as Jonathan Williams even talked about,
Connor, the man's about to lose his job. Hey, man, I just read in the New York Times that your girlfriend is cheating on you.
Dude, how is the bigger story right now that Kash Patel is getting cucked on? Right now, this is like We're fucked. We're so fucked, man. The bigger story right now is that Kash Patel's 20-something country singer girlfriend was seen, holding the hand of another man. It's like, oh yeah, oh, someone tried to assassinate the president. Oh yeah, again. Oh, okay. I sleep. Someone was holding Kash Patel's girlfriend's hand. What? Breaking news.
Violent rhetoric. I'm like, bro, you really need to see what the average person thinks. Like, I told you, like, it's gonna be instant. Like, instantly, people are just gonna be like, yeah, no, that's not real. That's fake. It's a good number of people.
Okay, thanks,
I
Wolf.
think at this point, sincerely believe that this shooting.
Thanks, Dad.
This one was staged. Okay, the fight one, like a solid number of people.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about that one being staged.
An even larger number of people fucking hate the president.
Yeah.
So, I'm not a fan of violence, as you guys know. Famously, people lie and say I am, but I'm not. I don't like chaos. I don't like instability. I'm a homebody, right?
Yeah, you fucking make tens of thousands of dollars.
But like a lot of these people don't understand how normal people feel about shit,
Thank you.
Things are fucked up.
Okay. Yeah, no, we'll cut to this. Thank you. I'll leave this up. Thank you very much, stickers.
Insane AM radio host lady. What did you know?
What did you know, Hassan? What did you know, man?
What?
What did you know, Hassan? Reveal your secrets.
Dana Loesch?
He was like literally about to probably play some video games or something, then end his stream. What did you know? What did you do, Hassan?
NBA Twitter is hilarious right now. They're saying to out the Wolves Nuggets game on. What? Because no one cares about this bullshit, Lamau. Yeah, always the ones with the fucking Bible verse in their bio that say unhinged shit like this.
And I've been to about 30 of these White House.
Yeah, we know, Wolf Blitzer. You're a fucking fossil of the establishment media. We know. I've been to about 30 of these things. Never been
Meghan
critical.
McCain being normal. I don't want to hear one more fucking criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House.
I'm gonna.
What?
Stream
What the fuck does that even mean?
And then I'll be up. Okay, honey. Yeah, can you just handle kiddo until the
Just say everything. No, chatters. Again, jokes do not fly any longer. Okay, they used to, but they do not anymore.
Oh no, you interrupted your Kerbal space program. Oh no. Well, we're not going to know anything until tomorrow.
Unfortunately, the First Lady and I had to be evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Alongside the president.
Alongside the president and the entire cabinet.
Right, yeah.
This event is yet another reason the President Donald Trump's ballroom should be built. What?
What? Now we're making this about the ballroom? These people are so shameless. This is really just next level. See, the ballroom's a good thing.
Braces on the ground, important. Chatter, are you fucking serious?
Well, what do we got there?
He's fucking joking. He's literally spreading misinformation. Please.
Oh, true. That's true.
We already joked about it. Okay. All of these people talking about the ballroom. Are you ready for this? Watch this. All of these people all of a sudden talking about the ballroom moments after the shooting.
That's literally him. That's not me doing that one.
Is going to make every liberal go, oh, he didn't even stage the fake assassination attempt to make himself look good. He staged it so he could justify the ballroom. It will 100% be tomorrow's news today. That's the PBS guarantee. I'm telling you right now, tomorrow's news today.
Yes.
If Donald Trump says this is why we need a ballroom, every fucking Blue Anon, and not even just Blue Anon, fuck it. It'll be like normie libs, PhD having normie libs are going to turn around and be like, oh, you see this shit?
Yeah.
he staged it himself to
it.
attempt to get the ballroom going so that no one can criticize Donald Trump's fucking ballroom. Because I don't give a fuck about the ballroom.
No
right?
way.
I don't give a fuck about it at all. But for some reason,
tonight at the White House,
for some reason,
and is showing
Caitlin
us
Collins
why
with the Pulitzer.
you earned that award, Caitlin. So
Caitlin
give
Collins
us the
with the
latest on
Pulitzer
what you were
shot.
hearing.
I mean, John, it's been this huge scramble to even
Yuck, what is that
assemble in
fucking
this room. It's
dress?
only about
Anyway.
half full, probably the least full it's ever
She looks like she's wearing a blanket.
to make an appearance
Fuck
here.
is she wearing?
But that's because all of the reporters pretty much who were inside this room were gathered at that ballroom inside the Washington Hilton when those shots rang out. And I was seated about 50 yards away from where the president was at the front table
This
with the
wouldn't
First
have
Lady
happened if
Melania Trump
everyone had
and
a
also
camera
with the
up their
Vice
ass.
President J.D. Vance at that table. It was actually surprising how long it took them to evacuate the president off stage because there was enough time for us to look. We saw the Secret Service running in with major weapons down that first aisle as everyone got underneath their tables and crouched. And then the president was removed from the stage. He was then taken backstage.
Crystal Ball is way prettier than Caitlin Collins, but I don't want to get into that sexist kind of shit, but
Secret Service that he would
Crystal
like to come
Ball
out and,
way
and return
prettier
to
than
the
Caitlin
program.
Collins. I'll just say
Obviously,
that.
as you later saw, he said he was going to do.
I don't know, she's looking pretty good though. She's looking pretty snackable. She's looking fetchable. The dress is ungodly ugly, like pink tissues. I don't know what's going up. A fucking pillow, fucking folded in weird ways. I don't know about the dress, but I think she's got her makeup and hair on point. She's got her makeup and hair going, right? She's killing it.
Having everyone get inside so they can make it in for this
I know,
briefing where
photos
Caroline
printed.
Levitt said we are expecting to see the president come out. You can see, John, they have the seal
know, so
on the
close.
lectern here in the briefing room, obviously signaling
Four
that an appearance
attempts.
by the president is imminent. Now, there are a lot of questions that remain.
4 attempts, nothing. We got nothing, man. You know, if this is the left wing doing these assassinations, we kind of suck at this. Like, I'll say that. We kind of fucking suck at this.
So in this moment, now that we know that authorities
same
have
here. I
identified
disavow
the
violence,
suspect
just
who was
jokes,
at the
just
Hilton,
satire, right? No one wants to see anyone get shot.
The White House has learned. And I just wanted to know, John.
Well, technically, they didn't get a gun close to the president. This guy was shot in the lobby by security, right? This was technically security doing its job.
Cabinet member. I was seated next to the Secretary of
Ice
Education,
King.
Linda
she's looking pretty
McMahon,
snappy.
in that moment. And I mean, we were both crouched on the floor, sitting next to each other, waiting to see what was going on.
I would put Kyle ahead of Crystal, and then Caitlin. Then Sagar would be fucking 3 miles down the fucking road. Sagar can fucking no. Sagar sucks.
Quick effort, even just to get these reporters inside here. Many of them
Give me
running,
100
some
Caitlin
physically
Collins
running
over
from
a
the
fucking
Hilton to
Sagar
get here as we
Angenetti.
raced over to make it to this press briefing. Obviously, at 10:17 p.m. on a Saturday night, in
Crystal and
itself an
Kyle are a
incredibly
good
rare
couple.
occurrence,
I
John.
like
Caitlin, and I don't want to make light of this situation, but we could all use a smile right now. This will be the best dressed press briefing, I think, in the history of the White House, with all the reporters dressed for a black tie event.
He didn't want to say that she's looking good. He didn't want to say that she's looking pretty snackable right now.
All of our friends have been through tonight, and what we've watched play out before our eyes. I mean, we saw it happening in this camera
Looks like we're
that
getting
was
closer to
focused
this
in the
press
room as
conference.
the president was being led off. And then just the pieces of information that were coming in, not easily, because communications were hard from the Washington Hilton Hotel. And over time, what we have learned is there is a suspect in custody right now. Shots were fired at or near the security area.
I guess that's true, Ice King. I guess that's true.
Everyone is okay.
A Secret Service member was shot in
Press
the
conference about to
protective
happen,
vest.
honey.
It
Sorry about the
appears.
delay.
We're waiting to see the condition of that Secret Service member. But just so we can help the audience understand, I mean, we're talking about literally minutes into the start of the White House Correspondents Center. You had the White House Correspondents Association president
Can't have anything these days.
thanking the White House press secretary, thanking the President of the United States for having been at this event, and the First Lady. We saw the...
I mean, look, you know, I don't mean to joke about this, but the shooter did save us from the intolerable blowjob fest that this correspondence dinner was definitely going to be. It was going to be nonstop. Trump is great. Every single person. Trump is awesome, right? Comedy stylings of Rob Schneider and a bunch of right-wing hacks. You know what I mean? So the shooter did save humanity, at least for 30 days. The absolutely insufferable fucking blowjob fest that this was going to be, you know, that it was just going to be Trump is the greatest. How about that ballroom? USA, USA, USA.
As well. And of course, Andrew McCabe, I want to bring you in here
Thank
because
you, Ice King.
it is
Appreciate
so
it.
important
Thank
to hear about. You talk about.
I mean, I'm no Caitlin Collins, but I appreciate
who the
that.
target was here. There are a lot of assumptions being made as the reporting is coming in fast and furiously. But talk to me about the idea that you're talking about a crime scene that is the length of a city block practically in Washington, D.C.
They're absolutely desperate to talk about anything.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know we just got a 2-minute warning. That means the president is imminently coming out here to address the press
warning
corps.
for the
so
press
we will hear from the
conference.
president himself, who is offering a lot of the updates. I mean, we were hearing that the gunman was dead. We were hearing multiple reports, but
Yeah, I don't know if
obviously,
she can pull the
understandably, it
cap
was
off. That's a
breaking
good
news
point.
situation. A lot of reporters in one ballroom.
Here's the thing about hot women. They can literally pull off a garbage bag. Good-looking women could wear fucking literally garbage pulled from the dumpster and make it look sick as fuck. That's just a fact.
And what he has to say about this experience as he was sitting there
he
on
definitely cut
stage,
better legs
obviously,
than me,
as all this was
that's for
going
sure.
on.
So important. John Miller was just reporting to us as well, Andrew McCabe, about some identifying details of this suspect.
Angelica, I'm gonna
Give us some context to what you were hearing.
Who? Who is this guy? Some guy in his house.
We should say from California. Those are the only details we have right now.
Who the fuck is this guy? He's got a fucking Yeti mic back there. Who the fuck is this guy?
That's okay, John. So obviously we're going to learn a lot more about this person as the hours and days go on. But really the preliminary question for me is, are we talking about someone who simply approached a magnetometer and then engaged a firearm?
Oh, he's a fucking spook. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, CNN on top of it. Let's make sure we get the fucking military-industrial complex's police state opinion. Great.
That's how that question is answered is going to really, I think, set the tone of the conversation around this attempted
FBI,
attack, if that's in
The
fact what it
senior
was,
law enforcement analyst.
for the next several days. There will be a lot of questions to answer at the Secret Service if that person got through the security perimeter with a firearm.
Can we get Scott Jennings' opinion on why this is absolutely 100% the left's fault, though? Could we get that really quick?
Disposition of that person.
Yeah, isn't shot at more. I mean, honestly, look, he's incredibly corrupt pedophile who's ruining America, destroying the Constitution, and and spits in the face of average Americans, every single day, destroying our image across the world. Of course, that doesn't justify violence, but he's one of the most unpopular presidents in American history. Way more unpopular than George Bush was, even at the end of his term. And that motherfucker was unpopular.
Avenue. It's a long way, but just the ferocity of which they're trying to get to the location, because obviously the President of the United States was not going to speak from that location. And you also down there, you see Kash Patel, the FBI director who was at this dinner as well. You see Secretary Kennedy, who was there as well. Essie, you've been watching very closely about people who are in this room and the impact of what this could mean.
He's got to expedite the ballroom, and he's got to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell and hire Ghislaine Maxwell to his cabinet. He's got no choice, folks.
As a guest, the nation's top law enforcement.
Okay, no. We have a strict no SE Cup rule on this stream.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Scott Jennings blaming the left. Where is he? Okay, that means Scott Jennings is
evil.
left.
By the way, all these cucks.
Okay, wait a minute. So that was the same stream I got open. So that means we got Scott Jennings coming up next. Come on. How is this my fault? I've been calling right wingers fascists for quite some time. Why would I do this?
There as well.
Give it over to Scott.
Which is part of why this was such an important night, that many of these people had not come before as cabinet members.
A lot of important people, and I just think
here we go.
These people are all guarded by people. Secret Service,
right.
Cabinet officers have their own protection. The Capitol Police protect
is it my fault, Scott?
the people from the legislative branch. You got a number of different.
He's got to wait. He's got to wait to get his talking points.
Law enforcement people here, and look, at the end of the day, the shooter is in custody. and we'll learn details. But these are brave people because they are guarding people that are
right. So we're sucking off law enforcement right now. I guarantee you, within 24 hours, it's going to be the left, the left, the left.
And so I just wanted to say, thank God for these law enforcement personnel because what they do to put their lives on the line to protect the continuity of our government.
Thank you for your service.
And events
Thank you for
like
your
this,
service. Thank you for your service.
We should be proud that they serve our country and our government the way they do.
And one Secret Service agent did take a round to the vest. We do know that. And we don't have an update on that individual, but one can hope that based on the way.
Are they reporting that Secret Service was hit with a bullet in the bulletproof vest?
Wolf Blitzer, our eyewitness on the scene, described many shots being fired.
I mean, and can we just give Wolf Blitzer some praise and some credit? He's the best to ever do it.
No, we can't. Actually, no, you're canceled. Can Wolf Blitzer retire and literally anybody replace him? Literally. I'm talking a corpse. Could a reanimated corpse connected to a car battery that's just shaking and convulsing replace Wolf Blitzer? Is that possible? I would watch that. I would watch that over Wolf Blitzer. Flipping through the channels. Oh, a Wolf Blitzer. Oh, what do we got? Oh, a reanimated corpse connected to a car battery. Let's unmute. Let's watch that, please. Can we just give props to Wolf Blitzer? No. No. No, we don't do that here. Oh, shit.
Anything. And the very first bit of information we got was from you. And your first instinct was to basically FaceTime and start reporting. So thank you for being such a great reporter.
I appreciate that.
Jack Posobiec, 2 days ago, New York Times gave an interview to a leftist justifying the assassination. Right. It's our fault.
There was a bomb threat at CNN.
It's our fault. Only a matter of time before Scott is repeating that talking point. Only a matter of fucking time. They got Spicy Spicer over here. No, I'm sorry, Stelter. He looks exactly like Sean Spicer. Brian Stelter. God, he's bad at this. He sucks. He sucks almost as... I would say he's actually worse than Wolf Blitzer. Brian Stelter. He's right up there with fucking Jake Tapper in terms of the... I pretend to be a moderate, but I'm actually a hardcore right-wing Republican. Fucking Wolf Blitzer is like 1/100th of Walter Cronkite. He's like a fucking flake of dandruff. The Brian Stelter Orchestra. How dare you? I like the Brian Stelter Orchestra.
Light skins on high alert. Okay, guys, no jokes.
Skins on high alert.
Trump posted the surveillance video. What the fuck is this guy doing, bro?
What?
I mean, I don't know if I can show this. Well, I guess no one died, but let me just watch anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna make sure. Okay, we might have footage that we haven't.
Let me
seen
watch
yet.
it real quick.
We might have footage that we haven't seen yet. Donald Trump posting this shit. He gets the exclusive.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he was fucking zooming, bro. Okay, here it is.
Oh, man, here we go.
Trump is already. He's talking. All right. Where's he yapping? Let's hear it.
Freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way, it did.
I gotta pee.
Because
I bet you he will talk about the ballroom. I think he's gonna talk about the ballroom.
A room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful. A very beautiful thing to see. A man.
We already know everything about
George,
this guy.
a security checkpoint
winger.
armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly.
Left-winger.
And have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
Wow.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close.
He was just trying to run through
distance
security
with a very powerful gun. And the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's
Secret fucking Service was hit.
He is.
Let's slow it down. 0.025. Thank you for the link, by the way.
We love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does.
So here we go.
Secret Service agent.
So he's running his ass off.
We looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and
gets a shot off.
I will say, you know,
shoots somebody that's standing there in security.
A particularly secure building. And
here we go. He's coming around the corner right over here.
I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger
maybe
room,
this
and it's
one.
Much more
no,
secure.
Maybe he hits this one.
It's drone-proof. It's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service. That's why the military are demanding it.
Did he say ballroom?
They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different.
He mentioned
today,
the fucking ballroom.
We need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
That's actually fucking crazy. He mentions
everyone
the
owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also.
For tomorrow's news today, Biker Broadcasting Service, pre-watch Biker, tomorrow's news today. Inside job narrative.
Different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had.
This is so fucking crazy.
Again, we had some great work done by law.
Bro, why is Kash Patel right there looking like he did it, bro? Kash Patel's standing right next to the president looking like he was the motherfucker who was trying to do the shooting.
We have to resolve our differences. I will say
he just always looks guilty.
Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet, everybody in that room, big crowd.
Oh, here we go.
There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that.
Secret Service took one to the chest.
First Lady and I were taken
maybe it was
very
after.
well care
maybe
of very
it was
quickly.
After he was
very quickly rushed off the
frame.
stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some
on the draw. I'm still not sure he was able to squeeze a shot up, but according to them, they got
so with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person.
Here we go.
And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence.
It
was really based on free speech in our Constitution.
Here we go.
But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So
I mean, is this going to boost his approval ratings? I don't think so. I think people just fucking hate him. It don't matter.
No, this is actually just
maybe
like
he'll be able to get some pickups on independents who were like on the margins, but I just don't think
Todd
like.
Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have Cash.
That one barrier by
and
the agent.
Then you're going to go on. And we can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Cash. I was going to fire you, but I heard your girlfriend was holding another man's hand earlier, so
experience
I guess
for her.
Not fired yet.
There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir.
Yeah, the ballroom thing was a huge reason, weirdly enough, for why they hate him.
Wow.
Like, why
so he
independents
makes
and
sure to
boomers,
get
like,
in the
tricked
ballroom,
out?
but hey, at least
That was a
he's
big
not blaming the
turning
left
point in
yet.
approval
That's
ratings.
tomorrow.
So I think
Tomorrow
people
we
who hate
blame the
him now are
left.
just gonna
Today
say, like,
it's
the ballroom
ballroom.
thing. Like, this assassination
Tomorrow we
attempt was,
blame the
like, staged
left.
so that he could justify the ballroom. You ain't slick. I think that's what people are gonna say.
The very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you
Bro,
also
by the
saw
way, that dude was
best
booking it. I saw the
because you saw
CCTV
law
footage. He
enforcement
was fast as fuck.
Bro, you should show it. You should fucking maybe show it,
shortly, and you'll
Hassan.
see law enforcement do exactly what
I'll show
we
it some
want
more.
them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law
Monday.
enforcement
Yeah,
that,
it's our fault
that did
on
their
Monday.
jobs tonight, including
No,
one
it's
who
gonna be
was-
our fault tomorrow.
who was injured. This investigation is ongoing.
Jack
I expect you
Posobiec,
will
all the
see
right-wing
charges filed
fucking
shortly.
MAGA idiots are already
The
blaming
charges
us on
should
Twitter.
be self-evident, given the
24
conduct.
24
but as you'll
hours
hear,
later, it's Scott
there will be multiple
Jennings
charges surrounding
and
the shooting,
all the
around
other
the possession
fucking
of firearms,
Sean Hannity, all
and
the
anything
others.
else that we can get, get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them.
This person
and
right
don't
down
want to
here,
get ahead of the
bottom
work
left.
they're doing even as we speak.
Seeing the guy
Director
coming,
Patel and I were
I think
just
it's
on
a
the
woman.
crime
It's kind of hard to
scene
tell.
a short while ago.
This person
and
had the
everybody
gun
in this
out
room
already.
should rest assured
Look how
that
quickly the bottom left,
Metropolitan
right here.
Police Department, the FBI,
Sees dude
Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job.
Boom, right there.
I know that
Gun's
the,
already out.
the police chief is going to give an update
Gun's
from
already
the scene
out.
as soon as we're
Right
finished
here.
And I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned
What a
to him.
shitty assassination
But in the meantime,
attempt.
I just
What
want to
a-
thank
this has to be a
everybody in this
right-winger.
room for the courage.
This has to be a mentally unstable
And I
right.
wanna
This
thank-
has to be a mentally unstable right. When the fuck Todd Blanche? He's not going to say anything worth a damn. This has to be a mentally unstable right winger, dude. I refuse to believe a left winger is this fucking stupid. He's just going to bum rush security. Everyone's strapped. He's going to bum rush security and then get a shot off. I don't believe this guy's a left winger, dude. A left winger would have been at least a little smarter. Hiding in the rafters or some shit, right? Come on, would a left winger really try this shit? Just straight up bum rushing security, hoping you can get through everyone. There's like 10, 20 people strapped. Everyone's got a fucking gun. You think you're just going to zoom through it? One thing that does make me think he might be a left winger, though, is that cardio. Clearly, he's been exercising. Clearly, he knows how to run. Right? Right wingers, they hate exercise. Fat masturbators, your average right winger. You know, your average right winger isn't going to be this fast, this fit. Right? That's you know. But would a left winger be this stupid to think that he could fucking just bum rush security like this? I don't know, man.
Related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there.
Tell me, show me images of the man who was holding my girlfriend's hand. Show me. No image is too small. Show me the guy.
This individual's background thoroughly.
Show me the
That process
man.
has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence.
So if they had any proof whatsoever that this guy was a left winger, they would be saying it already. They would be saying it already.
Secretary
So
Moreland, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll
go. That's that fear talking.
Madam Chair, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it.
Oh, this was the woman standing right next to her, sitting right next to her.
Yeah. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat.
Oh God, they're already glazing him. Oh, it's so fucking cooked.
Can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling?
Oh my God. Oh my God. The fucking White House press pool is gonna be like, oh, we all got through this together. Aren't you such a hero, Mr. President? How heroic were your thoughts?
Fact, we're sitting right next to each other. First Lady, am I right? and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray
Absolutely
going down.
nothing
I've
useful
heard
is
that
going to be
many
learned.
times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away.
I mean, this person right here, bottom left,
we were really whisked away.
On it.
And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police.
Gun out right here. This is the gun right here.
It was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking.
I think this person avoided shooting
it was a matter of
to
seconds
not put their
before we were
colleagues in
out the door.
crossfire. This is really good training.
Into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible people.
Oh, he wanted to say left
fabric
wing.
of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out.
He wanted to say left wing.
They didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner. And I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to...
Watch, he kicks the bucket before the 30 days. He kicks the bucket before the 30 days, dude.
So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be
Shooters, brown,
tonight.
light-skinned, black,
probably
Democrat.
Very nice. I'll be very boring the next time.
No,
we're gonna
also
have a
a
great event.
teacher.
And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
How much you want to bet he's a Hassan Piker fan?
Laura, man, the right-wingers are crazy. How much you want to bet he's a Hassan Piker fan? So they're already saying he's a Democrat teacher from California.
What do you think about that? And
it's going to be all about rhetoric tomorrow. It's going to be all about rhetoric in 2-3 hours on the afternoon, evening.
You know,
fucking right wing and left wing and CNN. It's going to be all about rhetoric.
The most impactful people. The people that do the most.
Rhetoric.
I
guarantee
Abraham
you.
Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But
I've studied assassinations. I'm just like JFK and Abraham
The
Lincoln.
biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after.
Democrat
They don't
teacher.
go after the ones that don't do
we're
much
so
they like it that way. And when you look at the people that
true Promethean, only independent.
Either whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful.
If
people.
it's true that he's a
look at the names
black,
the big names,
left-wing Democrat.
And, I hate to say I'm honored by that, but
yeah, I mean,
I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer.
Your team for a while redone outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be... I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from
I'm
me.
worried that like some fucking Newsmax reporter or some psycho is gonna be like, "Have you heard about this guy who's been inciting a lot of violence?"
Watch Hassan gets mentioned. in the question.
I think Hosgord is trying to get you killed. Guys, please stop joking around, please.
And they got him.
I'm fucking begging you, dude. You're playing with fucking fire.
We've had no. There was no notification.
He's going to get a knock on the door.
Go ahead,
Hassan's going to get a knock on the fucking door.
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody.
It's the left wing.
They're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they'll be They're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Kate.
He's a Democrat.
Did the suspect say anything,
A black
was he
dude
wearing
from
anything that
California,
would
bro.
allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. He was a. They seem to think he was a lone wolf.
That's where
Are
we're
you
going.
concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. Absolutely. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live.
Yeah, Ice King, that's a good point. I mean, it's NPSM 7, you know, it was already in the books to make leftism illegal. But this, you know, it's a catalyst.
This shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran.
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler experience
2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him
this, man.
Before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ball.
If it's confirmed, this guy, black Democrat teacher from California, it's gonna be they're gonna go crazy. They're gonna accelerate their plans.
President, for you and perhaps law
like
enforcement
before the midterms.
What is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf.
They'll do or say anything.
Whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more.
He's waiting to blame the left.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%.
What?
But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%.
I gotta go,
and about
man.
8%
Can you fucking wrap it
are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of
It's never been worse. We've never been weaker.
We're going to do great things, but with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries.
It happens. It happens everywhere. Fuck it.
Country, today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures.
No mention whatsoever
all over the
of the
world.
epidemic
You look at South
of gun
America,
violence.
South America.
No mention whatsoever
some of the
about
numbers
the
are
rising
just
cost
horrific.
of living.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff. Whether it's here or someplace else, no country is immune. No country. Good question.
It's actually kind of remarkable he's not blaming the left, which is good.
If I decided to just...
They're waiting to get their story
There's something very strange about us, this country in particular, saying, we just violence everywhere. Yeah, man, we do it. We do the violence everywhere.
We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term.
Oh, here we go.
And now
He's
we
back.
use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too.
Within hours on
Marco
mainstream
and I were
TV,
talking about
it'll
it
be
today.
the
They would
left's
use it
rhetoric,
without
the
even
left's
hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years.
The
They were
Dow.
saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And
We're on the
we did it in
precipice
1
of
year.
a massive
And I called everybody
economic
together. I
catastrophe.
called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable.
Shut the fuck
Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear
He's
weapon.
literally
They would've used it
negotiating right now with
100%.
Iran to redo.
So, when you do
basically
things like that, you become a target.
this
If I
agreement
wasn't
that he's
doing that,
just
I guess
now
I'd be
shitting
a
on.
lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be.
He's
Okay, one more
offering up
question.
quadruple the amount of money that Obama offered up.
Go ahead.
I just can't take it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I
How are
lead
you so
a pretty
great
normal
and
life,
brave,
considering it's a dangerous
sir?
life. I think I
How could
handle
you
it
be
as
so
well
brave?
as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where
And
they
you're so
become basket
handsome and
cases. To be
brave.
honest with you, I'm not a basket
How?
case.
How is that possible?
I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in
he's
a
going
dangerous
in
job."
on them fucking
But that goes
fingernails,
along
dude.
with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her
It's
too. We sat
disgusting.
there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet.
I'm going to see if he's going to blame the left.
I was
in
hoping
this.
it was a
He's
tray.
dying
but
to
it
blame the
wasn't.
left.
And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy
Before
with them.
the end of the
I
day,
just want to thank
before 12
everybody.
o'clock
They will be
midnight,
able to give you all that information as to
Mainstream right-wing news will be
the names
it's the
and
left,
everything
it's
else.
the left, it's
I
the
think
left,
we
it's
released the
left.
names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, so we hear from the First Lady talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about...
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back, sir, do you need to give us a
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive, all of us are alive.
Oh, my God.
What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted,
it's thicker than
they
a
can make
gay
trouble.
bathhouse in
I would say,
dude.
Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts.
What?
So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was
fast as fuck.
on tape. He was moving.
I watched the tape. He was fast as fuck, dude. It was crazy.
What is he trying to like dick tease people? Show the fucking
it's
tape,
like
dude.
A weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast.
I'll show you guys in a second.
Like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. What do we do? But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to.
Wait, what?
Some of
Is
our
he talking
greatest
about the
presidents,
shooter now?
and
Like, he wanted to do a great job.
It doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
I don't know what Matt Dillon is.
Based on what we know. But
this is going to turn into catalyzing and doubling down on making leftism illegal, making free speech in general illegal, and there he fucking goes. No. All
that
right.
was it.
There
that
you
was
go. Okay. There we go, folks. There we fucking go. So like I said, I'm going to follow up tomorrow. I feel fairly confident what the right-wing narrative is going to be. If the initial reports are accurate, that he is, we know he's a person of color. We know that's confirmed. But if this guy is a Democrat, you know, we've seen the right-wing do this, though, right? They come out with the misinformation right away. It's the left, it's the left, it's the left. And then, you know, then we get the actual information. Turns out, oh, it was, you know, he's a right winger or he's from a right wing family. You know, of course, whether he's a left winger or not, it looks like the rhetoric is going to go in this direction that, you know, or the narrative, I mean, is going to go in this direction that it's the rhetoric coming from the left. You know, ignore the mental health crisis, ignore the cost of living crisis, ignore the gun anarchy, you know, ignore everything else. It's those dirty leftists and, you know, and how they make fun of our precious president. And they say mean things to me on Twitter. And that's why stuff like this happens. I feel very, very confident that is the direction that we're going to see, but I'll do a follow-up tomorrow. I'll just end it on this, that if it's true that it's a black guy, Democrat, teacher from California, we're fucked. We're in some serious fucking hot water, because they are gonna milk this until it's skeletal. They are going to, Scott Jennings is going to eat like, you know, like a fat man on vacation. Okay? This is going to be milked and used as a catalyst to attack the left, to destroy left free speech. We're going to see, you know, like after what we saw Charlie Kirk, right? We're going to see left-wingers banned on social media. We're going to see left-wingers who make jokes about any of this, you know, we're going to see them fired. And I think they are going to, if it is true that, you know, that if they can say this guy was definitely left wing, we're going to see it used as a catalyst to further silence left-wing voices in general before, right? We're going to see like mainstream media have to, stuff like that. Who knows? They'll get creative with it. So I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do a follow-up, 1 to 2 hour stream, follow-up, and we'll take it from there. Okay, folks? Thank you so much for tuning in to this totally crazy News Underground yet again, right? Did a normal 6 hour stream, and then right before I leave, a fucking assassination attempt on the President of the United States, number 4, maybe third or fourth one on the President of the United States. Welcome to America. This is America. And I'll leave you with this message here from our friends at, the hell's the name of this? The Dream Eaters. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. God help us all.